putting. A nice birdie putt. Golfer one, a nice birdie opportunity. Golfer one, ready to hit.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2020 Florida Open, part of the National Golden Tee Tour. I am Kevin Lindsay alongside Brian Bernhardt. I feel like I've said that a lot this weekend, but I really appreciate you being here. A lot of action here on Sunday as match play. It is the final day of the tournament. 138 total players in the main event. Gold, purple, and pink brackets. A lot of Golden Tee action awaits us today.
And when Kevin mentions the gold, purple, and pink brackets, what happens is when you have this many players, everybody's guaranteed 2 matches. You know, the gold bracket is the top 32. Then they have the 33 through 96, I believe, which makes up the purple bracket.
Yeah, 64
and then they have
man purple bracket.
which is a huge bracket, which is, if you were watching for the last half hour or so, you were watching a couple of those purple bracket matches. And then the remainder of the players get thrown into a pink bracket.
Yeah, so that's actually what we're watching right now is Paul Jensen versus Derek Montgomery. And the special thing about the purple bracket here is that the winner of purple gets not only $400, which is a great cash prize, but also a World Championship qualifying spot. So commercial qualifying starts tomorrow for 12 straight weeks. Anybody who wins purple, they don't have to worry about playing, in crazy events over the next 3-4 months because they have already secured their spot. Now, knowing most people in this room, they're still going to play just as much Golden Tee, but the pressure is not on them because they win a world spot. And there's a lot of good names in the purple bracket. I'm just, we're hearing matches called. We're watching a few games here and there, but on the other side, we've got Steve Kramer, Puff, who's a good player in purple bracket. If you guys go to PEGTtour.com, you can see the tournament, the main bracket, the gold bracket, and then the purple bracket as well.
Yeah, I'm actually looking through the bracket right now, the purple bracket, and seeing a lot of the names on there. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of new names. I think they had 27 new players that came out to this event.
Astounding.
And it's really up in the air for anybody to win this World Championship pass.
So really quick, we're taking a look here. Like I said, Derek versus Paul. These guys, I believe Jensen is definitely from Chicago. Know him. Montgomery is, I believe, from South Carolina.
Yeah, he's got that Panther shirt on, so that would be a pretty good assumption.
Yeah, he is one of Chris Longino's guys. There's a few pockets throughout the United States where there's a lot of players. Chicago always has a good chunk. The Carolinas, Texas,
growing, yeah.
and Georgia. There's a lot.
St. Louis, another.
St. Louis, yeah.
Hotbed of Golden Tee, though.
Exactly. It's great to see these little locations pop up. Sharing the live stream. So make sure you guys do that. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Mixer, Twitch, go out there, share those links on social media, tweet us at Golden Tee, #Golden Tee or GT2020. We're going to be doing more giveaways like we've been doing throughout the weekend. So not only are you getting a chance to win some Golden Tee swag and some new fun gear, but you're sharing these videos. We've loved interacting with you guys over the last, 3 nights between the handicap tournament on Friday and the qualifier yesterday. And it's going to be a long, great day of exciting Golden Tee.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to it. And feel free to, ask questions, too. We'll do the best we can to answer them.
Exactly. We've got our gear here. I'm going to try to get some info on the players as they start to battle here in matches. But, Brian, on the flip side, you are joining us right now because you have qualified in the top 32 for the gold bracket. So walk me through a little bit how qualifying went yesterday.
Yeah, qualifying went okay. Started out all right. My second round, I shot a 32 under on Dodge City, which was my highlight of the day. The one thing about these events is when you play in these qualifiers, for me personally, it takes roughly a half an hour to play 5 games at home. When we're at these qualifiers, you're on your feet for several hours. I believe the qualifier ended close to 9 o'clock last night. So what I'm getting at is I didn't finish as strong as I started. Put myself around 15th in the bracket. Ooh. And what that does is, it really opens things up. It complicates, the direct, which way I wanted to go in the bracket. And I play Paul the first match, and then if I win that, then I play Jared Decker, who is one of the best in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, so taking a look at the leaderboard here, Clint Grover out of Rockford, Illinois, although he technically calls himself hashtag Team Wisconsin.
Right,
He's
right.
always hanging out with those guys. Top qualifier for Clint. We saw Clint do really well in a lot of power events last year. World Championship top 4 for him.
Yeah, definitely.
He's one of those silent. I don't know what you call him. He's a I don't want to call him a silent killer, but he definitely is a great player. But he's one of those guys where he was top qualifier by 4 strokes,
yeah, that's
which
what I
is
noticed.
a crazy difference. 140, and looking at his scores, they're not even that crazy.
No.
The setups were definitely tough.
And then one thing I'd like to add, Kevin, before you go on, is throwing Coral Ridge into the mix, these scores will be a lot lower than a lot of the other qualifying scores that you'll see by, I'd say, an average of 6 to 8 strokes probably.
Actually, I'm talking with so many of you guys and gals yesterday. A lot of people thought the cut line between, the difference between 32 and 33 was going to be 123, 124, and I think we were all surprised when we heard it was actually 126 with 50,000 or 50 or 60,000 great shot points.
Wow.
And Jason Lociavo actually qualified in his first gold bracket ever.
Congratulations, Jason.
Yeah, he had 126,000 with 58,990.
126 under, but like Kevin, it didn't happen this time where we talked about earlier the great shot points being that tiebreaker. The number 33 is Chris Knight, and he had 174,000 great shot points over the 5-course qualifier.
Yeah, that's actually really surprising. But like you said, you look at the scores on Coral Ridge, they're very low, and the scores are Clint Grover, 27 under on Grand Teton, 30 on Dodge City, 27 on Lake Powell, which 27 on Lake Powell doesn't sound good if you've played a lot of Lake Powell, but if you watched the qualifier yesterday, it was a really tough setup.
Right.
17, the par 3, was very nasty. A lot of people getting wet and then having a bad drop spot after that, where you're fighting against the wind and you don't have a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, and to add to that, Kevin, that look was actually, the pin was tucked in the bottom left, I remember, and the pin was, and then the wind was blowing at about, I think, 4 or 5 o'clock. And when I say that, if you look at a clock and you kind of determine which way the wind's blowing, so about 5 o'clock would be, in your face and off to the right a little bit. And it was like 270 to the pin, I believe, and you're going to have to hit a shot where you're hoping to backspin it near the pin. People are hitting that cliff, and you mentioned that drop spot. When you're on that cliff and you're trying to get to the hole, the clubs that we have in our bags aren't designed to get close on that drop.
And you talk about hole 17, and if you go to goldentfan.com, one of our partner sites, you can see the pictures of all these courses, and of course we'll point them out as they show up in match play. But just that setup that we're talking about with a wide open green would be tough, but you add in a big giant cliff, and a lot of people were getting lucky because they were hitting the top of the cliff where there was some dirt, and they were able to trickle down, not even intentionally. But really quick before we go on, so we had a few questions from David and Dave, actually, 2 different people on Facebook asking about why they get to pick where they're teeing off from.
Oh, okay.
So these guys are all playing in prize play. They're playing online checked in play, so they have a player card or a cardless ID, and they're tracking all their stats. So if you play in casual mode, you don't have the ability or option to purchase that equipment or move your tees. So you're going to get a little bit easier of tees. Tee boxes, but you're not going to be able to do some of the unique things that you'll see these guys and gals do today.
And then one of the other options that's available is you can purchase golden tees, and so not only do you have those tee boxes, but you can move yourself around. You can tee it high, tee it low. It allows the players to maneuver their shot accordingly.
Now these guys neck and neck after 6 holes. Dodge City, Brian, let's talk about Dodge City really quick. Scoreable course.
Right. It's probably you have exact numbers, but it's probably one of the most played courses this year, would be my guess, because it is very scoreable. Now, I'm not sure if hole 1 was drivable or not. I don't believe it was, but for the most part, this course, every time that you start it, you're hoping to get a 30 under par.
Yeah, hole 17 is really going to be one of those holes, I think, that might make a difference. Yesterday in the qualifier is gonna, yesterday in the qualifier was pretty difficult. A lot of people ending up in the mud and then trying to get cute and chipping it out ended up in the water. So that'll be a hole I'm looking out for too. Again, what's the par 4 with the tiered green?
Hole 13.
Yeah, that's right. 13 can make or break too.
And another hole early on is hole 8 too. Depending on what balls they're using, what the wind looks like, they got to hit a shot over that barn. It's usually about 250 to 270 away from the tee, and yeah, that's one of those ones where the ball can go long and you're giving up a stroke or 2 early on.
Okay, so we just found out from the tournament team that Eddie G is going to take on Barack Tamel in the first match of gold.
That's amazing for a first. That's almost those are two players that I would anticipate seeing in the top 4. You know, and they have to play each other in their first match of this tournament.
Yeah, and Eddie G has been around a long time. You know, he's been playing Golden Tee since Golden Tee 4 first came out, even actually a little bit before in the 3D era. Always a staple at these tournaments, but again, just like you and a lot of other people, you know, you guys have families and can't always get to all these events. So Eddie G has to, you know, really pick his spots to where he can go to.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys too. When he picks his spots to go, he always does well. You know, when you see Eddie G, and he's a guy that, for those that aren't here or haven't been here this weekend in beautiful St. Cloud, Florida, actually, Eddie flew in Saturday morning. You know, he's a guy that because he is that family guy and because of, you know, the arrangement that he has to make, you know, he flew in Saturday morning, was able to get here on time to play in this tournament. One of those things, there are flaws to that, and that's why he is playing Barack Tamel early on. I'm not sure exactly where Eddie qualified at, but I'm guessing Barack was the higher qualifier in that.
Yeah, I believe Barack qualified in 8th with a 134, and then Eddie G actually qualified in 25th. Now, he had a really rough Lake Powell.
Yeah, that's what
he
it
shot
like.
20 under. That, you know, him and I had a lot of conversations. You know, we laugh because he's like, "Yep, got here last minute. Wasn't really planning on being here because I didn't see his name on the list." But always great to see him. And again, although he qualified in 25, that definitely does not show the type of tournament player and match play guy he is.
Exactly.
Barack's going to have a challenge because he played very well in NIV in Austin. He's a newer player. He's been playing with Chad Hart a lot in Texas. I know he has a home edition, so he's getting a lot of practice in there. But even though he played so well in Richmond and Austin, again, this is a new year. A little bit different of a setting for him, bigger locations.
Yeah.
And I'll be interested to see how he does.
And to go back to this game real quick, it looks like he went long, and I was talking about hole 8 being one of those holes to where
Paul ended up catching the top of the barn, and just with that wind blowing out, he had no chance of catching the green.
But back to Barack Tamel, he's one of those guys to where a lot of us in the community just met this man last year, and he is one of the most up-and-coming players that we've got right now on the Golden Tee circuit. And this is, you know, getting a win like that early against Eddie G, who's been playing for as long as he had, that could really set the pace to a great run on Sunday.
Oh, that's a rough chip there by Paul. Now, the way all these bracket works, whether it's gold bracket, purple bracket, or pink, like Brian started to say a little bit earlier, you're guaranteed 2 matches. So these are the first matches. So whether it's Paul or Derek, whoever wins and loses this match, they're moving on. So Paul, if he ends up losing this match, it's a tough loss to kick things off to Sunday match play. But he's not out. He still has a chance, although, especially in that 64-man purple bracket, it's a heck of a climb when you lose that first match.
Yeah, you lose that first match, and, you know, the only nice thing about losing that first match is you're going to start playing a whole bunch of matches in a row. You know, it really, the more you win, the more you sit. You know, obviously if you're winning, you're making money and you're doing well in the tournament. When you lose that first match, you get thrown into that loser's bracket. They start calling your matches. And a lot of guys can get into a really good rhythm. You know, a lot of times you'll hear this term mentioned later on, King of the Hill, or, you know, KOH. You know, that's the player that doesn't have any losses. When that player comes around that bracket to play the King of the Hill, they're on a little hot streak, almost comparable to, I don't know if there's any hockey fans out there, but you or hockey or even basketball, but any sport, to be honest with you, you kind of get in that rhythm. The hot team at the end of the season gets on a run. It happens in baseball. It happens in all sports. You can relate that to Golden Tee, where you get in that rhythm. Someone's been sitting for a long time. You know, they got that rhythm and groove.
Now, Paul, you know, he's down a couple strokes now. Had a really good shot with the hybrid there on hole 9, the par 3. Great shot points. Didn't end up catching the hole out, but still feel good. It helps make, you know, the 1-stroke difference feel a little less painful when you're dialing in after a mistake, which we talked a lot yesterday, and I know everybody on the commentary talked about. If you make a mistake, you just have to brush it off, because the worst thing you can do is be your own enemy in your head.
Yeah, and I talked about it yesterday as well. It's almost like a downward spiral. I personally press that reset button. You know, you can't change what happened on the hole before. It's over. You know, you just got to move on and do your best going forward. But just to point out a couple of things with the 1-stroke lead here, you got hole 13 that Kevin was talking about. There's a few holes, you know, hole 17 with the mud. There's the winner of this match. There's no comfortable lead is what I'm getting at. So this 1-stroke lead on a course like this, you want to make sure you have 2 or 3 strokes, actually on any course, to be honest with you, to kind then you can go into conservative mode. You can start playing, laying up a little bit on the green and picking and choosing when you're aggressive.
Now, this is a fun hole. I was going to say, I remember sitting here watching you qualify in this course because you actually had a really fun hole out off of the rocks.
Yeah, I mishit the trackball, Kevin.
And those are always the best, let's be honest.
My 3 hybrid caught the rock, and I believe it was 7 wind in the qualifier yesterday. It put in the hole, and that was the beginning of, and then I got the next one too. But this is one of those holes here where, you're down 1. The gap wedge is the perfect club for this, usually around 70 to 80 yards to the pin. And there's not a whole lot of room for error on the left side. Well, you can kind of go after this. Look.
This is a fun par 3 because I was playing in a game last night with a few guys, and I had a completely different look. We were on the opposite side of this green, and with those dynamic tees that Jim Z and the team implemented in Golden Tee 2020, it really, I don't know if you guys that play a lot of games, if it, does it change the way you approach some of these holes, or does it just keep things fresh to you guys and gives you more of a challenge?
Yeah, it's that's one thing that we love about this game. Me playing this game full time, it gets very repetitive. But however, when I walk up to the machine and start playing my games, I know that unless I'm playing the daily contest, if I'm playing in prize play or whatever format I'm playing, you're going to have a different tee box. You're going to have different pin, different winds, and it's all. There's so many variables to the game that are great, and it keeps us coming back. Some holes. The first hole, I believe, wasn't drivable. There's some setups where it's 320 yards to it. There's some that it's 420 yards and you can't get to. So with those dynamic tee boxes, it really helps change things a little bit. And speaking of changing things a little bit, this is one of those holes where there's a couple spots you can go. There's a little patch on the left side where you can hit it. I don't go there personally because it's a low club to get to the green. But you want to position yourself here just short of those trees that are in the middle of the screen. But you don't want to get too close and get in the rough. Because the rough, you're going to lose the backspin. That's a great shot there with that wind. The problem I can see happening here with that pin being kind of tucked up on the right-hand side, if their approach shot's a little too aggressive, it might hop over into that rough, and he's going to have a little chip going for eagle.
Right. These guys have a really, really solid look because that 12-mile-an-hour wind is going to help them get to the green. They can lay up. You see Paul, he's looking at possibly using a 2 hybrid because he knows he can hit a 3-wood or a 10.5-degree driver and still catch the green without a problem.
And one of those things to add to that, Kevin, is if that's going to stay in the fairway, or even that light rough right there, that's actually a first cut, I believe, that plays just fine. You do want a higher wood going into this because you'll get more backspin. The lower the club, it's going to catch that hill and bounce. But we'll see what he does here. Me personally, I'm trying to aim it a little bit left and have it hit the rough and backspin towards the hole.
Now, I don't know if he has this club, but I'm sure he does. Would you club down to the 10.5?
I would. Maybe even a 3-wood, to be honest. With that 12 wind, that wind will make it fly.
Yeah, I feel like in my head, I would say let's hit the 10.5, but I would punch it too hard. Now, that was actually a really good shot.
It's a good shot. He's going to leave himself about 35, 40 feet, right slope green. It's going to be a tough eagle for him.
Yeah, and I think Paul does not have a 10.5-degree driver, which is very interesting. But I think, like you're saying, 3-wood would be a perfect club here.
Yeah, and if he's using one of the balls that has decent spin, if he can float over that first hill there, land it on the green, he might end up within 10 feet of the hole.
Yeah, and he has a unique opportunity here because he's still down that one stroke from the hole 8 par 4 that he unfortunately hit in the water. So if he can get a solid shot here, which
it's going to hit the fringe.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah,
they have a longer putt. It's about 50 feet out from there, it looks like. So and that's a straight up putt. And sometimes you'll see players go left one or right one to see if there's any little slope. He's not going to check now. They're not always easy, these straight putts.
No, I think it was Andy Fox and we were actually talking about that. Now, he kind of gophered it where barely caught that left corner of the cup. But Andy Fox and I were actually talking about that the other day where sometimes it's a mental game. Like where if you don't click left or right one and take a second to actually check the slopes, you could potentially just push it over a little bit too far to the left, a hair to the left or hair to the right, and then there goes your eagle.
Yeah, and here goes hole 13 that we were talking about earlier, where the pin is on the top part of that tier green. 6-wood backspin is probably the shot here, but what do? Do they use bite or do they use backspin? The option of bite, it won't spin back as much, but it also has a chance of trickling off the back. The backspin might spin too much and trickle off in the front. So you got really little room for air in this
I had a similar setup in my game last night with some of the guys, and I think I just took the 6-wood, although the 6-wood is tougher to cut, which you see Derek kind of pulling back slowly. feel like you just got to push this one out and hope for the best. Now, oh wow, that was a lucky break there, because a few people yesterday during qualifier were able to get some really fun-looking putts up that tier, but it's not easiest thing to do.
No, I mean it's one thing to putt on a slope of a left 5, for example, but then when you throw in that tiered green, when you got to try to read the slope of the tier and then play the slope of the green, it really complicates things. And he got really fortunate there that the ball stayed up, because if that rolled down, there's no easy putt. But he's going to hit the 7-wood here, it looks like. And that's one thing you'll see throughout the day if you haven't watched before in the stream. These players are able to build their own bag. You know, you download the GT Caddy app. You're able to, you know, I believe it's only $5, and you can pick your 14 clubs, and you can build it however you want. And so you'll see this set right here. He doesn't have the 6-wood. It's all, you know, personal preference, to be honest with you.
Now the one challenge he has with the 7-wood is he's going to have to hit this a lot harder. And I've never used a 7-wood, so I'm not sure if it cuts similar to the 6.
It cuts better than the 6.
Okay.
Well, yeah, there's more consistency to the cutting on the 7-wood.
Okay, yeah, because he's going to have to punch that very, very hard.
It's going to be short, it looks.
Well,
right at it. Look at that.
Oh,
look at that.
Paul.
Beautiful.
Oh, man.
That's one of those times that the slope of the green was really beneficial for him.
Now, I mean, in Paul's head, he's probably thinking, man, if just one click or one hair left and Derek could be putting in for birdie right now. Instead, he's still got that one-stroke deficit, which is it's tough. But, again, Dodge City, like we talked about, there's plenty of swing holes we got left, you know, with what, 5 holes of golf left to go.
Yeah, and this one right here, you're going to want to, you know, with this wind, you got the 12-mile-an-hour wind just like we had a few holes ago, excuse me. But that pin is tucked there in the bottom left, and it's hard to see from this view. You'll see it on their approach shot. That tree's going to be right in the way, so they're going to have to navigate their ball around it. With it's probably going to be like a 7-wood or a 5-wood, to be honest with you, on their approach. Now, I've never gone on the left side of the fairway there. Is that an option?
I've never done it.
Okay. So he's going to hit a A1 here, and that's actually going to put the rough in play on the right side of the fairway. But he's at that tree. See, there's that tree I was talking about. Now, the thing you got to be careful with is sometimes the woods will go right through the leaves in that tree, and sometimes they won't. The other thing that you'll notice, too, is, you can hear us talking about the match that's going on and talking about everything else about Golden Tee, but it's awfully quiet in the room. You know, there's...
So there's a delay. Somebody just messaged me and said there's a delay. I'm trying to figure out what he means by that, but usually it's something. He said on the last hole where Paul hit the 7-wood, by the time you commented, the other guy had putted in his shot. So, like, there's like...
So here he is with that 7-wood that I was talking about. And he's going to have to hit this shot, and he's going to pull it back a little bit right of the B, a little bit right of the 2 to kind of swerve it around that tree. That 6-wood, it's going to be a lot of club for this shot, but like I talked about before, it's a pretty inconsistent club, and cutting it just a little bit will take off a lot of the distance. So what you want to do when you're watching these players play, watch how they're pulling the trackball back. After they hit their shot, watch the ball, but also look down the bottom of the screen where the shot meter is. That tells you how hard they hit it and exactly where. And there's that tree that I was talking about where it did not get through at that time. So he's down 1 with that shot, right? So here's an opportunity. Oh, no, it's
Paul's down
okay.
1. So, but here's the thing. That bunker, I think where he landed, he should, with that wind, he might be able to get a nice chip in, but that pin is so close to the fringe, like you were saying, it's going to be tough. He might have to one-hop that in the cup.
Yeah, and it also depends on what club. Does he have a lob wedge, a sand wedge, or a gap wedge? You know, it really plays a role when you're in these bunkers.
And I'm very shocked. Paul's a good player. He's got that 7-wood, but it's just, I feel like if he had a 6 or an 8 here, it'd be much better because he's looking at potentially having to cut a 2 hybrid in.
Yeah, and you don't want that 2 hybrid. It's going to hit the green, and it's going to go about 50 feet past the hole. So he really wants to hit a wood into this shot. And for me personally, you know, like I said, I would kind of do a little swerve shot. But yeah, watch their hands on the trackball. When I say swerve or cut, you can see him moving it a little bit to the left or the right of the B there. And he's trying to maneuver it around that tree, which he did, but not enough distance. It might hop up though. And look at that.
See, that's what I was wondering with the 3 hybrid, thinking there's a chance he punches it up. But like I was saying, that pin is actually not as close as it looked on the top-down view. So Derek has a chance if he can softly push this G-wedge. He might be able to make that.
He sure does. And with that gap wedge, you know, it's a 70-yard club, so it shows 53 because he's in that sand. But he's going to bring it up about halfway and really give it a soft touch. But like he's mentioned, he doesn't have a whole lot of green to play with.
Oh.
Steve Still.
No.
What was your drawing?
That's fine. Yeah, because I mean we talked about him not.
So here we are all tied
these
up.
events
Going
a
into
lot.
hole
So we
15.
can kind of explain like Brock's been on a roll.
This is a really interesting hole. The pin is down the bottom, and
I forgot
you
about
can be
this one. I don't know
Real
why.
careful with that 15 downwind because 2 things can happen here. You want to just clear that barn, and you'll maybe put bite on it, to be honest with you. But if you hit that barn, it's going to pop up in the air, and that 15 wind is going to take it into the water just past the green. He just had an opportunity to tie things up, and it'd be real interesting how he approaches this shot. And like I was talking about before, how quiet it is, you know, it's a great shot. With the backspin is really conservative. It should leave him probably about 30 feet or so. You know, I think bite might have been a better play. It would kind of kick a little further close to the hole. But yeah, there's, you know, so many people that are sitting around watching. There's no jukebox sound here, you know, so it's almost like you can hear a pin drop. You know, really in the mood. You know, it's there's a lot of tension in the air.
That's the difference between Saturday qualifier and Sunday to a T, because now these guys and girls, they're competing for, you know, cash prizes. They're competing for a world championship spot. There's a lot on the line, and that's a solid shot.
And there's that bite I was talking about. You know, he was a little bit more aggressive. He had an opportunity to kind of chase the hole. The rollover doesn't come in play on this one, luckily, or it shouldn't at least. He's only 34 feet away, down 5. But we've got 3 more holes of golf on this beautiful Dodge City, and there's so many things can happen. They're tied, so now
I'm very interested in the look on hole 16.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, hole 17.
Right. Yeah.
16 is a par 5, but most of these guys now, if you've never played
This is playing
Dodge
deep.
City a lot, it is playing deep. So what you're going to see is these guys are both going to probably try to punch that all the way over and land in the dirt.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to read down the hole-in-wins from yesterday. If you got a hole-in-one and do not hear your name,
while you're watching this match, you're going to hear a lot of names being called. During the qualifier, you have the option of being a part of what's called a hole-in-one side pot. And if you get a hole-in-one during the qualifier, you get a piece of that pot.
Yeah, so
he's just going over the names that were in that. That is short. He is not going to be able to get eagle on this hole unless he chips in from the fairway. So door is now open.
Like you said, this is a very deep look, and that wind is blowing a little bit, you know, blowing at that 8 o'clock, which really does make a difference. Even if it was at the 9 o'clock, it would be much better and easier for these guys to punch forward. But it's blown back just enough and strong enough that, you know, Derek knows he's got to hit this really hard.
You want to get at least to 140, and he's short too. See that shot meter showing that 133. On a shot like that, you want to get at least 140 up to 145. That shows that you made really good contact with the trackball and are able to take advantage of as far as it'll go. So both these guys are going to have 2 layup shots because the driver that they have, when you're in that mud, it won't get to the green. That pin is in a really interesting spot, Kevin. It's tucked up there on the right-hand side. It was going to be no easy eagle, even if they made it in that dirt where they were able to get to the green. So they're going to put themselves probably, 50 yards away from there, maybe even 40, 60 yards away. So Paul's got the sand wedge, which isn't going to be enough club, and he's got the 9-iron, which might be too much. So it'll be real interesting how he approaches this one. Derek's got that gap wedge, which it's the perfect club for this look.
I'm just trying to think of, like, if this was me, what would I do? And I feel like, Paul's in the tougher position because he doesn't really have a good club, and you don't want to go to like a 5 or 6 iron. I mean, you might, but if you hit that rough the wrong way, then you end up chipping again for birdie, and then you're just kind of rolling down in the deep.
Yeah, and when Kevin mentioned chipping, with a 5 iron or a 6 iron, you'll see a lot of that today where when they get close, that wind's going to get a hold of that and maybe bring it off the green. So he's going to have a really tough birdie shot from right there. But a lot of the players will take their 5-iron, 6-iron, 7, 8, 9 from a shorter distance away to keep the ball low, take away the break of the green. This is one of those looks to where there's just way too much rough. But this is one of those ones here where he's going to go pull left on the track ball and try to kind of swerve it in towards the hole. Hopefully he doesn't do it too much and just kind of keeps it within about 15 feet of the hole. And that maybe 25 feet or so.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an easy putt. I think it's probably about a 25-footer with a right slope of maybe 4 or 5. So it'll be really interesting how both these guys approach it. This one's going to slow down real quick up to when it gets close to the hole. So he's going to want to make sure he plays this left 2 break really nice. It's left.
So that's tough for Paul, because even if, now he's got 2 strokes, potentially he's behind, and that was really his chance to make it up.
And the swings in the game, it's just amazing how quick these things can happen. I actually got an opportunity to meet Derek in Austin, a newer player. A really good guy. We had some great conversations, so really wishing him well throughout today. This is an interesting look. He's in a position right now to where you want to be safe with yourself on the green. You're going to see bite here and not backspin, unless I don't see him hitting a really hard 7-wood.
Now this is where I love the fact that I have the hybrids in between some of my woods.
Yeah,
because I would
or 2-iron would
just push forward a hybrid with bite. Push it straight so that wind takes it to the left, and you're taking that water out of the play.
And you can see him nodding his head, and he's dialing in here, just trying to figure out what the best shot is to make sure he gets away with a birdie on this hole.
I'm very surprised he's going with the high tee.
High backspin. He's in the high 7, not the high 9. But that's a beautiful
shot.
He's 6 feet away from right there. No shotties for 6 feet. 5 feet and closer, you get great shot points. It does not matter in match play. There's, So one thing, I'd like to talk about real quick is if there was a tie. Depending on who was teeing off on the 18th hole, would be the first one to tee off on the first hole. And it's a sudden death format. What that means is the first person to win a hole would move on to the next match. Winning a hole can happen by a couple different ways. If you get a hole out and your opponent does not, you win the match. If you miss your putt and your opponent does not, your opponent wins the match. So that's kind of how it goes. It'll be really interesting how this hole and the next hole are set up as far as the end of each hole, what the scores end up being, to see if we do have sudden death here early on today.
Yeah, Paul's in a tough spot here because although he does have the 3 and a 2 hybrid, which works out for this setup, he knows if he doesn't ace this, it's pretty much over for him. 18 is difficult sometimes, but
it is.
But with Derek having a 2-stroke lead, it really makes a difference. But if he can pull this back a little bit to the left like he's doing and push it out just enough out to the left as well, he might be able to use that right 6 to his advantage.
And one thing I'd like to add, too, the 2-stroke lead going into 18, you are correct. It all depends on, and that's a decent shot. That might roll over. He's going to be very careful with this putt with that down 7. He's going to pull it to the sea. It's a proven myth where pulling to the sea helps prevent rollovers. Bottom of the cup right there. But yeah, we're going to come to 18. The water's on the left-hand side. You got to hit a shot. The only way that I could see Derek losing this match is if you got a 350, 360-yard. Oh, so it's just 1 stroke. So yeah.
Okay, so I must have been a mistake. I must have missed it then.
This is not an easy shot. Yeah, so he's got a 1-stroke lead going into 18, and you're going to want to hit the ball around the left-hand side. If you hit this, Kevin, and you end up on the right side, you're looking at birdie at best, most likely a par. So there's a chance that if he has to put himself on the green by this hole, leaves himself a tricky chip for eagle, we may see a little swing in the score in this hole.
Well, the one thing that makes me uneasy for Paul is that he doesn't have a 10.5-degree driver. He's got a 9.5-degree driver and a 3-wood. So for this longer look, I love what Derek's thinking here. He's got 10.5-degree driver. It's going to get a much more higher loft, and
that's a great shot.
I mean, he almost canned it 1 in.
The pressure is now on. This is one of those things to where obviously he wants to hold out. But at the same time, you just get yourself close. Make sure that you don't give it away on this because your opponent still has to make his putt. Derek's a newer player. This is probably one of the biggest putts he's ever made to win a match here in the purple bracket.
Yeah, whereas Paul's been around for a while, so he understands this. But you can see it in his face where he's going back and forth between the 3-wood and the 9.5. You have to hit a 3-wood here. I don't think there's an instance.
No, yeah, you're correct.
You don't have the green to work with on the left and those boxes in front of the pin. You can't just pull it back to the A and hit it out to the A and try to cut it around. He's got to hit a hard 3-wood.
Yeah, and while we're waiting to see what he ends up doing here, I see Matt Karen posted, what gives you the itch to go play now? What's stopping you, man? I mean, bring your phone or tablet with you. Go to the bar, go to your location. Make sure you jump in on YouTube and go to Golden Tee on YouTube and watch what's going on here. And you know what you can actually do for those that are watching and have the itch to play or are playing. You see these guys in one of these rounds, you have the opportunity of jumping in and trying to play the same setup that they're in, which is a fun thing to do.
So if you're in a prize play state and you go out to a location and you're watching some of the basketball games and I think the XFL has some football going on today, or whatever the case may be, go out and have a cold beer and some food and play some Golden Tee and then see what matches and what courses these guys are on, and you could potentially play against them. And I've done that before. That's fun.
That's going to be short.
Yeah, that's tough.
This is game set match right here. So he tried, and that was one of those disadvantages, like you mentioned, Kevin, where he did not have that 10.5 driver. No guarantee that he would have, been successful with it. However, it really did not work out well.
Yeah, and you can see the look on his face. And then he missed the putt. Yeah. Now at this point, it doesn't matter. Like we said before in the beginning of this, it's only his first loss.
Yeah. He's got an opportunity to go on a nice little run. He's a good player. It's all how he handles things going forward, and you just kind of shake things off. You press that reset button, like I mentioned before, and go on to the next match.
He's got a tough battle, but it's not impossible, And like Farmer Frank on YouTube said, Paul needs a new Build-A-Bag, and I would be surprised if you don't see him do that when it comes to this course. All right, so now we were just taking a look at the the purple bracket. We're now going to flip script over to the gold bracket. Brian is going to stick around for a little bit for us. We're going to take a look at Barack Tamel versus Eddie Godfrey, both Texas guys.
Yeah.
Eddie G, seasoned veteran. Barack, as you're seeing right now, newer guy, played at the World Championship in the closest to the pin, and played very well in Richmond and also in Austin. So these are some of his highlights of a really short Golden Tee career, but somebody, like you said earlier, Brian, really making a mark in tournament match play. Yeah,
this is a man on a mission, and for those that have listened to the stream in the last couple tournaments, they've probably learned a little bit about him. I don't know all the details, but this is a one-of-a-kind man. I mean, this is a guy that was a bullfighter, I believe, at one point in his life, and he's a guy
played pool. He was a pool player. I know Chad Hart introduced him to the Golden Tee community last year. Real great guy. And it's
he finds a way to excel at whatever he does, and this is one of those times to where he's got the opportunity, but he does have a really tough opponent to start things out with.
But like we talked about earlier, Eddie G had that bad game on Lake Powell, so you never know if they end up spinning Lake Powell.
Yeah,
he's got to think, all right, Eddie G had a bad game, I had a good game. Where can I get some strokes back from him?
Yeah, and I'd like to mention there's Barack, by the way. He's admiring his shots right now on the screens.
So now, taking a look at Eddie Godfrey again, somebody who's been in the Golden Tee community for nearly 20 years. You see just very few of the highlights of many for him. World Championship qualifier for, probably 6 or 7 different worlds. Played in a lot of the national tournaments back in the Golden Tee 4 era with you. That's you guys have known each other a long time.
Yeah, and it's one of those guys where I got a chance to play against him in Austin, and we played a great match. This doesn't, this type of atmosphere doesn't bother him. He's kind of, one of those guys to where he keeps to himself. He's quiet. He'll play, his round. He doesn't make many mistakes. That 20 under Lake Powell, it kind of boggles my mind, to be honest with you. That's a lot more surprising than my 18 on Coral Ridge. So these are two guys that, they were hoping to have a pretty easy match. Thought they'd probably qualify very well. Being in the top 8 for Barack is really great. Eddie G was hoping to be right around where Barack is, and they're going to be starting up their match here shortly.
Yeah, so these guys, the way tournament match play works is that you go to the prize play screen, you take a look at the courses. So obviously with Coral Ridge being out earlier this year, there's now 6 courses. So what a lot of players will do is they'll spin the trackball on that course selection screen or hit the random button, and they'll normally decide, all right, click the button 4 or 5 times.
Right.
But the courses are always randomly chosen, whether it's spinning the ball or punching the random button. But, these guys have played a lot of Golden Tee, and any of the 6 courses that they end up picking, I think we're going to see a solid match.
Yeah, I know Eddie's hoping for Jamaica. I know he's really good on that course, Jamaica Bay. That'd be in the fourth course, or maybe the fifth course now, because there's the sixth one on there. But you'll see them, like Kevin was talking, they'll spin it, they'll hit the random button. It's one of those things to where, they decide before the match. They just want to make sure it's random. So you don't see it right on the screen, but he's just spinning the trackball, and there's Eddie. He's going to spin it one time. Wherever it lands, you hear the clicking in the background. That's going to be the course that they play. Oh, and Jamaica Bay. Eddie gets his wish. So that's irony right there. But yeah, you can also see, don't mind Russell Green in his pizza pants in the background. He's doing the best he can.
Yes, I believe he actually told me that he's happy that he is on. He's happy that he's on the stream camera a little bit because I heard him talk about that plenty of times yesterday.
So they had a comment here, only 15,400 hole-in-ones. Yeah.
Now, I will say that the stats that we have up for these guys, this is just in the Golden Tee Live era. So since 2005, Eddie G's hit 15,400 hole-in-ones. Now, that doesn't include the daily contest, so a lot of these guys probably have a couple hundred or a couple thousand more.
Right.
But
and Eddie G's close to the pin player, so he's probably gotten several thousand more aces than actually what you see. So, yeah, it's a big number. They've actually hit it more. But when you have guys like Eddie who plays this game full-time, he's playing 1,000 games a month, on average, he's probably getting a hole-in-one every 3 to 5 games, and 10 to 15 hole-in-ones in a day is
it adds up over the years. Now, this is an interesting look here. A lot of these hole-ones are potentially drivable. You see Eddie G with that low 8.5 degree driver.
Yeah, and there's two ways to approach this hole. You can go left or right. I personally try to go a little bit right, but those trees come in play because by going right, you'll bounce up the rough there, and the ball will actually roll right towards the hole. The trees are in play on the left-hand side, too.
Right,
so
we saw with Eddie's shot. Now, this is a perfect example of the dynamic tee boxes that we were talking about that Jim Z implemented, because where their tee box is on that top-down view on your left-hand side of the screen, anywhere in that dark rough is where the tee box can pop up in a contest match. So that's why you see a lot of the guys will typically go right, but in this setup, it's a tough look. Now, I think he's going to try to push us forward.
You can go straight at it, and if it goes about 380 in the air, it's got a chance of rolling and bouncing up onto the green. And he hit 140. That's a great shot. It's on the green. That's a great shot.
Now he's on the fringe, but still pretty straightforward.
Right, but that could roll over, so he's got to be really careful how it's 25 yards being 75 feet.
Oh, and he just pushed it just a little bit.
And that's the fringe too, Kevin, because when you're in that fringe there, although it says it's a flat green, it's got the tendency of maybe kicking a little bit to the left or the right, and you actually got a chance to see that right there. Now, this is one of those things, Eddie was probably thinking he was going to need to make this chip to be tied. He's got a chance of getting a stroke early on him.
Yeah, and with Jamaica Bay, with this being a tropical course, there's plenty of water that even these guys, somebody like Eddie G, as good as he is, everyone has a bad shot every once in a while.
Right, and just like that.
Perfect chip.
And you saw him, the screen was not frozen there. He was thinking about that. There's certain ways that guys chip, and he was just waiting for the right time for his hand to make contact with the trackball and get that straight chip. Pin over here is pretty much in the middle of the green. The water is not playing on the right-hand side, but you still have to be careful, not too aggressive. You'll want to put bite on this to make sure it doesn't roll off the green into the water.
Now, Eddie G, I have to talk about. I love him dearly. He's a great friend, great guy, but he tries some of the weirdest shots when it comes to Golden Tee. And one of the shots of the week this week, oh, look at a beautiful shot.
Yeah, with some flair right there, too.
Yes, is him hitting a low tee 8.5 degree driver just to skip it off the water on this hole. No reason whatsoever he had to do it.
Yeah.
But he just did it because he
was
knows
probably
he
bored
can.
that day.
Yeah, exactly, which is hilarious to say. But, that's how confident Eddie Godfrey is in his play and his ability after all these years.
Yeah, and piggyback on that, Kevin, you'll make sure you punch in Golden Tee on YouTube or whatever. Also check out Eddie Godfrey's YouTube channel because not just that shot of the week that you mentioned. There's a few other shots that he's hit that he's thrown on his YouTube channel, and he finds those little tiny openings. He showed me a shot last night on Coral Ridge on the 10th hole where it didn't go in the hole, but he was able to hit a low driver through these trees and leaves, and it just found its way through. But here's a par 3. This is a perfect 8-wood backspin look right here. He's going to cut it a little bit, and then it's going to spin right back towards the hole. I wouldn't be surprised if he's 7 feet away or so.
Now, I have to tease it just because this is a really good look. But, every year, the last couple of years, we've added new tee boxes in the spring. And so we're about a few months from that happening.
Can't wait.
This is actually one of those holes that changes up completely. I've seen a few sneak previews of it. But this
Teaser
is fun.
alert.
Teaser alert. Spoiler alert.
And that's great. And that's the beautiful thing about when they change those tee boxes. That's going right at the hole. A little. Oh, it's
No, that's tough.
It's still puttable, but you really got to play a different slope. Although the green's going to say, is there a right 3 or something? Yeah, right 3. He's going to have to play like a right 4. Not the end of the world, made it look real easy, but those are things to think of when you're playing at home or your local bar. Make sure you judge a little bit more than just that right 3 slope when you're in the fringe.
Well, and talking about playing at on your home edition or your local bar, much different than coming here and playing in tournament play.
Oh yeah.
I know we talk about it a lot, but it's very important because I know I've done it, and a lot of us have done it before. You come to a tournament and actually compete. You go, well, I'm just as good. Let me go. Well, playing at your bar or with a couple of buddies on a Friday, Saturday night is much different than competing against. Whether it's 50 people, 100, or 150 or 200, it changes the dynamic of the way you play.
Yeah, and especially, me, I relate to Eddie really well. We play about the same amount. We both have, families at home, so we adjust our schedule depending on our family schedule. But he just finds a way to do really well in the contest. And it's just such a fun player to watch. Barack, on the flip side, he's really dedicated to this game and just a man on a mission, as you can see with that shot right there. One thing I'd like to add, Eddie is the money shot king. Jordan posted in the chat. He's had to turn money shot off a couple times throughout his Golden Tee career because he does chase money shot a little too much. But Jordan, it was great to see you having a good time at the Super Bowl. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Yeah, I can attest to the money shot, having to step away from that. I'm very glad that I'm on the opposite side here.
Yeah, I think Kevin set the record with 268 in one day. Just a rumor I heard. May or may not be true.
Yeah, you never know.
But we're moving along here to the 5th hole. It's a par 5. You can kind of get a little close in this look, actually. He's going to lay it up. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Barack, try to hammer it down there about 420, 430 yards on the fairway to give him a wedge into the green.
That's a fun pin and win because it's really going to show the way these guys can shape their shots in their approach.
And he's going to lay up just like Eddie G. They're going to have probably an 8-wood going in, maybe an iron. But the pin's it doesn't make it easy to hole out. They're going to be pretty conservative on this one. There's that 8-wood, and with the wind blowing a little bit right to left, it's just a 6-mile-an-hour wind, but you're going to have to cut into that wind, which is going to force the ball to the right. That rough and water is actually going to be in play on the shot, unless you keep it to the left and be really safe.
But again, shots you wouldn't necessarily hit when you're playing in a contest by yourself or at home, but safe is the best way to go here.
Right, exactly. So the machines, Matt Karen posted, they work 100%. These machines have computers inside of them. Computers can only do so much. If you're having problems with the ones in the bars, talk to the bar, talk to a bar manager, get a hold of your local vendor. You need to keep that line of communication going. Work a relationship to make sure that when you go to your location that your machine's going to be working 100%.
Yeah, and if you guys, ever have issues, we have plenty of ways to reach out to IT, whether it's on the Livewire, Golden Tee website, or the Caddy app, all that. People do that, and me specifically, try to do my best to funnel that line of communication to get things fixed.
And that's the great thing, Kevin, about having you being part of the Incredible Technologies team is because you were still a player, but you were a player. You were one of the biggest fans of Golden Tee, and you put yourself in their shoes knowing that when you go to a location, you want to make sure that if you're going to play Golden Tee at this bar or restaurant, that is a good machine. So you really do the best you can to make sure that all works out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, my friend.
But this is your pretty basic par 3. But the one thing I'd like to add, the beautiful waterfalls, the graphics that they've added over the last couple of years with some of the water and the blue water is just amazing. He's going to hit a 5 hybrid here, probably throw some bite on it, unless he hits a full shot, which I don't think he'd do in match play.
Well, unless your name's Mark Stenmark.
Yeah. But yeah, he's going to throw, there's that bite. It's a little left of the hole. That surprises me. It almost looks as if he's not on his A game right now, to be honest with you, Kevin. It's just one of those things, little things like that, to where you're looking to hit a shot and you're trying to cut it a little bit, throw a bite on it. He was going after that hole and he wasn't even close to it.
How much, if you're Brock, like we said, he's played very well over the last year. How much pressure do you think he might feel against playing somebody, even though he's the higher seed, playing somebody like Eddie G?
I think a little pressure. Just watching him play in Austin, he did extremely well under pressure. So, excuse me, there's going to be certain holes where he knows he can gain a shot, and he might be down one this whole match, and then come to 18 and have a difficult setup. So in the back of these guys' heads, and that's, Jamaica Bay might be one of Eddie's favorite courses. They both know that no matter where they're at, hole 18 is not going to be an easy eagle.
Yeah, and even though he was 350 away, the pin is a little bit lower elevation than where these guys are at. So that definitely helps take away some of the, such a far shot.
That's a great shot.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Yeah, the next hole, so they're both going to tap in for eagle here. I mean, you'll see sometimes, by the way, he's putting in for Barack. It's one of those things to where you look at it. If it's a pretty straightforward, simple shot, they will make each other shots. It's the honor system.
Yeah, it's a courtesy thing.
If he were to miss it, his opponent would get the shot back. But this has a difficult setup sometimes. And
design hole, which is coming back in a few weeks here, so get those pens and paper ready to submit your designs. But this is
Tony
actually,
Johnson.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite ones because of that dynamic tee box too. It changes the setup of the creek here. Now Eddie G, this is a really good pin spot. So I think Eddie's a little bit farther back than he wanted, but I feel like Brock, with him being down that stroke, might go and attack this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has bite instead of backspin, because he saw Eddie's shot right there with the backspin, just kind of really take the ball away from the pin. It's not going to be the easiest left 4, left 5 putt for Eddie. He shouldn't make it. But one thing Barack is looking at, those trees that are – he's trying to cut the ball to get on the green, obviously, but those trees are in play.
Now, the one thing I want to talk about, too, really quick, is that both of these guys are playing the Titan golf balls.
Okay.
So it's the new one of the new balls from Golden Tee 2020. As Mouth describes it, it's basically what is it? Not grabbers, but is it like streaks with a bigger bounce?
Yeah, it could be. That's a decent shot there.
Now, he hit it a little too hard, but he did go with bite, like you were saying.
Yeah, just to make sure he didn't have that, it didn't bounce and end up short. But yeah, it's Mouth has a great analysis of the balls and the differences between them. I would guess he said something about maybe they're like streaks with more backspin and a little bit more of a bounce. The streaks are the ball that I played for several years. Actually, I just changed to the Titans because there's a few holes I just wanted backspin on, and the streaks don't offer that much.
Yeah, and Eddie G there made his putt, but you can see, look at his face, he knew he hit that a little bit too soft. He kind of caught the left part of the cup, and it dropped. So these par threes, though, these are some pretty fun setups so far. But, again, now is not the time to be trying to hole out.
Yeah, and you could see that by Eddie's shot right there. He threw that in the middle of the green and up. He'll be about 15, 20 feet away from the hole. If you go after this one, there's a little nook in the green there, and it could trickle off in the sand. And Barack's going right after it. What a beautiful shot. No worries for him right there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, interesting going with the high tee there because you are going to lose about, 95% of the spin.
Yes.
But, but he ended up within 6 feet of the hole. So.
But like you mentioned, he used a high tee to get over that little area. So he saw that hole as an opportunity to try to get it in the hole and get a stroke back. It didn't work out, but there's still 9 more holes of Golden Tee Golf left here.
Yeah, Jamaica, there's just so many swing holes. Like 17, the par 3 can set up nasty at times. Hole 18 with the tiered green is never easy.
15 or 14 or 15, I can't remember. It's a drivable par 4, which you'll see here shortly.
Oh, yes, that one is.
If the dynamic tee box is all the way on the left-hand side, it's a pretty easy look. But if you're looking at 200 to 220 yards with that tree in front of you, that could be a hole that someone loses a stroke on. And these are holes right now.
Beautiful shot.
Great shot. They're both looking at this like, okay, this is a hole where I can get a little aggressive on. I can really go after the hole and try to get an extra stroke.
There's a lot of green to play with now. It looks like, just trying to analyze the emotion on Brock's face, he seems very stoic, like he's not letting anything get to him.
Right.
Which is different than I remember him being in Richmond and Austin. So I wonder if it's a different way that he's approaching this, and knowing that he's at that top 10 seed here in this tournament. But again, like we keep saying, Eddie G, probably the lowest qualifier he's ever had.
Yeah.
I believe he said something similar to that yesterday.
Yeah, he's got that game face on. And this is actually early on. I forgot about this hole, Kevin. This is a hole that we can have a change in the score right now.
Yeah, not a fun look. Now, if anybody can
find a way through a tree,
it's Eddie G. I'd be very shocked.
Yeah,
if
don't
he
change the channel.
Here.
You might see something you haven't seen before.
2.5 degree driver, huh? I mean, he's crazy. I mean that in the best way, nicest way possible.
That's a beautiful. And even Barack's appreciating it. He's like, man,
not
that's
only
not
did
in my
he go
bag.
through the trees, he had a 10.5-degree driver that's a higher lofty driver under the tree.
Yeah.
And then almost got great shot points on it.
Chris Longino, Lee Chepanik.
So Barack had an idea of how he was going to approach this hole, and he just saw Eddie hit that shot.
And that is where you see the difference between Eddie G over 20 years and Barack over a year.
Yes.
Because as good as Barack has become, you see a shot as crazy and good like that, it makes you question what you're going to do.
Exactly. And now he knows that Eddie's got an easy eagle here. And this is one to where he's not just thinking about getting on the green, because getting on the green is not the hardest part. It's getting it close to the hole. You can easily kind of cut the ball so it lands. You're going to want it to hit the rough if you're going to go this way and bounce up there. The problem is sometimes that rough bounces to the right into the sand. But here's Barack with his tee shot. And that's he got that friendly bounce out of the rough. He was hoping to be about maybe 8 to 10 yards closer. But
yeah, you could tell it seemed like he hit that a little bit softer than he wanted.
Okay, two eagles, and he kind of knows he escaped one right there. He was hoping to maybe get one, but he's probably more than happy moving on to the next hole, not losing a stroke. There's a few different ways to go after this hole. It looks like Eddie's going to go the old-fashioned way in the fairway. I prefer going into the rough on the right-hand side. It really depends on where the pin's at and how the wind looks. You can also tee it high from right there and go towards the end of the fairway. But that pin's on the left-hand side there, so you're going to want a little bit of backspin. When you're in the rough, you lose your backspin. So I'm not surprised they're both going in the middle of the fairway here. But they're going to be a couple hundred yards away from right there, 237. It'd be a perfect shot for a 6-wood with backspin. And that wind is kind of going towards 11 o'clock with that right 5 slope. Kind of hit straight at it, let the wind move it towards the hole, and it'll spin right back. Now, Eddie's got a different look here. That 2, and just for those that don't know, that S by the iron, that means super spin. So that ball, when it hits the green, it spins, and it spins back really quick.
Yeah, Eddie G is obviously a much smarter, better player.
That's a great shot right there.
Look at that. Oh, right by it. Now, why is there a specific hole that you could think of that the 2 iron would come into play on this course?
He likes those low clubs, so it wouldn't surprise me if he uses it to go through trees somewhere, honestly.
Okay. Now, this is the hole you were talking about, hole 13.
Yeah, this is one of them, actually. This is a pretty easy setup, but it's a lot closer than usual with that 8-mile-an-hour downwind. So you're going to probably hit a 4 or 5 wood, 4 or 3 wood with bite. Because you can't tee this one high, because like I mentioned before, you lose your backspin. It'll spin right off the back. So here's the bite. It'll hit the green. It'll trickle a little bit towards the hole and then stop. He got very lucky with that fringe bounce.
Now, why would he – explain to me why he wouldn't just go straight at that and why he would try to cut it in.
I think cutting it in, going straight at it, you can see where it's located on the green. It's more narrow. By cutting it in right there on the right –
trying to hit that left-hand side of the green.
Yeah, it's a little bit more room to play with. We'll see how Barack tackles this hole here, but, it's one of those holes where, once again, he knows he's not going to gain a stroke. He just wants to get an eagle, move on to the next one.
Right, because and here's the thing, too. Depending on where you get wet on this hole, if he unfortunately does.
It's a par.
It's a par because it's not an easy par either. No. It's not a lot of these drops are tough on Jamaica because of all that water.
Right. I'm guessing Barack was probably hoping for a 340-ish look with about a 10-mile-an-hour headwind. Headwind meaning the wind is in your face, because
you could just punch a 10.5-degree driver, probably, right?
High, yeah, but
high tee,
but it really complicates, everything. That's going to be right at the hole, actually.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah. And you can see how much that bite actually, because of the slope of that green, how much it came back. So if he had backspin on that, it would have trickled off the green. Hole 4. You stay tuned, because these next 5 holes, there's going to be a swing somewhere. Which way it goes, we won't. This is actually a pretty basic par 3, but the next 4 holes after this one, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Now, Eddie G's got a little bit of a gap there between the 9 and the 7.
Yeah, you're not going to want to hit this 9-iron, because the second it hits that green with that up 7 slope, it's going to just bounce up one time and go in the water.
And a lot of things I see new players do, and I still do it, unfortunately, is, if you trying to high tee that 9-iron with roll, thinking that the roll is going to really make a difference, but the moment that hits the green, like you're saying, even with that wind in the face and roll, it might roll a little bit farther, maybe like a yard or 2, and then it's going to kick right back in the water.
I'm curious with this bite. So he's going to hit the top of the green and roll it right towards the hole.
Martin Wiederstein. Andy Fox, Martin Wiederstein on 3.
This may be the last real decent opportunity for Barack to try to get one and tie things up. And he's thinking about that right now, knowing that there's a few tough holes coming ahead. This is a really good chance for him to put one in the hole and tie things up.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Same thing with this hole. You get wet, you're not...
He's seeing it high. For those that it's kind of hard to see with the way the window is there, but he's going after this one.
Oh, he's almost got it. That was a beautiful shot. It's, obviously sitting behind this desk and thinking about the shots is one thing versus these guys and the way they play. But, yeah, I mean, he's down to 4 holes now, and he knows Eddie G is going to put this through some kind of tree that he doesn't need to.
It looks like he'll probably go over it this time.
I'm surprised he doesn't just go around and hit some crazy shots since he's on the live stream.
That's long, is it? Oh, he's got the bite. Great shot, Eddie.
Oh,
I didn't see the
shot,
bite.
yeah.
He knows what he's doing. And there's a beautiful view of the room there. It's amazing. How many people come from all over the country to play in the tournament, to watch their friends or family play. And this is here at Sidelines Sports Pub in St. Cloud, Florida. It's a huge place.
We talk about 138 people in the main event, players in the main event Saturday and Sunday, but that doesn't count all of the wives and girlfriends and people that have come with. And also, there's a lot of people that couldn't make it because of travel issues with weather. So,
right.
140 is probably the largest Florida tournament we've had, and very exciting. And there's so many different players of all skills levels here too.
Yeah, and one thing too, a lot of people traveled in for this. Florida's got a pretty decent following as far as Golden Tee goes. But there's a very small percentage of Florida players. He missed that left. It looks like it just went straight. Actually, that was too bad for Barack right there.
Yeah, that was a tough break.
But it's not over because we've got. This actually is a very friendly setup. He's going to put it out on the fairway. He's going to have about a 4 or 5 wind in, with backspin. You want the wind in your face on this one. Hole 17 could be a game breaker depending on that look, and then hole 18 obviously. But I don't see Eddie giving up a stroke on 18. I'd be real curious how 17 is set up.
The only way I could see him giving up a stroke on hole 18 is depending on where the pin's at and where the tier is.
Yeah, but Eddie G, knowing this course so well, I think he's probably already thinking about how he's going to approach 18 now that he's got a 2-stroke lead, but that's one thing. He's hoping for the pin to be in the bottom. Barack is hoping for the pin to be on the top, and that's the wonderful thing about this game is you don't know the setup until you actually get to the hole, and the different pin spots and the placement on tiered greens can really complicate things. But yeah, with the down 10 slope green, what I mentioned before is having that 9-mile-an-hour headwind. It's going to hit that green. It's actually going to bounce up, or it's going to spin up towards the hole. If you had the downwind, if that was 9 miles an hour blowing, they would club down a little bit, maybe hit a 5 or a 6 wood, and try to keep it a little closer to the top of that hill.
Yeah, no easy putt here for these guys once they get on the green. All right, so we're update on the bracket. Clint Grover beat Jason Lociavo, so that was the number 1 seed qualifier. Clint Grover taking on number 32. So Clint won, and then let's take a look at PEGTtour.com.
Chris Brewer moves on, beating Brian Sharp.
Mike Bryson.
Yeah, and then
That's
Seth
short.
Stanford.
That's short.
Now he got
very lucky.
You can see a look on that. That's where the 2-iron is just very interesting. He has that super spin. Actually, both of these guys have the same club. He's like, all right, that was his chance.
Yeah, Barack knows that was definitely, the door was starting to open really slowly, and if that would have gotten wet, that is no easy chip for par either. So he's going to have a putt here for birdie. Barack's he's going to go after this
now
one, Kevin.
I bet you he changed his approach now because
Definitely.
They both have the super spin 2-iron, and now he goes, all right, well, Eddie G just almost messed that up. How do I change my approach?
I like the A with the hard part with this. He's going to hit a full shot into it. What a crazy man. That's a great shot. But yeah, he didn't want to do that. This is not the easiest putt. This really isn't. That 10 slope green, it's not the easiest putt, but easy for Eddie G. So we're going to find out right now where that pin's at. And it's up on the top. So it'd be really interesting to see how Eddie approaches this. Like I mentioned before they started, I think Jamaica, if it's not his favorite course, he feels really comfortable playing it. Yeah, he's got a shot in his bag to tackle this one. You don't want to be in the bottom tier because it's very difficult to get back up. You also don't want to leave, a 10 to 20 yard chip because you can hit your next shot and it can trickle onto the bottom tier. So there's a chance that if he doesn't put this one close, Barack could try to gain a couple strokes and force overtime. And it's one of those ones where you can't lay up, Kevin, because if you lay up, he knows that depending where you're at,
there's no room in that green.
That's here. It's too hard to get it up the first time. So what he's going to try to do here, he's going to float over those rocks, and he actually wants it to hit the sand, hit the rough on the left side there by the pin. And, I mean, there's a chance he might put it within 10 feet of the hole, but there's also a chance he might hit a rock. And there's so many different things that may happen depending on the bounce that he gets. And here he is with his shot. It's going to be on the bottom tier. And it's going to,
oh, wow.
We'll call that fringe love.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, Barack's going to have to go in the hole now because Eddie can actually he might not be very aggressive with this putt because it's in the fringe. He might just lag it a little bit to guarantee birdie, assuming Barack doesn't ace this. But if there was anybody in this room that was able to acing a look like this, Barack would be one of those few guys that could do it. But assuming that he's not able to put this one in the hole and Eddie G moves on, he's not out of this tournament. It's a great win for Eddie, to kind of,
especially after a rough qualifier.
Yeah, after a rough qualifier. And that's what I thought Eddie's was going to do, actually. And you'll see here, this is a very difficult putt. It doesn't get to the hole from, no matter where you're at, just the way it's designed. Eddie's, he's going to lag this. He doesn't need to go for it. So Eddie's going to win by 2 strokes. A great battle. But you can see you pick and choose what holes you go after, Kevin. And you just, at a certain point, you wait for your opponent to make mistakes, and then you just capitalize off of them and just keep on playing your game, moving along.
Yeah, these guys, both great players. Not the start that Brock wanted with the, that top 10 qualifier that he had. But, again, he's not out. Still has a lot of time. Now we're taking a look at Jeff Hatfield and Adam Harris.
All right, I'm going to sign off. I got to go play my match. So jumping in for me is Paul Lady. You guys will be definitely entertained, and thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
It's coming back. Call for 2, a birdie attempt. Call for 1 with a putt for birdie.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Paul, thanks for joining, my friend.
How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Did you play your match today?
Yeah, I played purple. I won 28-23.
There you go. Solid. So Jeff Hatfield has been around a long time. I have not actually seen him in years, but I'm very happy to see him back at traveling to tournaments. And then, he's a good, solid player, but Adam Harris is a home edition owner, and he plays a lot. We had some good conversations on Friday.
Splat plays a lot. So, they all square?
I believe so. This is Oakwood, so it's a little bit of a tougher course.
Okay, so it's 19,
so Jeff,
18?
Yeah, so Jeff has got to try to get one back. He still has 6 holes left to go. Is that Paul Ditka?
Yeah, I didn't do the Ditka get up this weekend. It's just way too warm. It was kind of a pain in Austin. I got really warm during my matches.
Now Adam Harris is really he is very good at his thumbs. You'll see him on that upper camera, especially when it comes to a straight shot. He loves using those thumbs to push straight forward.
Thumb shot with streaks, too, is nice. I like. Ooh, thought I almost got called. Yeah, Hatfield's a very, very solid player. I met him my first PEGT tournament back when it was at the House Pub. I think that's when you and me played purple on Royal Cove and shot whopping minus 13, minus 14 scores.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
That was a very interesting location.
That was warm, especially all those Golden Tee players and all those machines crammed in that small room upstairs. Not to say the host wasn't great,
Just a tight space.
Just a tight space. And then the AC goes out, we're opening up windows, getting every fan going we can. It was a little rough.
Very, the difference between, 6-7 years ago. No, this is one of those par threes that Brian and I talked a little bit about the dynamic tee boxes. It's really interesting. It doesn't change much on this par three because you're surrounded by sand no matter what.
Yeah. But it does change in the fact that you're either shooting uphill or you're shooting downhill.
Right, and these guys having that wind in their face, it actually works out that they're shooting uphill.
Right.
Because like you saw at Hatfield, he just high teed it and just pushed a soft 5 hybrid up there.
Yep. So Adam Harris shooting clean.
Now, if you guys, I know there's a lot of comments from a lot of guys we know, John Janza, Ryan Tanzi, Quentin Shaw, Brian Wiegers, Scott Dahl, thanks for joining as well. Make sure you guys, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, make sure you're sharing this.
I know I did.
Even if you're watching it on YouTube, go on your Facebook and or whatever the case may be. Oh, look at that shot by Adam. That's a beautiful, beautiful shot, almost an ace on the par 4, but make sure you're getting out there and sharing these videos on the Golden Tee groups and your personal pages. It's a lot of fun. It's going to be a long day, 138 players. But when I say long day, I mean that in the best way possible because, these fields keep growing.
Yep.
And it's fun to sit and commentate on these matches, whether it's gold bracket or purple bracket. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. He dropped it off of the fringe. We got to watch this replay. Wow. I hope Adam lets it.
I hope Adam lets that play.
No, he just skipped it. That's great.
Oh no, he's sending it to YouTube. So if we could get it back on the screen.
You should stare him down and tell him to let him watch it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, look at the shot. I thought it had a chance, and he had backspin on that.
He high-teed it, I believe, too.
Yeah, now just
it was off the rough.
Yeah. He had enough backspin where it just dropped in the cup. I mean, if you're going to tie a match, that's a hell of a way to do it.
Yes, sir. Oh, wow.
Yes,
see, that's where the nerves come in. So somebody just ties you up on a par 4.
Now look at that, 70,000 great shot points. So that's definitely not the first shot that he's gotten in or close. So when you see a scorecard like that, Jeff is going, thank God I made that shot, but wow.
Yeah.
And like you said, Harris, making that putt, you could see it in his face. He was a little uneasy about that. All right, we're being asked about Russ and Matt Kay. So let's pull up the brackets. You can also go to PEGTtour.com and then hover over tournaments and then go to St. Cloud to get the leaderboards and the brackets. I believe that match is still going between Matt and Russ. Actually, breaking news, Matt Cavanaugh just beat him, which is Matt Cavanaugh actually yesterday, one of the top qualifiers on a course, I believe.
Yep. It was it Powell?
It might have been Powell. There was a lot of very interesting people on the leaderboard. So
Chris Knight, Robert Washburn. Chris Knight, Robert Washburn are 19.
Was he? I could have sworn he was a top.
I thought he was too. I believe he might have been top qualifier on Lake Powell with the 28.
Powell was a tough setup.
Yeah, that was Mouth and I were talking about it last night, and then Brian and I were talking about this morning. Really, really difficult look on 17 that was throwing a lot of people off.
Yeah, 17 got me. So this hole here, there's 2 or 3 ways you can go here. You can go over to this patch over here, which is yard, which pretty much plays his first cut. And you can go straight out and try to get it up as close to those bunkers while still maintaining fairway and shoot it straight over. But with that wind, it's looking like we're going to have to go over here to the yard and play a cut shot in, which is going to be really difficult. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do here.
Yeah, this is a tough, nasty setup. But you can tell both these guys are probably feeling much better. Well, at least Hatfield is, knowing that they're tied because, a lot of pressure on this hole because you're down to 16, 17, 18. Now, Adam going straight forward. Interesting.
I thought he was using streaks. I guess did he change it up and go to stouts with that?
Brock Tamel, Eddie G, I need to know who won your match.
I'm pretty sure he went to stouts. I'm pretty sure Harris is playing stouts.
Well, I will tell you in just a moment or two, my friend.
So Hetfield's going to let it bounce
That's a
here.
beautiful bounce.
That's a good bounce. That's scary doing that sometimes, especially with a wind like that, pushing it straight to the right.
Oh,
no!
he just missed the putt. Oh my gosh! You can see a look on his face. That's
rough.
tough.
That's tough.
That's rough.
You know, we've all missed putts like that, though.
And those are the worst when it's right there. So it looks like Adam is using the stouts. Adam Harris is using stouts right now.
I believe they both are. A lot of people are switching to those. I just can't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, it takes a lot of the wind out of play, but it's been working for a lot of players.
Yeah, Jared Decker switched to him. He said 1 month he's just going to play his home edition and learn stouts, and he's been in love with them ever since.
You know, we got 2 holes left. I think we'll take a look at the final match. I mean, these are 2 difficult setups. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. 18 can be pretty nasty, so Hatfield has a chance to gain a stroke back depending on where that pin placement is on hole 18. This, I mean, he holed out a par 4. He had a hole-in-one on par 4. He's got a chance.
I'm not going to put it past him to drop him.
Man, that looks like it might just drop right in the cup. Oh! Now, even though he had that bite with that wind, it just kicked right back.
Yeah, and how hard he had to hit it. So you get anything up above 120 miles an hour, bite's going to react a lot like backspin.
9, Scott Towers, Bill Boykin. Scott Towers, Bill Boykin on 9.
So here's where the nerves come in. Let's see how Harris takes this. That's not an easy setup.
Yeah.
That is not an easy setup.
I wonder if this is actually the setup that I was playing in a couple of games last night with these guys. I don't know if it's still here, but it was similar. 17-mile-an-hour wind to the left. Now, Adam's got, I think, an advantage because he has sharp thumbs. Now, where he can push it soft. Now,
that's going to –
oh, no.
That wow. I'm really glad we kept it on this match.
Yeah, I was really concerned. I mean, his thumbs are so good, but it felt like he just didn't push it out hard enough.
Right. So he's got to eagle this.
And it's tough because it's like, do you hit a 6-wood here with bite and then have a down 11 putt, or do you hit a 5-wood and have to cut it a little bit or hit it slow?
He threw that way out though. That's not going to come back. That's not going to come back.
Yeah, you can tell he's not happy with that.
Yeah.
That 17-mile-an-hour wind just went nowhere.
Yeah.
Now, these guys hit 2 different spots. So I think we have 2 different drops.
We do.
Which Adam, I think, might pull this off because he's got a more favorable drop. I mean, he's going to putt in for par, but now Jeff's battling a downwind, or a 17 wind and down.
Well, at least he's got a lob wedge.
But this would be perfect if he had super spin on that lob wedge. And he's got to hit that very soft with backspin, almost push it straight and let the slope take it down. Now, Brian and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but if you're just joining us, the way sudden death works, if we go into it, now he hit that too hard.
Yeah, only bite.
Yeah, he put.
That's going to wrap it up. We're going to switch over here to the next match.
Yeah, so Harris is going to walk away with the victory there.
Bad luck on. I'm going to go luck on that one.
Yeah, that was just. I mean, that was a tough setup, and 2 different drops based on where they hit the water, and but that's what happens on Sunday match play. Yeah. So now we've got Jared Decker, who was number 2 at the World Championship last year, nearly took down Mark Stenmark, and he was a home edition owner that not a lot of guys knew. And now he feels a lot of pressure, whether he says it or not.
Yeah.
Because you literally almost beat.
You have a hype to live up to.
Exactly. You nearly beat the world champion to ever beat. I mean, Stenmark. Stenmark is guaranteed a top 4 spot on the Golden Tee Mount Rushmore. You know what I mean? He had a Power Events national tournament streak that was
was it 32 matches?
32 or 33 wins straight, and it was like 3 or 4 tournaments, or however it works out. I mean, it was actually closer to like 10 or 12. It was a ridiculous couple of years. I mean, and those were the years where there was not a world championship. There was just the player of the year.
Right.
And if there was a world championship when Stenmark was going his run, he would be a 4 or 5-time champion.
Oh, absolutely. So who do you think would be on Golden Tee Mount Rushmore?
It's a tough conversation. I feel
would you lonely limit it to 4? Or would you probably have to up it to like 6?
I feel like 6. I mean, you could also do a Mount Rushmore for each of the eras of Golden Tee.
You could.
Even
But-
going back to 3D golf, because
Yeah.
it's like Ryan Bourgeois played very well and won national tournaments in 3D golf and 4.
Yep.
Obviously, Steve Sobey,
Yes.
not to be confused with Power Event Steve Sobel, but Steve Sobey, 3-time national champion.
Yep.
Greg Kinsler, the
Two-time
two-time world
world
champ, but
champion.
also the first Golden Tee World Champ in 2002.
Yes.
So there's so much. Of course, Andy Haas with his 2 world
absolutely.
championships. We just talked about Mark Stenmark, of course. I don't know. I feel like that's something I want to work towards in this year is actually like pulling the stats for all these guys and like trying to figure it out. Like
You get somebody to redo Black Hills and put their faces on it.
Yes, that would be hilarious. All right, I am actually going to step away really quick. I'm going to grab some food, and then I believe Adam Fitzgerald might be coming in to take my place here. So, Paul Lady, continue the call. We'll be right back, my friend.
I really hate doing it by myself, but I'll make it work. So, yep, Bryant, he is the GOAT. So, all right, guys, coming up to this par 4, number 5. Both using a high tee, it looks like. So, looks like both players are using stouts here. We know Decker likes to use, and we got my main man coming in to help me out, Mr. Adam Fitzgerald.
Holy cow.
Oh, hey, we're doing it again,
Maybe this will get my hands to stop shaking today.
right? You a little nervous?
No, I don't think so. I maybe drink too much. I don't know. Look at that. And it's good radio, right? You can see my hands shaking.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. No, I'm not really nervous. I did win a match in the gold bracket somehow.
Did you?
I did.
Wow.
I know. The
Congrats.
world might have ended just now.
Huh?
The world might have just ended.
I hope not.
No, I played.
I don't want to die in Florida, man.
Well, I could think of worse places.
Well,
I went to extras with Gary Sheldon. Got lucky on hole 6.
did you hole out?
No, he hit a bad shot.
I hate when that happens. I'd rather hole out
I'd rather
over
beat
time.
him than take it. you
Yeah.
know? Yeah. That was a tough little hole, but nothing major. He just hit a shot, didn't come back on a hook. And what are we watching here, man?
Oh, we're watching Jared Decker versus Mr. Woods.
Little Matt Woods. I like Matt.
Yeah.
I love his accent.
Yeah.
His favorite accent in GT. Leave it to me to not talk about Golden Tee at all and just talk about weird stuff.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, buddy.
So there's many ways to play this hole. With that wind, you can go straight over the island, go onto the other fairway, especially with that tee position.
Yep. And the wind is pretty helpful here.
Yeah.
I
I
pretty exclusively go up top there now.
Really?
Yep.
I can't. I love the 3-wood cut around when the pin's tucked back when you're on the island.
It's,
that 3-wood
it's a makeable
cut around.
cutter.
It's
like almost a routine cutter, which is weird.
Yeah.
But
which is like something you don't ever think
yeah,
of.
no, you don't want to be. For me, I don't want to be cutting the ball if I don't have to, right?
Right?
So,
I want that basic
yeah.
180.
Especially with 11 here.
So before you got here, me and Kevin were talking about the Mount Rushmore of Golden Tee.
Okay.
Well, and we were debating on like, what would it be? Would we keep it to 4 or would it have to be 6? I would think it would have to be 6. You know.
I mean, if it's a Mount Rushmore, it should only be 4, right?
Yeah, but then you got to go
you
got to go through the eras of. You know,
I'm probably
of
going to
Golden
be
Tee.
out on those old dudes. I don't know a lot of them.
Yeah.
I mean, other than like Sobey and
So
what's the other,
Sobey,
Ron Burgess.
Yeah. It's pretty much.
That's
you
pretty
named
much all I know.
You named the 2.
Well, all right. Then
You
I'm
named
good.
the 2 that Kevin named.
All right. Well, then good.
But
I'm
you
more
got-
than I thought. I knew.
Well, yeah, but you got Mark Stenmark.
Stenmark's definitely on.
Yeah, you got Greg Kinsler.
Got to be close to consideration.
Yeah.
Andy Haas.
Andy Haas, both two-time world champions.
Yeah. Sobey kind of put the game on the map, you know?
He really did. You know, I remember when I first started playing, he was there giving you tips.
Right. I don't know if you could do it without him on there, honestly. That's
I don't
my
think
feeling.
so.
And Stenmark is, to me, is the greatest player that's played the game.
Yeah,
So I don't know that you could do it without him.
I don't think
Andy
so.
Haas has got to
Definitely,
be up
yeah.
there. So that's 3 without anybody else.
That's 3 alone. I mean, I think Kinsler's got to be up there.
I don't know.
That's
I don't know if you can exclude Kins. Spanned every
I mean,
era.
and I'm trying not to be biased about it. I mean, yeah, he's one of my best friends.
I love
but,
Kins, but I mean, he's spanned every era of GT,
Right.
you know, almost. So,
Yeah.
and he's two-time world champ. He's still competitive when he comes to the events.
So
Can win a tournament. So
the newest generation of players, though,
we're going to try Mount Rushmore of that.
just only 4. So Stenmark
So
would
we're,
be definitely
we're
number
just
1.
taking Sobey out and
Yeah,
Burgess
yeah,
out.
yeah.
It's not going to change a ton. We're
Yeah.
gonna
but
we're still
I mean,
Stenmark.
if we do the newer generation,
fourth
I
one,
think
though.
I think we'd have to take Kins out if we're doing a new generation.
Just because, I
just
think
because
his world champions aren't there, and while he's still competitive every time he shows
So
up, he
I
hasn't had the wins that those guys have had, you
Right.
know, and the consistency, I guess you'd say.
I would
He
have-
doesn't attend as many tourneys as he used to either.
So we're getting requests to get the Mouth John T match on live stream.
We don't have a ton of control. Is he
Yeah,
playing? Yeah, we don't have that match,
match,
unfortunately.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I wish we did.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see Mouth
Yeah.
today, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys really want to watch the Mouth. Who doesn't,
Mouth.
though, really?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Entertaining.
The way he rests his crotch on the Golden Tee machine right there in the corner before he hits the
You know,
ball.
I love Mouth. The only problem I've had when I play with Mouth is I have to straighten the machine out after every shot.
Yeah.
That's a little annoying. But as long as they don't put me on the stream, we'll be good today.
Yeah.
All right, so back to our
Back
Mount
to
Rushmore.
we got Stenmark definitely. I
Voices in my
think,
ears
I
tell
think
we gotta
Luna
finish
would
this.
have to be on there.
So that's what I was going to say. So we got Stenmark, we got Haas, and then we got to fit two more. And if you're only talking the modern era, Luna probably has the most other tournament wins, I would think.
I would say. Yeah.
And trying to get a fourth. I mean, there's a lot of guys.
I've been thinking
Evan
like
Gossett,
Evan Gossett,
world champ.
World champ. Fox. Andy Fox.
Andy Fox has won a ton of tournaments.
Yeah. See, this is the difficult part. That last spot.
Of course, the one tournament I can't look right down the leaderboard and see all the guys because most of them aren't here.
Right.
I think, boy, Evan would be in consideration. I don't think we're missing anybody. I mean, it's just the guys that attend all these tournaments
Yeah.
recently. I mean, there's a lot of good players, but guys that have won and consistently won,
Yeah.
he's probably on it.
Foxy.
I don't know. I think I'd go Evan.
You go Evan.
I like Fox. I think he's good if not better player, but, you know, world champ, man. He's a world champ. Evan's a world champ. He's won a bunch of tournaments. He's in contention almost every tournament he's in.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
So is Andy,
he
though.
does have his moments when he folds.
I mean, Fox plays as much, if not more than anybody. I mean,
Yeah.
he's as good as anybody. We're 1A, 1B kind of, or 4A, 4B maybe on this one, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Good thing I don't have to make that decision. You know, make him Mount Rushmore.
yeah. Decker has definitely been an up and comer. Getting that home,
but he's not there.
He's not there yet.
Jared's a good dude. Hopefully
he's good people.
He's going to make a run here today. I'm
So let's see
assuming.
how he handles his chip right here. So this is where the nerves come into play. No, oh,
Good run.
the
there.
way that came off looked
Look
a
at him.
little.
He didn't like it either.
Yeah. Sometimes a chip just feels weird coming off your hands. I don't know how you chip, but I mainly use my fingertips.
One finger, yeah.
Fingertips.
Yeah, one or two, depending on how long it is.
I kind of keep it like that triangle, and I keep them
a
cupped.
long middle swear finger. Swear
Yeah.
finger? You call it a swear finger? Yeah, we'll go with that. That's how I chip. I used to try to.
Oh,
my God, what a run.
He's trying.
Terry Boyer, Steve Bigger.
Where are we at for score? We tied? I was watching.
Decker's up one.
Up one?
Up one.
I'm not much for talking GT when I do this.
No,
I just get
that's
into other
okay.
stuff.
That's all right.
I'm
You got
sorry.
me to help. You got
got
me
to
to
keep
help
track
you
of
out.
that kind of thing.
Hey, that's.
So what?
Coming back.
Are we on Mixer today? Later?
We are on.
Are we on
I
it
think
right
we're
now?
on Mixer on right now.
Are we?
Yeah.
Of course, our guy didn't have his headphones on when we asked that
No.
question. I was wondering if we were on Mixer right now. We're doing. Are we front paging later? We're not.
front
We're doing
page.
it later. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
I got you. So we might have we'll have a Mixer front page later. We just don't know the exact time yet, so we'll get it to you guys as soon as we know.
Yeah.
Last time we did that, we had a lot of viewers, so it's good for the game.
Watching these guys hit stouts just totally screws in my head.
Yeah, I can't even watch
because it's like, oh God, you only threw it out that far against the tent, and
It's gonna go in the water.
Stop moving. Okay.
Nothing against the stout players. It's just not
No.
for me, man.
So he's gonna.
But man, there's a lot of guys playing.
There's a lot of guys switching to him. I know.
Even
I
some of
just
the guys
can't get
I'm-
over the. I just can't get over the distance loss.
Yeah, it's-
And then I like hitting my fulls.
I'm all for IT nerfing the stouts. No, I don't
it's-
mind the win part of it. They just can't go as far as they do.
Right.
They go a long way, man. They don't lose much.
What, the
The
stouts?
distance is pretty comparable.
Really?
And it bounces too, so it's the best of. But whatever. Learn how to cut the ball. That's what I was saying. But obviously, the best players in the world are playing stouts right now.
so
Lance is playing stouts. Jared's playing
Bryant
stouts.
wants to see a Fitz lady match
After they both take a few car bombs. Boy,
Well,
if I do car bombs, that ain't even gonna be
We'll see what
close.
time we get done. Maybe
We can get that in.
Oh, there's John. There's my buddy Bearded Leo, Jonathan Hollis, right there. He's good. He's gonna hopefully share the stream on his group and get his bunch of his followers.
Fireball shirt is bringing the heat.
Yeah.
Ironic. Matt is awesome. That guy is a lot of fun.
Yeah. So sorry
Joe,
for taking
Joe.
some into your comments.
So assuming somebody wanted to vote for JoJo on the Mount Rushmore there.
JoJo's a great player.
And if it was the Mount Rushmore of dailies,
yes,
I think he's the king. Him and Chip, it would be right there. I don't even think there's a 3.
No, definitely not a 3.
And we had 250 current viewers without being on the front page. That's awesome.
That's not updating.
This is
what are stouts? Stouts are the
it's a ball.
It's a ball. It's a ball in Golden Tee. Yeah. What else do you need to know? No,
you purchase it and play with it.
Thanks, buddy.
Who's O2 Golf?
O2 Golf.
We're gonna need a name.
We're gonna need a name to follow so we can.
Especially when you give us a shout out. Yeah.
The
stout.
So, stout. Back to the stout. So a stout ball takes the wind out of takes the wind out of play.
They tell
much.
me half.
Yeah, they say it's cut in half.
So if you got a 13-mile-an-hour wind, it plays like it's 6.5.
Look at this, Jonathan. Thank you, Bearded Leo is what we call him. Bearded Leo. Followed. I was sitting on.
So Mark Tate is Tate, but like up there, was it O2 Golf?
O2
you
Golf.
Were just randomly switched names. Maybe you signed in. Probably signed in.
Less
YouTube.
wind effect. Yeah. So. Oh, Paul. Quiet Q.
Oh, Paul. Shouldn't you be streaming your own game right now?
Yeah. Shouldn't you be on Twitch streaming, getting your 4 followers?
Hey, we're probably on Twitch. Wait, we don't do Twitch. We do. All 4. YouTube, Facebook, Mixer. Awesome.
We're
That's
rocking
awesome.
everywhere.
Fans, you guys are killing it up there. The guys in the booth up there
they do a fantastic job. So I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the winner of the purple bracket this week
gets a world champs pass.
Gets a world championship pass.
I can't even win that.
Right?
Yeah, we'll stream that match. We'll stream a couple of the final purples, but yeah, we'll definitely have that match on the stream. That's going to be exciting, man. They've done it at the Houston the last couple of years, but now they're doing it every single
it was
tournament.
Player of the Year got it right this year.
IT's teaming with PGT here for the national tour now, so they decided to give one away at every tournament.
Bring a tournament to Boston. Well,
Boston.
Boston. Well, bringing a tournament to Boston would be difficult considering we have many.
How many bars this bigger in Boston? 0. There's no way there's as much real estate up there for giving it away.
See, but locations are like getting the tournament to the PGT to switch like areas is really difficult to do. You either have to have a falling out with a bar, or like just don't like the bar. But everything's pretty set so far.
I don't see anything changing here in the near future.
No, Sussex is a lock always. This place is always a lock.
This place is fantastic.
This is one of Sobel's favorite.
Well, and it's Florida in February. Let's be honest.
The
bar's great.
The bar's great. They keep us stocked with Busch Light.
Oh yeah, cheers, buddy.
Cheers, brother.
Weird that we're drinking that.
Isn't it? It's kind of ironic.
I don't know whose job it is to work on sponsorship, but you guys are failing.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple beer sponsorships they have had. They have had a couple of the money.
Michelob Ultra.
Michelob Ultra. Come on, man. There's some people drinking that here, but this Busch Light is far and away. I got long arms.
You got long arms.
All right, well, I'm going to go home and just get my own Busch Light sponsor then, and maybe I'll share it with you guys when I'm done.
You feel free to have one of those if you're running low.
I am running low. I'll take one, too. That's my goal, I guess, when I get home. Get Busch Light to sponsor me, Team Wisconsin or something. I will.
Yeah.
I will.
We'll wholeheartedly
video right to them,
drink
and
this
I'll
right on camera for you guys.
Hopefully, I'll make another video better after I have about 20 more of these Busch Lights today.
Bring a tournament. Well, Rick, there is a tournament
in Milwaukee. Come on, man.
Jeez,
are you in the dark?
Yeah, there's been the Wisconsin Open been going on since.
This is 14 or 15.
14, like the second.
This year.
It's probably the second longest.
It's the longest now because Richmond is done.
So, but Richmond lasted like
16 years. Yep. So this would be the second longest running one, I guess you could say.
Yeah, go ahead and go to pegttour.com. That's pegttour.com.
I always skip the T, too. It's easy to do.
Yeah. And make sure you can see the whole lineup of tournaments coming on this year.
Yeah, and if it doesn't say 14th or 15th, Daniel, I'm going to yell it.
Yeah, there's a big gap between St. Louis and Evansville because of Worlds.
There is. As big as that gap is, there's about a small gap coming
Jared
up here.
Decker makes it look easy dropping a 30 right there.
He makes a lot of things look easy. Anyway, there's a small gap coming up between Orlando and Sussex.
Yeah.
Not even a month from today.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be my last tournament for the year.
Yeah.
Unless I make Worlds.
Yeah. I'm not going to Worlds unless I qualify. Last year I went to hang out, but I got me some softball coaching to do, you know?
Yeah, you do.
Priorities, I suppose.
Priorities, yeah.
Some of us have lives outside of Golden Tee. You might not believe that, but we're not all nerds.
Jordan's on the stream. What's up, buddy? Welcome.
Jordan is famous now.
Jordan is famous.
I just saw a Make-A-Wish page pop up on I think it was my Instagram, popped up, and the Make-A-Wish page directly, not like his page or anything.
Yeah.
And that was at 180,000 views this morning when it popped up of his interaction with Jerry Rice, and Jerry Rice gave him the Super Bowl ring to try on. Pretty awesome, man.
So,
and, congrats on that and your trip down there. It looked fantastic.
It did.
Man, I want to go Super Bowl like that. He was VIP.
Right up front. So I'm going to get to Rick's question here. He's says new home edition owner, only 374 games played, wants to be good enough for next year. Honestly, the way you get better is you come to a tournament.
Yeah, two things. Come to a tournament or try to find somebody better to play with. I know your home edition's awesome. That's one way to save a lot of money learning stuff. Go to a bar, play with somebody better, go to a tournament, play with somebody better, and then go home and practice.
There's got it. Like, go on the Golden Tee fan page and look at people who play in your area, and you either invite them over or meet them up at a bar or go play some tee.
Right. So we switched to the Barack Tamal. Who else?
It's Brock.
Oh, I did say. Did I say Brock?
You did. It's
Brock. I've kind of run it as Brock. It's not like Brock. It's like Brock.
Brock.
Get it? That's right. I actually hang out with quite a bit. And he made sure that I know the way. So if I do that again, you can yell at me.
All right.
I'll have to hold a shot. I'm going to hold a shot already because that's what you do if you say Brock. Who's he playing?
I
didn't
Green.
see.
Russ Green.
Oh, Russ. My man Russ.
Russ Green.
Russ is wearing pizza pants, I believe. His Sunday pizza pants. Not everybody could pull off wearing a pair of pants with a bunch of pizza on it, but he seems to do it pretty well.
Did they just call me?
I don't know. I didn't hear. Didn't sound like you.
Okay.
But it could have been.
No.
Nah.
They
I'm hoping that the voices in our ears will let us know if they call us for a match. Because, I mean, if I miss a match in the main for doing this, that would be rough. I mean, I'm probably going to lose anyway, but. Seth Standifer, I guess, is my next victim.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Buddy, I like Seth.
Yeah.
Good friends.
That doesn't mean take it easy on him.
Hell no. No, I'll be nice to him. Mouth is coming up.
Yeah, Mouth's coming up on the stream against Lee.
Against Lee Shepernick. Where's this match at here? Can we get a quick run on this match? I just want to see if it's... we're pretty early in this match.
Yeah, we're pretty early. I think they're all square.
So. This is Lake Powell.
Oh.
Let's wait for the other match to get in a little bit here. We can finish up. We can go a little bit here.
Are we all square? Oh, no, I think... Oh.
They were even close.
Russ is down a stroke.
This is actually a great match here, the Brock and Russ. And these two guys, Russ. Brock is probably our biggest up-and-comer, I would say. I don't know if anybody's even close, honestly. Jared Decker is...
From last year's Florida Open to this year.
So this is a guy who didn't make Worlds last year.
No.
Okay? He's wearing a World shirt right now, but that's not his, trust me. And he should have, probably, yes. But to where he's actually been in the top 4, I believe, of the last 2 tournaments he's played, including Austin, which is one of the biggest field we've had ever, I think, or at least since like the glory old days. But
150 players?
156. Man, I'm going to miss that up, but somewhere in that area.
Yeah. So Brock's going to hit a full here. Let's see what.
Oh, that's over a foot. No, man, this guy.
It's beautiful.
I'm telling you, he has that attitude, that makeup, that he is going to be the best at anything he does.
Yep.
And I don't want to get in his way right now. When he gets focused, he's a machine. So
yes.
I see him going deep here today. He did lose his first match, so he's got some work to do. But maybe, you can't win them all. Everybody loses them all. Stenmark loses them,
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. So
look at what Stenmark did. He lost to Jared Decker in the second, I think it was the second round of Worlds.
Yeah, and came back
and won it.
Yep.
And double dipped him.
Most of these guys that are in the main are capable of, beating anybody here at any point. So
it looks like Mouth and Lee Chapernick are up and running. Let's take a quick.
Yeah, we can pull back. If this match gets close at the end, maybe we can go back and check it out.
Let's see what Russ does here. Yeah.
All right. So we'll switch over to the Mouth match and Lee Chapernick here. And
this is not an easy setup either. This is
Brock hit a full in here, right? I mean,
yeah. So he's going to cut it back.
This is actually
look at this.
really good.
This is really good.
I'd take
That's
that.
a
You know what I mean?
shot.
If that shot, put her on there and make it.
Yeah. So
there we go. There's Big Lee.
Big Lee.
Floridian Lee.
One of the nicest guys you'll meet here.
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah.
Are we up, Seth?
So we're on Dodge.
Are we up? No. Seth Standifer just coming over. Probably coming over here to razz me. Ow.
I appreciate you paying attention.
video backdrop. He's the good-looking guy making our video look better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful beard he's got. It's so luscious.
Bald head.
And
I'm
that
rub his
bald
head for luck. I wasn't just talking crap about you. Sorry, you know. Oh yeah, it is unfortunate. I wasn't just talking crap about beating you either. If I said I wasn't just talking crap about beating you coming up here, wasn't me. No, it was somebody else. It was Stink.
Yeah, totally.
Confident-ish. I'm just happy to be here. Did I say that? I'm just happy to be here. No. Yeah, we spin Dodge. He's done.
So.
All right. Where are you at, Stink? We got any comments to hang out and talk about?
No,
here?
we're sitting square here.
Russ doesn't pull off the pizza pants either, Mr. Van Hoosier, our MC. Yeah,
well, I hope
Matt.
he doesn't pull them off. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, leave his pants on,
right?
Man. Is Tamel trying to protect his shot by staying in bunt mode? He might be. I'll tell you what, Brock, everything he does is definitely planned out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now.
Yes.
So he hits a shot. He doesn't. If he doesn't want Russ to see it, he won't show it. But I think it's probably just the way he plays. We got to leave our shot meters on.
So
right?
Lee's got a plus iron here, so that's going to cause a little bit more backspin. Let's see what he does here with that.
He's not going to hit it. He's like, nope.
No. I'm walking away. I don't know what to do here.
Mouth wander off. Those of you that don't know Mouth, he has a tendency to just kind of wander.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird during a match, but you never know. Maybe you had to go to the bathroom or something.
It's Mouth.
Here he comes. This match is going to be a lot more animated, David Bishop says. Yeah, pretty much everything Mouth does is animated, no doubt about it.
So, good shot there. Could have put it closer. Let's see what Mouth does.
What is Mouth wearing? I think that's a fantastic outfit.
Mouth?
It's like an Army Ranger.
Yeah.
You know, I don't explore the outfit thing very much on that. I
don't either, but I like the helmet. I like the Army.
That's cool.
The Army face.
That's cool.
Nice shot, Mouth.
Dynamite dropping from Seth. Too bad we don't have him on mic.
Right.
He's just hanging out here, guys. All right, so we're still square here on this match. Just, what do we spin here? Dodge. So, unfortunately, not the biggest firework course.
No.
Front nine's kind of a 6-hole can be a little challenging, but other than that, it's fairly
up and down, straightforward. Probably I'd say the most scoreable hole, the most scoreable course.
Oh, there's no doubt. This might be the most scoreable course of all time.
All right, guys, I'm up. I'm going to give it over Seth. Seth's coming on. Yeah.
Seth's like, no, but okay, fine.
No, fine. All right, guys, take care. I'll be back.
All right, man. I'll be your backup, Seth says. I didn't hear what Matt asked the man with the master plan up there. Hey, Seth.
What's going on, guys?
Nothing, man. This isn't your favorite thing to do?
Not really.
Not really.
Second time ever, I think.
Second time ever. Yeah. This is my second time ever, too.
Yeah.
All right, at least Seth can hear you. So the voices in our ears, them guys up there, they're awesome. They'll tell you what you're doing stuff wrong.
Good deal.
We try not to drop F-bombs. That's pretty much our one rule.
No problem. I've only had one beer today, so I'll be okay.
Oh, can you drink like 6 more before we play?
No, definitely not.
Only problem is they call our match. The stream is going to go dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll get somebody fun over here.
Yeah. Nobody's funner than me. Funner. That's not a word.
Is this the chat here?
Yeah, that's our chat. So there's not a whole ton of stuff going on here, but people wanted to see Mouth for some reason.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. If they knew him. No, I'm just kidding. He's pretty animated. Makes for good stream action. So I think we're still square here. Lee, where's Lee from, you know? Somewhere in this area.
Somewhere down here, I think.
I don't know either. We should know these things.
Yeah.
All I know is he's here every single year, and Lee is awesome. A lot of fun.
Lee was one of the first people I met when I started
the
tournaments. Yep. What was the name of the old place?
You're gonna go. I know this. Oh man, the only problem with that place was the smoking.
Yes.
God, it was bad. I should know that. I can't think of it right now. That was actually in Orlando. I did enjoy the tournament in Orlando. There was a lot to do. I mean, if you were not just here to play Golden Tee, which you come to Florida, there's got to be other reasons to come to Florida. But maybe I'm wrong. Some of you guys are just here to play Golden Tee. Not so much me.
Hey, Billy, as long as we keep Sonny off the stream, there won't be too many F-bombs.
We had to shut the whole stream down from Wisconsin because nobody could do it without dropping F-bombs. King goes, they were some of the best streams we've ever had, and I can't play any of them.
Right.
So, yeah, that's our goal is to avoid that. We have quite a few viewers today, so more than normal.
Absolutely.
We're going to go to the front page of Mixer sometime today, which will give us a ton of views.
Hey, Eric, just come to a tournament, man. That 15 will turn into 20s real quick.
Yeah, so we were just talking about that. Like, if you want, one guy just said, I bought a home edition, I got 374 rounds to play. How do I get better? I said, come to a tournament or go find somebody better to play with, and then go home to your home edition and practice that stuff.
Absolutely.
You got to find somebody better. Show you the shot, show you how to cut the ball, show you.
You'll improve by several strokes just showing up to a tournament.
Yeah, look at him. He's like big smiley face. There's tournaments, man. There's smaller tournaments out there too. If you don't follow Golden Tee Fan, which I'm sure most of you do, everything gets posted on there. Golden Tee Golf page is on Facebook as well. I mean, Golden Tee TV page. Everybody posts the tournaments. There's small tournaments around the country. You don't have to go to the big one, but I encourage you to come to these too. They're fun.
Absolutely.
Nothing's like one of these events, man.
With Evan Gossett being the exception, pretty much everyone else will be really nice and help you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, if you just go up and talk to him for like 20 minutes straight, he might say hi.
Right. Yeah.
Or get the hell away.
You got to be a 28 handicap.
Oh, yeah.
Where he won't.
Man, he wouldn't talk to me for like months, maybe years. I don't know. He's all right. He's not here.
No, he is not.
No, actually, the dudes here are awesome, man. That's my favorite part of coming here. It's the big family relationship you have, with these guys. You do come to a tournament, make sure you take some initiative, go introduce yourself to most of the guys. Most of them are really receptive and definitely will, spin a game with you or help you out or just talk to you about it, whatever. So.
Absolutely. Are we even going to hear him announce our match?
I don't know. Good question.
We'll probably both get DQ'd.
We got these guys up here. Remember that I said that in here? He is listening for that for us. So that'd be something. They can't DQ us both. I guess they could DQ us both. That'd be funny. So. What happened to the Seth Fitz match? Oh, they were streaming. We just didn't even want to play it. Screw it.
Oh, that's a good shot.
That's a great shot.
Yep.
I actually watered that hole in my match. Same look, I believe. 11.
Yeah, I hope we don't play Dodge because I just built a new bag and I'm going to use Titans for the first time.
And you've been playing Streaks?
I play Streaks across.
Okay. Yeah, you don't need them on Dodge. I don't think. I play Titans across the board every way, but that's good that I could follow you.
Yeah. Oh, you're going first.
Oh, yeah. Good call. I'll lead you around the course, bud.
That's what I needed.
Okay, yeah, we had a question on the Tamel Russ Green match, and Brock is leading by. I said it right that time. He's leading by 1 going into 16. So close match over there. The loser will be eliminated. Brock actually lost his first match, but.
Yeah, Eddie G shot a 29.
Yeah, that was probably the match of maybe the first few rounds in the first match or first round there. Eddie G had a rough course or rough one in Powell yesterday, I think, and kind of hurt him in the 20 under, I believe he shot. It was a tough setup, man.
I didn't even know he was showing up. He just came strolling in yesterday.
That's awesome.
Flew in yesterday morning. So
Eddie's one of my favorites.
He pulled an Andy Haas.
Yeah. Sobel still thought Haas was going to show up here. Right. He's like, no, I definitely am out. He usually just makes that thing, comes down to Florida, randomly shows up and whatever. So.
Yeah, I haven't been here in a couple years, I guess.
You haven't been a lot of places lately.
Yeah.
We miss you.
Yeah. Well,
I miss you. I don't know about anybody else.
I'll be around.
Now you'll be around a little more. Yeah. Circumstances leading to things, As long as we get to see you, that's all that matters.
Oh, yeah.
You've been playing a lot more. You took some time off, like completely, or were you still playing a lot of games? I know you didn't do a lot of tournaments lately, but were you still playing a lot of games?
I was playing a little bit. I haven't played that much since October.
Yeah.
Started a new job.
Yeah, that's right.
Just the place I was playing is a little far from the house, so it just wasn't very convenient. And
gotcha. You were at Worlds.
Lost interest for a little
while.
Were
you at Worlds last year?
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I drank that entire weekend.
Yeah,
I barely remember being there myself.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I did not make the cut.
You did not make the cut.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we have a fourth place Worlds finisher here. So
correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Maybe we'll get back there this year.
Yeah, we'll see. I gotta start playing more for sure.
Yeah, it's not something you can just walk into and roll through that one. Especially nowadays, man. So many guys play so many games now.
Lee almost got
crazy.
that.
Yeah, good run by Lee there. We had requests to watch Mouth because he's animated. I was saying the only problem I have with Mouth playing is I have to reset the machine every time after he hits. Or unless it's up against the wall, then it's all right. But
yeah, that
is not.
Russ actually had to put a new video card in that one.
Really?
It froze up. Yeah, it froze up last night a couple times.
Yeah, that's good. Throw some parts at him.
Right.
I know where he gets some of those parts. Plug FS Gaming there. Sorry, IT.
Mike Demko
It's okay. I haven't got yelled at for that yet.
Sent me a text and wants to know what cities in Tennessee I will be in so that he can come spend some games with me.
Chattanooga.
Apparently, it's a running joke that
you play everywhere.
I play in every city in Tennessee.
In some other states.
And yes, some other states too, apparently. But apparently, I live in Nashville 1 day a week, Knoxville, Memphis.
Everywhere.
All over. Yeah.
And where do you really play?
Chattanooga.
Yeah. That's my favorite word ever. Favorite city ever. I just like the way it sounds.
Have you been there?
I have not been.
You need to come down.
I should come down, man. That'd be awesome. Bang some games. Tennessee's cool. I like Tennessee.
I've never been over there in that sand right there.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
I didn't either.
Why would you do that? There's multiple places to lay up. I hit the sand, whatever. Sometimes, people get their quirks and things they like to do.
Sure. Oh.
It didn't work out that time for Lee.
So does that put Mouth up 1, I think?
I do believe, yes. Yeah, Mouth's up 1. Not over. There's still a couple holes. This hole right here can be a pain in the neck.
So he's probably going to cut.
I've missed this like the last 3 times. I just keep ending up on the
fight.
If this is on the lower level, this is a fairly easy hole. It gets up on top, it gets pretty tricky.
Oh, yeah.
Mouth's
he's
that's nothing,
Titans
baby.
too, so. Everybody's on Titans.
I think so, yep.
Figured I'd give them a try.
Paul Cantrell, Matt Woods.
I used to play barrage, so they're real similar to the barrage.
Right.
The grabbers similar as well. They just go a little farther than the grabbers.
Bigger
bounce.
Big first bounce.
Which is huge on a lot of the hole ones are borderline drivable now this year, and then that big bounce it plays almost like streaks because you get such a huge bounce. And
Chad Hart, quit worrying about your boy. He'd be all right.
We can try to get you a Brock update. Of course, we could probably cut to that maybe. Are we close on the end there? Brock is dropping strokes left and right. All right. He's just banging it around the course from what we're told here and having a little trouble. So we'll try to, they have him. So Seth is a little new here. They have both of them up there they can see, and then we just swap back whenever we want. But so Brock is down 2 going to, 17 here.
What course are they playing?
He dropped 3 on that last one. They are on Powell, I believe.
Oh, wow.
So this is interesting.
17 can be pretty nasty. It was
the setup yesterday in the qualifier was pretty nasty. I mean, I shouldn't say it was nasty. It was an easy pin, but it was a tough win. 14 crosser.
Yeah.
So, unless you're playing stouts, and then that wasn't bad, I guess. We just had a stouts conversation a little bit ago. How many guys are playing them now? And
so many people. I didn't. I had no idea. A lot of people switched to them.
We were counting down the
Jared Decker's playing them.
Yeah.
Adam Harris switched to them.
Yeah, Adam just switched recently.
Yeah.
He said he loves them.
Yeah.
I think Lance is converting people. I know that's how Adam got onto it. Lance was giving the speech about it.
Yeah, Putz plays them.
Putz has been playing them probably longer than anybody, but
yeah.
And maybe Lance too. But Lance, Lance is something else right now. That guy, if he's not the best player in the world right now, he's definitely in the conversation. That guy is a beast, and he plays them, and he plays it well.
Yeah, Lance is great, no doubt about it.
There's
a lot of guys. There's a handful of guys right up there. That
for sure. That's what I'm saying. He's in that conversation, right now. He's player of the year right now, defending in Austin. Yeah. So that was his first tournament win. So I know you can't call him the guy the best.
And obviously, there's a big difference between playing live and tournament player too.
For sure. But he did crack the got his tournament win. That's huge for him. He's been up there, just couldn't pull it off, and he steamrolled there in Austin. So. Yeah, let's switch to the Brock Russ match and just see if we can get a quick update on 18 here. And there we got Brock going at it here. So he's on the rough. That's not pretty.
Bad.
Down to
Russ
is in the rough.
That.
This is tough. This is gonna be tough.
I would probably stand on a 5-wood right here and just take my long.
He thumbed a 3. That's good. Gotta get there.
Daryl Dare.
Woo!
Brad Stewart, Daryl Dare on 11.
Yeah, you hit a hard 5 there. Try to get some spin out of that.
Take a long putt.
Yep. But that's a great shot there.
Up 2.
Yeah, still up 2. So, Brock's got to pretty much hold this and hope he misses a putt. This is a tough hole here. Tough hole up. Not a good pin for trying to catch up. Busch Light tastes good. You should have one.
I don't think I've ever tasted a Busch Light in my life.
Man, you're deprived. You are deprived. What have you got going in the chat here? Anything crazy?
Bill Vick wants to know which balls are popular. A lot of guys are playing the Titans, and the newer thing is the stouts.
Yep. I would say the Titans, the grabbers used to be the thing. Now they're not really anymore. Nobody plays them. The distance is kind of these courses now set up for some long shots. So pretty much I would say Titan, stouts, and then streaks are still fairly popular too. Those 3 balls. If you're a newer player, not the world's, not in the top whatever, you're not playing a ton, don't play streaks. They're a little tricky.
Yeah, if you're not 25, 26 handicap, then I would play Titans if it were me.
Yeah, me too.
But stouts aren't going anywhere, so.
No, I think they should.
Even though we like
we
to
were
try
just,
and
we were
get
just
that
talking.
rumor started
We're going to
year.
nerf those guys, just so you know. I got a phone call into IT to take about 10 yards off of them. I think they'll equal them out. So,
well, it looks
all
like
right. So Russ Green moves on there.
Yeah,
Brock had a rough hole. He's no
Brock.
more disappointed. Nobody's here is more disappointed than that guy. But
I think we should probably be up pretty soon now.
We're going to try to find Kevin Lindsay, drag his butt back here to the stream. There's no way we're not up shortly.
Mouth will probably come over here and get on the mic again.
Yeah, he's on 17 already. Man, they cruised. Yeah, no worries. They cruised through this match here. He's on 17 already. I think he's still up 1, maybe 2.
He was up. I think he was
2?
like 3.
Oh, really? 3?
Yeah, Lee had a rough couple of holes there.
All right. Yeah, we can drag Mouth back over here, hopefully. And I don't know. I think Kevin ditched us for the day. Called her day.
Palms.
You guys love listening to Kevin Lindsay. Who doesn't? Missed the start. He's up 1 still. Martha, did you see this comment? Sharkfully, I have no idea who that is. Mouth is his own biggest fan.
That is the
if nothing is more
true
than that I've ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mad Van Hoosiers just love that idea. Fits. Yeah, man. Well, they've nerfed balls before when they're just kind of everybody likes them, and then ball suck.
Mouth's up 4.
Yeah, Mouth's gonna crank out a little 31 here. No big deal.
Easy setup here.
Yeah, that is.
Nice little 180.
Certainly an easy setup to put it on the green, no doubt.
Clint Grover, the greatest player in Wisconsin.
Oh, greatest player in Wisconsin that isn't actually in Wisconsin. Awesome. So we're getting yelled at here. I wouldn't say that's yelling at. We're gonna finish this match. We're gonna take a little break. And
did he just say I was the worst commentator of all time?
I don't think that came out of his mouth.
He just said that.
It might have. He's like, get Seth off the stream now. No, and then we'll take a little commercial break here after the Mouth match here. We don't have anything set up. We don't have anything set up on the other stream yet.
I've only seen Mouth and McCook take their pants off, so I'm pretty good.
Yeah, Mouth played an entire Saturday night without his pants on at a tournament once.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. All right, buddy. So yeah, we are Mouth completed there. He wins that match pretty handily.
Yep.
So Russ Green took down another match. We'll get 2 new matches set up on the streams here shortly, and we'll get some new commentators in here for us. Seth and I got to go play.
Are you going to let me win?
I'm not going to let you win.
Okay.
Are you going to give it to me?
No, I don't know. I'm feeling generous today, though. I'm in a good mood, so I might.
Man, I'll take it if you do.
All right.
I'm not sure.
We'll figure something
Then
out.
I think I played Grover. I'd take that.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Down goes
Yeah, I
Clint.
definitely don't want to play Clint, so I might lose on purpose.
Just go the other way through. All right, guys. Been fun. We'll see you again shortly. Thanks.
Back here in the live stream. I got a echo here a little bit, guys. Got it. Excellent. Andy Fox looks like he's getting ready to play his next match. Faxton. He's going to play Faxton. I know Faxton. I've seen him a couple come around here this weekend. Grand Teton. Pretty straightforward course.
Machine 3, Click Grover, Kyle Heasley.
I had to play Seth on this course earlier. Had a good match with him. Chris Jusick, he beat him earlier. Fox, I see you guys on the stream. TC out there playing. Fit Seth, miss you. Wish I could have been. Yes, wish you could have been here too, TC. All right, so one's usually drivable. That was close for Andy. Ooh, just a barely missed chip right there. Let's go to, let's pull up the brackets. All right, let's see here. Yes, Andy beat Martin earlier, 31-26 to a nice 31 up. And Drew beat Chris Jusick. Mark Tate, what up, Black Santa? Miss you guys up in Northern Virginia. I don't know what's going on up there, but it's pretty nice down here, I'll tell you that. 2 not drivable today, so we're going to lay up here. That's what it was yesterday on the qualifier.
And now to golf for 2.
So had a great time, have been having a great time here at Sidelines. The staff, Chris, the owner, does a great job here. This is one of my favorite terms to come, not just because I get to see my brother down here, but well attended, one of the biggest tournaments they've had down here this weekend. Good competition. Anyway, we're still Andy's up by 1 after 2. Oh, would you like to join me? All right. Let's get up soon. Yes, sir. Santa. We'll get together soon. All right. Yeah, Santa. Tell you and Kevin and those guys we'll come up there and see you guys soon. So. Teton's pretty straightforward course, guys. If you don't, if you guys haven't played it much, it's just not a whole lot to it. But probably, especially in the front 9, back 9, a couple shots here and there, depending on how the wind plays on some of the holes. 18 for sure. So, that's probably a good match. Okay. So we may switch here shortly. Andy's got a command, 2-shot lead, but it's a pretty good lead on this course. Unfortunately, you can probably get away with 1 with a hole out or so, but on this course, it's not a course you're going to make up a lot of shots with. So, this is Sunday. A lot of guys in and out of here today. Sunday night, looking forward to later on this evening, playing a lot of tee and I was holing out there. Sounds good to me. Let's we're going to switch games here, guys. As action just goes in the water here, yeah, it's probably a good idea. Because that's going to be at least a 4-shot lead now. All right, now we're going to pull up Jared and Brian. This is going to be a really good match. Both these guys, very good players. Jared with the second in the Worlds last year. Kind of shocked everybody. I think he shocked himself too, but very good, played very well. Brian came in second at the NIV in Richmond last October, the last NIV we had there. So both guys can play. Also playing Grand Teton. So this is going to be an interesting match. You know, it's going to come down to probably a shot here and there, a hole out, if both these guys play up to their level. Tansy, good seeing you on the stream. I don't know why all these buzzsaw stuff, you know, because nobody's really, you know, buzzing. But, you know, love you guys anyway. Brian with the roll-up, almost. So now we got a chip for both guys. There you go, nice chip by Jared. Same thing for B. Pretty straightforward, especially inside 11. There it is, nicely done. Looks like it's a different setup than what Andy Fox did. No, looks like the same one too. So they're playing the same setup that Andy Fox and Paxton are playing presently on the other machine. Jared's looking at it and knows, nope, no use trying to get over there.
Machine 1, Adam Fitzgerald, Seth Standiford.
You guys get a chance, you know, commentate on the live stream, send us questions, me. I'm sure I have somebody show up in a minute. Any questions you guys might have about the games, the balls, the clubs. Great chip by Jared. Yeah, this match is going to come down to a hole out. I'm pretty sure. Both these guys are pretty even matched. Ooh, a little wide right. That's all right. Got a little frisky on it. No harm, no foul.
Machine 12, Russ Layton, Jason Colbank.
Machine Oakman. Oh, where Mike's playing up in Michigan. Hole 3, par 3. Very nicely done. I'm getting ready to be joined by Mouth. Always a fun time. Brian's going at it. Ooh, comes a little frisky again, but should be a straight chip. And is.
All right. Hello,
Mouth.
everybody. Sorry to bust in on the game here, but Mouth's coming in. Just finished a match. See, we got two really good ones going here, right?
Yes, we do. I was telling you, it's very, very evenly matched.
All right. Now we got Decker, who recently switched to stouts as well. So if you guys haven't noticed, there's a theme going on here. People are switching from streaks to Titans or stouts. Bernhardt's played streaks, and Decker switched to stouts. There's some advantages. There's some serious advantages to these guys with the stouts.
Cheater balls.
They are, but if you know how to use them, they can be very good on it. We have Todd Boyer commentating as well as Mark McClovich. All right, he lays here. Whoa, that's a different spot than I've ever played that shot.
It's a longer one.
Bernhardt puts it up to where I do typically, and he wants the 8-wood in.
I like to go as far as up as I can because, like you just said, I like the 8-wood in.
Now, I bet this hole will be very different. We're going to come up with different layup spots when they open up more tees and pin spots. Because if that pin was on the far left, I don't think we're clearing the big trees with the 8-wood.
I would love to see him back the hole up, too. I'd like to see a longer shot into that hole.
So you're going to play
because
like
of the trees on both sides. I think that would be a very nice.
Yeah, you get two, like a 3-wood in and a driver 3-wood combo. That's pretty good.
You can't go over the trees with. I think you'd have to shape it a little more.
Oh, yeah, I think we'd be bringing the left side in play to go around and maybe
Correct.
Play something with a driver and lower than that and get under things.
Yep.
Wow.
This hole, especially, I think it's going to be different too. I don't know where they're going to put the tee box, but I think they bring the trees in on the right more into play because right now it's just.
No, I think the tee box for this one on the new ones will be across the water, and we can't even see it right now.
I like that
because there's not. If you look, there's not any other spots that you could put a tee box at.
I like that. But even for this, it's you just turn 2 right and you can go over easy with an 8 or 6, medium. It's straightforward shot.
Now, do we have? I kind of want to see what's going on with the other match a little bit here. If we can flip over to the other screen. I'm a Titans guy all the way. There's nothing in the Titans that would make me change. Streaks are unnecessary to me anymore. I hit hard enough, and we can all hit straight enough that that distance gap is not worth losing spin completely. If I was to switch, and I've thought of messing around with them because there are some serious advantages to stouts, but I'd hate myself for doing it.
I switched to barrages last year when I qualified for Worlds. I was talking to Seth Standiford beginning of the week, and when I qualified for the par 5s. And so I switched to streaks, but I found myself rolling over a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So I talked to Seth Harris, and he said, try barrages. And I said, I'll try them.
And the distance was real similar, right?
Yes, and I've not looked back. I was like, okay.
And now you went to Titans or barrages?
Barrages.
Okay, so now barrages should have actually just been eliminated because Titans are barrage plus.
Pretty much.
They're almost identical, a little bit more distance, a little bit more spin.
Correct.
Actually, quite a bit more spin, surprisingly.
And I haven't switched yet, but I'm sure I'll get to Titans soon. I can see that in my future.
I haven't paid attention to any dates on the new tees coming out yet, so we'll have to get, when Kevin Lindsay comes back near here again, we'll ask him because he's probably a little date machine and his computer's locked here. We're looking to find out when the new pins and tee boxes release.
April.
April, there's a date on that. Do we know when?
Get in the hole. Nice shot, Jared.
All right, he's getting an exact date, but it's sometime April. Castleshire will come out first, I believe, and then a couple weeks later we'll get... Oh, so March it'll be, and then Castleshire's March 9th or something, I thought?
Yes.
But Kevin's bringing the list over, and it's on their website, too, if you guys need to look. There's a board there.
Fireball Kid, what's up? Good to see you, Jeff, on the stream. Miss you guys in Northern Virginia. I'll see y'all soon.
Is the Fox match, is that one anything close? Or
no.
is it
we had it on there early, and Fox was up 4 after 3.
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
So this hole plays long, guys. You got to watch your distance on this hole sometimes. I've been known to fly it.
Right. Now, stouts, though, it's a whole different ball of wax. Okay, so I got the dates in front of me now. What we got coming up here. I'm not going to go through all the throwback dailies and all that. There's new clothing coming out on the 17th of February.
Because Lord knows we need new clothing.
Yeah, we do. Oh, come on, we don't. I mean, Todd, we have to keep up our appearances.
Always.
I will have to say, if I look around the room, typically you and I are the best dressed.
Well, obviously. Besides my brother Tim.
Oh, yeah, he does it up. I mean, he looks like he looks like he's an ex-cop that just started running a security firm.
Pretty much.
But so then March 6th, it looks like Castleshire debuts on Freaky Friday. Then on the 9th, it's going to debut for events and invitationals. And then the 16th, it's going to be added out to your normal courses and prize play. Okay, and then we'll have a mobile announcement that we're not going to be able to say anything about yet.
May or may not involve Worlds.
Oh, that's crazy. But then after Castleshire, so you got March 16th. The next thing that's going to happen is April 6th, we'll get new tees and pin positions on 2020 courses.
Yeah, that's what you want to look for April 6th. That's going to be the fun. Craig, hey, good to see you on the stream, bro.
Now this is different, though, this year, right? In June, I'm not sure. I've got Kevin talking to me here next to me, but in June it says all tees and pins. Will it mix everything then? It won't be just because did last year do that?
We did that last year, but we're bumping it up before, so it'll be in June. So Worlds will be played on.
Because remember last year they did it like the week before Worlds, I think.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, you're right. Okay, got it. So then, so now we'll get some playtime on it before. All right, because you guys realize that a lot of us will be changing it. When new tees and pins come out, we change our bags completely. Last year I had it on a Sandhill bag before the tees and balls came out. I had to put a super spin low club in just for hole 18. But when the new tees and pins came out, I didn't need that in my bag anymore, so I could change my bag up and put something else in there that I could use more frequently.
Yeah, so now we're going to have some time before Worlds to get adjusted to the balls and tees. Still even here after 10.
This one can be. This hole can mess some people up. The
If you throw
outwind will help them out quite a bit.
Well, if you throw it too far left, especially with this wind, you're gonna have to cut something in there.
Yep, but and now remember too. So Bernhardt just plays it out to the right. He gets a straight shot. He's going to probably hit a 3-wood with backspin. Now, but here's the thing: Bernhardt 2 weeks ago switched to Titans. So with his streaks, he'd know what he's playing here, and he whiffed
just
the ball.
missed yeah. That's a
all right, but he didn't get
miss.
He didn't get a 2-stroke penalty there.
No,
not yet.
Still get up and down for birdie and just be down 1. But Bernie just airmailed it.
All right, I almost would in the position that those two are in right now. I think I'd rather be Decker right now.
Yeah. Oh,
because if I'm Bernhardt and I try to make that chip, I could easily snap this
and
over. And
he
look
almost
at this
did.
kid. He's something, guys. You guys got to watch him at Worlds. He's something.
Yes, he can play.
And
there you go, guys.
This could be okay. He saved it. Good. All right, guys. No love lost.
Don't ever. That's a good lesson right there. Don't ever give up a match, guys. I mean, I know you get frustrated. We all do at times. Hit a bad shot, but one shot is easily gotten back. So don't give up just because you might have hit a tree or in a wall, what have you. Don't give up on one shot for sure.
Yep, because the next shot could go right in.
You never know.
Even Freaky Fridays and stuff. Yeah. If I miss, I've missed a hole where I should never have missed it and get mad and I'm about to DNF and I stop myself and go, wait a minute.
It's only one shot.
No, wait a minute. I might hold this one out.
Yeah.
And then hold out the recovery shot and be like, okay. I think even Stenmark at Worlds did it against Clint Grover. He hit a bad shot, whiffed the ball, and then had to knock it back out and he holed out to save his eagle.
Great shot by Brian right there.
Bernhardt's going to be a better player now that he's got Titans. I mean, he's going to get a lot more dangerous come the rest of these tournaments this year.
All right, still even after 12, I believe. Here we are.
We're both one off par, so 19 under would be the score that they'd be if they were clean.
Outwind here, not hard here.
No, but this is going to be close. Get ready, hole out type shot here.
Yes, this is going to be a close one. Little light on that.
Yep.
Little light on that.
And guys, remember when you're looking at that, it's a 7-mile-per-hour wind. You might be at home hitting that 7-mile-per-hour wind and say, wow, mine would have gone a lot farther. Remember, with those balls he's playing, that's a 3.5-mile-per-hour wind, we're going to say, in general. And it seems as if Fox might be rolling on here, and I believe that's his second win. So he'll be sitting there second win. He's up a few strokes. I think that match is coasting through. And Fox is not one to, he will not give up that big of a lead. He's very steady.
Nope. He's steady. All right, so
C23, Terry Boyer, Thomas Bridell.
Right. This hole can be fun with the right wind. Right now, it's just not. It's easily set up, but you get a crosswind right to left with that pin. You have to cut something around the trees.
Yep. And a lot of, I personally like.
Whoa!
Oh. I'm going to tell you right now.
Jared, and it didn't go in the water.
I'm going to tell you right now that Jared's having some issues because he hasn't played enough with the stouts yet. He switched to them too recently, and he's not used to his distance control. Bernhardt's a bit lucky because Streaks and Titans there's not that much learning curve to switch between them. In fact, the learning curve makes it safer, though. You're safer with Titans because of the spin.
You don't have to learn your power.
No, not at all.
But you got to learn the checkup. You got to learn your bite and your backspin and so forth. But
correct.
But on shots like that, he didn't have to worry about that. But
no,
Decker, like you're saying, you got to realize what your distance is with those stouts now.
We had the reboot during the qualifier, and the two people on my machine that were with me, we just had to get back up to the hole that we were on. Well, they both played stouts. And I said, you know what, you guys go get a drink, go to the bathroom. I'll just get us up to 10 so we're ready.
Right.
Oh, man, I probably looked pretty bad. I probably looked pretty bad.
Here we are.
Okay, that's 15, though, guys.
Brian goes in the water.
This could happen to both, but that one.
This could come down to distance again right here.
Brian's not happy about that. This is a very easy look for him in Titans. He didn't have to do anything.
Well, he hit the fringe.
He didn't have to do anything.
He hit the fringe and the wind pushed it.
He's up a stroke, wasn't he?
Yes.
He didn't have to even.
And that's a great shot by Jared.
Now,
it's going to come down to a chip right here for Brian.
Does he try to make this? Does he try to make this and maybe hit the rock and go wet?
17,
No, he
didn't. He put it up there, didn't he?
Wade and Yuri on 17.
So he went from up 1 to down 1.
All right, so this
in
is
one hole.
And this course, this is where it gets interesting. 15, 16, 17, 18. 16's not too bad typically. 17 can be a pain.
Well, now it's going to come down to 18. Yeah, it's going to come whatever the wind is on 18, it's going to come down to.
Or hole out coming here too.
Right.
This is actually a good look for a hole out possibly. And 17, if we get these weird winds in your face in the downhill shot with not having a low iron, that 18, 17 could be just as bad as 18.
Kyle Davidson asked, "What's the hole and win?" That is when a hole will come up and IT decides, "Hey, we're going to give you some extra money if you hold this out.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose to take it, like Brian could hold it right there. If you choose to take it, it's either 50 cents or a dollar.
Yep, par threes are 50 cents. Par fours are a dollar. You'll get one of each on the one or the other on the front nine, and then the other of the two on the back nine. So you'll get one par 3 in the game. You'll get one par 4 in the game. Progressive pot.
Correct. And what happens is you make it, you get that money. It's just that simple.
Loads into the player account. You got it right away to use.
Yep.
A lot of states don't allow it because it's the skill game aspect of things, but and it's kind of faux pas too in matches. A lot of people in the past have made fun of people or said things about trying the hole and winning a match, like it's disrespectful to your opponent. I don't agree.
I don't understand that concept because
I had a match I had a hole 18 to win, and the hole and win came up. I was like, screw it, I've got to do it anyway, right? Might as well make an extra 80
Well,
bucks.
especially if you're down. I mean, you're like sitting going 1 or 2 shots down, you're going to 18 or 17 or something like that, and they give you a shot at it.
Did he cut it off? Look at Bernhard.
And he had to go for it.
Oh, he bit it.
He had to go for it.
Okay, so this is one thing, too. He had the super spin clubs or the more spin clubs.
And he does.
Partly from having the streaks. I don't think he built a new bag yet to get rid of that. I don't believe you need it. I think you get plenty of spin without it.
Right.
And
in fact, with the super spin, I think the barrages or the streaks are the only 2 balls you really want the super spins with, because, like you're saying, you get plenty of action.
Yes.
With the other balls without them.
I used to. I know Haas and I both, but for closest to the pin when it was a hole-in-one game, right, where if hole-in-ones won it, we both played streaks. I mean, we both played the super spin clubs, the Helix set.
Yeah.
Just because I'm ripping at holes. I'm not trying. I don't care if I go wet.
Right. And Jared had to just put it on. I mean, this was, and Burnsy knows it's done. So Jared just throws it on, puts a putt. Even if he misses, he's up enough.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to make it. But all right, it's 27.
Got it.
So we got 2 good sports shaking it off. I don't think either one of them are happy about that match and are using that to springboard to their next one. It wasn't clean. It wasn't as good of a Golden Tee game as I've seen either one of them play.
But we're gonna take a closer look at Jared Decker and see the player that he is. This is him at Worlds.
Man, he had a great weekend. That was one of the most fun watching Golden Tee I've ever done.
We were sitting in the audience just watching these matches, and I can tell you. It's an experience. If you guys, whether you make it to Worlds, you qualify for Worlds, or you want to be there or not, I'm telling you, if you get a chance just to be in the audience watching the games, that was one of the better experiences of my life I've ever had.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With Decker, now I'm looking at these numbers here. Average score with the newer guy, it's a little different. It'll be skewed a bit because we've played for years that courses had pars at 25 under, so you didn't have a chance to shoot these.
Well, 23,000 rounds since
I didn't realize he's had that many rounds
in 4 years, pretty much.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, 2014. So he probably started playing hard, and he's playing a lot more than I think I ever realized.
Agreed.
I thought he was like some out of the blue newcomer. These Texas guys are throwing some games down, aren't they?
They are. I'm looking at them too. That's impressive. That.
Why haven't we heard of him earlier? Where has he been? What happened here?
Well, he came on the scene pretty quick in July last year. In June of last year, excuse me. He's a good-looking guy. I like him.
No, he's real. You know what? And guys, in case you haven't realized, everybody likes everybody here. It's a hell of a lot of fun that we have.
We have a great community. We really
it is.
do.
It's crazy.
It's a lot of fun coming to these tournaments. Guys, get to a tournament. Whatever you can do, wherever it is, closest one to you, get to a tournament.
All right. Okay, we're going to go to a commercial break in a moment here. I want to take a look with Todd at the bracket and see where we're sitting here. Let me pull it up. You probably got it up? No?
Nope. Go ahead.
I'm getting it.
Oh, got it.
Unless we can pull. Oh, there we go.
Brewer and Kyle.
All right, so let's look at let's go through and look at these matches coming up here. We got. All right, so undefeated so far with 2 wins. You got Grover
playing Eddie G.
Okay, not a surprise. Those two, I would have predicted. I think is Brewer playing now?
Brewer's playing Wickstrom on 5,
and Seth and Adam are both playing. Or okay, so
Andy
Fox
Fox
does
just
2.
won, so he's on.
So it's going to be Fox and Decker next.
Fox and Decker's going to be a great match.
It should. Now I'm going to tell you right now, if Decker makes the mistakes he did against Bernhardt against Fox, that match is not. He's not going to win.
No, you're going to have to shoot clean.
Bernhardt's great, can shoot big. But he'll make more mistakes than Fox will. Fox won't make many mistakes at all.
Agreed. Brewer, Rickson, Adam, and Seth should be an interesting match. I don't know where they're at now, but.
You guys see Mark McClovich there. And he's going to play the winner of Adam Harris and who? Josh McDaniel.
Josh McDaniel.
Qualified with that. Now, Adam Harris, another guy that switched from Titans to Stouts.
2 Stouts.
These guys, I mean, guys, there's a benefit to them. I hate it, though. But it can make your game improve quite a bit very quickly, but it's also making you not understand the game as well.
Ryan McCook came to me and said, he goes, several months ago, he goes, Todd, you need to switch. I have been playing, I've been playing for years, and I'm just so used to the wind.
Yeah.
I just play the wind. I know how to play the wind.
And I use it.
I
use the wind. It's my friend.
100%.
It's rare that I can't do something because of the wind.
Guy said it yesterday on a 9-iron shot, and it was a left to right wind on 12. And I just turned left 1, played the wind, and made it. And the guy goes, I've never seen guys play the wind like that. I said, dude, the wind helps you all day long. It does. That's why that's there.
We had calculations on 9-mile-per-hour wind. I can turn on a flat shot with a 9-iron, hit it straight, and it's going to fight. The 9's going to turn it perfectly. So that you find that line, and then you use the judgment on it, and you use that and adjust. So if I got a 9, if I know a 9 turns a 9 after 1 turn, then I can go if it's 11. If I turn 1 with the 9, I got to aim it a little farther right.
Helps you on different greens. It'll give you a bit different bite too, because if you throw a left to right shot with a left to right green, then the ball is going to jump right for you and helps you get closer to the pin. I'm just so used to the wind.
Yes, it's shot shaping. I hate it if I don't. And the other thing is too, I play a pretty power game. I hit pretty hard. You hit pretty hard too. I can do things. There are shots with Stouts that they can't hit that I can hit. They can come up on Lake Powell. While the game is easier for them that whole round, I can have 2 holes that they cannot drive, but I can.
Yes.
I think I got a few minutes until I get called for a match. I'm going to sit around for a bit. But we're looking at, Kennedy, is that Sean Kennedy? Is this another Texas guy, right?
So Brian's right back up, so yes.
And we got Kennedy. Okay,
it's not Sean Kennedy.
No, which Kennedy is it? It's
Bobby
Boucher, right?
Yes, it's Bobby.
He plays as Bobby Boucher.
Yes, Bobby.
Or Boucher. But, okay, so he's another Texas guy, right?
Yes.
And it looks like neither one of them drove 1. So I'm looking, probably wasn't the setup to go straight through the trees high. It would have been an A1.
And Brian airmails his chip.
But that was for par. This is for par, though,
This is for par. I think Brian's a little frustrated.
I think Brian needed a cool-off period, I think, after that last match. I will switch back in, but I think this Bernhardt one, I want to see. I like when I see these new guys that don't have a ton of experience at tournaments. If you look at Bernhardt, he's one of the oldest school players here. He's probably been to. It's probably him and me that have been to the most tournaments out of everybody here.
Right. Not just that. I think that commentating on this course.
Yes, because not many. It's a little newer.
I think everybody walked in here saying we just haven't played Coral enough. I know I have not. I talked about it earlier yesterday. The guys were asking me. I said I haven't yet to, and I'm probably going to have to build a bag for this course.
I haven't built a different one. I haven't found any club that I needed. I'm sure there's a couple clubs that would be useful to have,
right.
But I haven't found anything that I need to change that I can't do something with that other people are.
I haven't seen that I need the distance on this course, because I think maybe a different ball, but like we're talking about, if I switch to Titans, I may not worry about it anyway.
You're not on. Oh, you're on Barrage. Gotcha. Yeah, if you switch, you'll switch to Titans and be like, oh my God, forget these Barrage.
Right.
See, I did the same thing. I was a grabber guy. I switched to Barrage mainly because I got sick and tired of being down a stroke on Agave 1 because I couldn't get it because it didn't bounce high enough.
Right.
So then I switched to Barrage, and this year comes out, and I just try these Titans. And I tell Adam Kramer from IT, I go, Adam, please don't tell anybody about these. Don't advertise it. These are incredible. They're the best ball I've ever played. Don't let everybody know. And then Godfrey has to go and tell the world that these balls are incredible, and everybody tried it, and they're the best balls they've made.
I can tell you.
All right, so now, how do we think Bernhardt's going to get the stroke back? See, we got to look at his mentality on this.
Well, Brian knows well enough, especially if he's played this course enough. This course, you've got to watch the overhanging leaves.
Yeah,
that's the deal with this course is if you're out of whack here, on some of these holes, you can easily hit a limb and come straight down or what have you,
and that's where the building the bag would. I think that's where a lower iron or two would come in handy.
Correct. That's what I thought about. Just saying, okay, because my bag is built for loft.
Yep.
It's built for play the wind and so forth. So now walking into this course, you can't think that mentality because you've got to keep the ball down a lot more.
I'm a little bit.
We're going to shout out to Mixer for being on.
We're on the front page of the Mixer, so shout out to everybody watching from the Mixer.
Whether you're watching from your computer or from home on your Xbox, please log in when you get a chance and try it out.
Yep.
Exactly. Please tell people about it. Get on the stream. Get everybody on the stream. Let them watch. We want as many people as possible. We're here to help, commentate, have fun.
You can ask questions, guys. I think I have some knowledge. I'm more of a teacher. I'm not a doer anymore.
And even if we don't, we'll find somebody that might know someone.
Yeah, we'll find answers. That's a good thing. We can find the answers. Now, the thought here, right? Bernhardt's down 1, or he's down 2 now?
You should be still down 1. But see, look at this on the left side. You got to watch this left side with upwind. You can't go far left like he got over there.
Oh, sorry, Tink. Hope you feel better, bud. Missed having you here. I know you're over at the Polynesian about 1.5 miles away, not playing with us, bud.
TC, love you too.
Now, I want to
stop looking at my shirt.
So I want to put everybody in the mind of Bernhardt right now, right? He's a more tournament savvy guy. Boucher's been to a few now, but recently, right? And he's probably got a lot more nerves. But Bernhardt shldn't even be worried at all right now.
No, because he knows this is one of those courses that you can make shots up.
Yeah.
So it's not like a Grand Teton. It's not like a Oakwood.
But I'm not even saying that. I'm sitting here saying, look, you know what? I made one mistake. I know my opponent's nervous. He's not gonna play perfect. He'll make a mistake. I'm just gonna wait for that to happen. I don't have to get crazy and try to go
not at all.
Attack a pin that I'm in risk at yet. Just wait it out.
And not only that, with him, especially if I'm thinking the same way, if I'm down 1 right here, Bob's going to go first.
Yeah.
Which,
that is a huge advantage these days now.
All day long, because if he doesn't know a shot, if he looks at a shot, and I can tell you the shot coming up is going to be what, 8 or 9 when you go around with all the trees. It's going to come down to that shot here in a minute.
I'm even bad with that. I make sure I put my drive like a yard or 2 in front of my opponent so they go first on that. I want to see the result of what they do, so I know if I got to do it. Plus, I get to see exactly how a ball bounces on a surface, or see what the wind is doing to something where it hits today. That if it's going to bounce left 5 feet or just left 4 feet.
This hole right here, do you usually go left or right?
No, I go straight.
Well, you know
so
what
I play
left or right,
right that way. So
yes.
I just hit an 8.5 driver. The 8.5 driver is under the tree.
Agreed.
And even if it hits a branch, it still hits a branch past all of that, so I'm long.
Yes.
Because I also have a problem on this hole with my bag. I play a 5-iron, 9-wood, 7-wood.
Ooh, it's a little out.
That's a great shot.
Yes.
But he's put a low iron in his bag already, though. Where this pin is right now, this would have been a problem setup for me because of the overhanging trees.
Oh, this is going to be – he's going to have to get on this a little bit. He's going to get on this a little bit. He's going to get on this. Oh, he got away with it.
If he hit that the way I would have, it would have been long. And if he hit short, he's wet. That bounce was just great for him. That's
and checked up nicely out of the rough.
You can even look at his picture. He's got that.
He knew he got away with it.
He got away with one.
All right, here's your hole.
Okay.
Here's your. Oh, it's not bad today either.
Well, but here's the thing. He doesn't realize this. Guys, this is all looking at the trees of this course. See that bush right there? That looked like it was right in your way.
Oh, wow. And he checks up nicely.
That's a great shot. Skip through the sand.
Yes. But you can also go over right here.
And you can go straight.
Yes.
The trees aren't really in your way. They look like they are. It's an optical illusion.
It's an optical illusion. Exactly right. I love how IT does this to you.
And this course there's a ton of trees. It's about being able to eliminate it.
Well,
I call it like, what's that movie with the Legend of Bagger Vance or something like that, where it shows that like bullet eye down.
Correct.
And he just gets rid of everything else. You have to do that on this course because there's so many other things out there that are distracting you and making you think they're in play.
And guys, don't think it's faux pas or bad sportsman or whatever. Look at a hole. There's nothing wrong with walking up to whatever playing this course. Hit the flyby button. Look at it and make sure you know what you're looking at. Hit the blue button and go up. Do what you got to do.
Down by 2, but
and Bobby just goes in the water.
This is another one, guys. So this is another one. We go high tee over this quite a bit. On this setup, I would not be going high tee.
But I've been learning to go through under
to the left, right?
To go under with an 8.5.
Because on the high tee one, Bernhardt just hit a shot. That's a great shot.
Great
he must
shot
have hit that a lot. Because when I go over everything, I'm planning it to hit one of the tree branches up
and
top
come
and knock
down.
down.
Come straight down.
He hit that shot to not hit any branches, and he knew it wasn't going to hit any.
Well, here we are now, all tied.
It's now tied up. Now, here's the question, right? A non-tournament savvy veteran here, like Boucher not being to as many and not playing as many compared to Bernhardt, does that just change this match now that this is firmly in Bernhardt's grasp?
Bobby's got to put it out of his mind.
That's the point.
It's not about being down because he's not down. He's just tied.
No, I know he's tied, but is he going to be able to put it out of his mind that he just did that?
Correct. Nice win right here on this hole.
Yeah, this is a chance to get on. All right.
High tee, Bobby.
Yeah, where he's turning this, he might go wet here, I think.
We just broke 300 viewers, guys.
What balls is Bobby playing? Does anybody know? I wish we could see because I can't. I'll tell by the distance here in a minute.
Yeah. Way to get on the stream, guys, with 300 viewers. That's great. That's awesome.
Bernhardt ripped the chip. Okay, see, Bernhardt's getting real aggressive on shots.
Yeah, they're
leaving
both
himself tricky stuffs back. I bet Boucher's going to hit this up there, not even necessarily to make it. But he left it. He's got a putt. He almost made it. Bernhardt putting this. Yes, and there's a little lip. Is this going to turn? It did.
Oh, Burnsy.
Okay, so, hey, easy come, easy go. He was up, down 2, back to tied. Now he's
still,
down 1 again.
Still a long way to go. 8 holes to play, and a lot of swing holes coming up, guys.
Dalen, I honestly am not a lot of day. If I get out, I'll try to get out 5 days a week and maybe play 3 cycles. And now since there's 6 courses, that's 18 games.
Remy?
Okay, so Robbie's normally playing Barrage, so you know a little bit about this.
Okay, Eric. Well, if he is, he's got plenty of distance forward, but he's going to have that base. He's not going to have the backup.
Did they call?
So
Bobby's playing Barrage. Did he switch? Eric, if you know if he switched, he didn't switch to Stouts like some of these other guys in Texas, did he? All right, we'll tell. We can tell by distance here. No, he's definitely Barrage. It's Titan or Barrage. That's the number for both.
Yep.
Which is something there, right? You see it. It's the same number.
Yep. All right, so Burns is still down 1 after 11.
Really, what's left? You got the 1 par 4 that you cut around the trees. Other than that, it's not much. There's no strokes to gain here. So I now think Burns has got some pressure to think he's going to have to hole one out.
And he's looking at it. That's a good shot there, but he's going to have to make up something. I agree.
And it's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting course to play in match play because the last holes. It might be the easiest hole in the course.
You're gonna know where you stand after 9. On the front 9.
And you get to 18 though. You're like, I'm down a stroke. My opponent can't miss this. It's not gonna. I'm not expecting a setup that I'm not going to get a.
We got a crosswind here,
okay.
So
we'll see how this goes.
He's going to cut something around.
And he's medium. All right, let's see. Me personally, I'm going low 5 wood here with bite.
I agree with the low.
I don't. Wow.
And he airmails it.
I didn't know that got up there. So he knew he had a safe shot there, I think, in his head.
Now Burns
going to go low.
No, high T6-2.
I don't.
Kind of same shot. Just
wow, he just got it in there.
Just a nice shot on. And down 6.
I agree, Adam. It sucks I had to do it to him, too. I feel bad.
Nice chip by Bobby.
All right, still tied. It's basically just spin. The bounce is pretty darn similar on it, basically, and I think you can hit, since it has more spin than the Barrage and streaks, that's where you gain the extra distance off of them.
This is the hole that Brian wishes he could have made up a shot on.
Right.
But
even that pin, though, with that win, you got the tree. That's another one here. Boucher doesn't think this through and play a cut shot into the pin or put his tee shot far enough up in the rough. He's got a tree branch hanging over him.
I think Brian's thinking about it that way.
No.
I'm telling you.
No. He's going to do something. We were.
No, he is going for it.
It doesn't get over with the C3. Wow. He got it out hard enough. If he doesn't get that out, that is bad.
Well, yes.
Okay, Bobby's playing Titans.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Wow, that was close. So Bernhardt knew, but this is Bernhardt knowing he's got it.
And Bobby just cut something in. It's a nice shot there. Yep.
Bernhardt knows the stroke has to be made up. He's trying to get it any way he can.
Yeah, this is the hole he needed it for.
On 21.
All right, for the chip.
Bruce Williams.
Burnsy.
All right, he's still got a couple of chances for a hole out left. Sorry, John. We'll speak slower for you. I know, it's hard. Me and him get excited sitting next to each other. It gets a little bit rapid here. Heart rate's going. It's kind of tough.
I had to read that word sultry again. I'm not sure what it was, but I'll go with it.
Is that what we put on our steaks? I don't know. It's something like that. Oh, look at
good ball by Bobby. Yep. Burns is
okay, so now we know
they're
playing the same ball. Does he have the same? He knows what he can hit here.
Burns is looking at this one, but
super spinners. Hey, Timmy. All right, so now we're still tied. Is that 15 or 16?
That was 15, I believe. Yes.
Yep. Okay, 16.
Straightforward.
Easy hole, but
straightforward.
But straight win. This might be where if
hole up.
Hole up, but he might leave himself for a super club, a spin club. And some of these, it's kind of nice. I guess having a spin club coming in on 18 with that down 10 green could be great.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we love one. All right, here it is for. Oh, it just jerked. Yes.
So he did leave it.
The
he
super
has
spin
all
just.
spins. What?
Bobby puts back. See, I want to put bite here.
No,
just to check it.
Nah, he's not coming back off the screen. Ball's going long. He's good. He wants short putts because honestly, he's probably sitting with a little bit of nerves. He's probably never been 2-0 in a tournament. Or no, actually, this is the loser side.
Lose back, yes.
So this is going to get him his second win.
Well, Burns is running out of holes. Thank you.
Jonathan, if I'm looking at the clubs, I don't think any of them are broken. Everyone says that the 9-wood's broken, but that's people that say the 9-wood's broken. It's just that the distance marker doesn't line up with what you can do with it.
If you know your clubs, you just know that 9 does not play as long as you might think it does, but it's not. I agree, it's not broke.
And then we say when we use the word broken on, we call the 283 wood broken because we've all played for so damn long that we played the 275. That's the only club that we're going to play. Not necessarily broken. There's a couple drivers that have different characteristics to it that aren't really the same as what they're not really shown. For instance, the 9.5 300 driver, the original driver. It's more forgiving if you miss a cut shot, meaning that if I don't hit a dead straight ball, I don't lose as much distance. If I have the 8.5, the 310 8.5, cut shots on that, if I miss a 180, I will lose a lot more distance there.
All right, right here, Burns is going to have to hold it out. They're an 18.
It's very similar, Eric, but I could hit that 9-wood, that old 9-wood, longer than I could hit the 7-wood from that flare bag. That 9-wood there, I think that was a broken club, and it had some mischaracteristic that it went too far. But so now the broken 9-wood, quote unquote, you can do a lot more with it. I can hit it 150, or I can hit it 250. It's a great range. It's a great range of distance.
And Bobby gets on.
All right, Bobby.
Ooh, okay. little frisky, but
fringe putt from there is a right 8. That's going to be fun. Might not be able to get that out.
Burns knows he's got to hold it out, pretty much.
Yep. Okay.
Gotcha.
Come on, Brian. Cut it back up.
All right. Oh, it went right.
All right. Misses for the win. Got it.
That's a
great job. That's a great way to hold it together. He could have really turned around and fallen apart on that a bit after the water ball, and it was a bad water ball.
Great ball. Great game by Bobby right there against Bernsey.
We're going to take a look here. Bernhardt just got knocked out. He wasted a few bucks of mine in the Calcutta.
Here's the man.
Look at this, guys. We're going to look at his footage here, though.
Games
look at how many games this kid's played.
Since 2000, so he's been playing for 19 years. 92,000 rounds played. That's a couple.
He is. He's up there. Best score 35. Him and I are in the 35 club right now.
36.
No, he might have got a 36 on. He might have gotten a 36 on Rattlesnake too.
That's true.
But he and I are in the 35 club blind this year, and I think maybe Gossett. I don't know though. Bernhardt, oh look at him. He's always a great commentator. Great history of the game guy. Fun to be around.
A lot of knowledge.
A lot of knowledge.
Him
and I we've had many nights where we were here at tournaments playing till well after bar close that we probably shouldn't, that we might have played better the next day together.
First time I played him, first time I met him.
Richmond, right?
Houston.
Oh, really?
Houston, 3 years ago, I played him in the the Player of the Year and beat him by 1. Great guy. I mean, we shook my hand. Yeah, the first time we met the guy.
Oh, he's so fun.
Been friends ever since.
Yeah, but that's everybody now.
Yes. Yeah,
and it's so hard now too, because now we got 138 people here. I used to know. We used to be at a tournament, and it took an hour when we got in because we had to hug all 75 people that we knew. Now I have to hug 75 people and shake hands and introduce myself.
I just walk through and wave.
Yep, you got to walk through and wave. I'm going to let you go back to this. I think Kevin might jump in, or we might even get another guest player in here.
Yes, I'm gonna step off and let someone else commentate for a while. But
I gotta get the joints all loosened up and get ready to play a match here shortly.
Good luck to you.
Hey, thank you. Are you still going?
No, I'm out. We're gonna have fun today, and I'll be around all day. So
you're not gonna be around?
I may jump back on after a while.
All right.
Stay tuned, guys, and tell your friends and tell everybody to get on the stream and watch us play today. We're going to be here all day.
Nate, that question's a good one. Home edition-wise, I don't know about a lot of the new ones, but Jared has one, Brock has one, I have one. That's not really – otherwise Tony Johnson has one. Al Jazz. Other than that, it's not the home edition is a very big pro thing because you don't – it's not as easy to make money you don't make as much money on the home.
I want to shout out to PEGT.
Thanks, everybody.
IT for all that they do for this weekend. Kevin, great job all weekend as usual. And
yeah, you're going to be alone or you're going to jump with Lee?
Been fun. Right. So I'm going to jump off for a while and let some guys play. I think Lee Chepnick's coming in. So you guys have a good day and stay on the stream. Bye.
Oh, hi, Gino. How you doing, Kevin?
Good. Kevin Lindsay here, alongside the great Lee Chepnick of Florida, not far from here.
No,
well, Florida's a big place, but
46 minutes.
You're taking a look at Chris Longino on Coral Ridge and Jason Wickstrom.
I like that 3-bird shot.
Yeah, we just saw Coral Ridge with that last game. Gravy Beast Decker does not have a home edition anymore. I believe he had sold it.
He qualified on it 2 years ago and loved playing in the bar more, so he didn't want it to be at the house, so he got rid of it.
Now Gino, tough putt off of the fringe there. That was rough for him.
Back to square. You see any of these guys drive it over the tree onto that little fringe, give himself a chip?
I've actually somebody was showing me a shot that they actually drove the green before. Nobody's aced it though.
No, really. So it's open, good.
Yeah, it's still open.
When it's downwind, I've hit the 10.5 high.
Yep, that was the club that.
But the green goes right. So it's a little bit of a tricky thing, aiming for that tree.
Yeah, I think sometime at the end, before this year's over, we'll see a hole-in-one.
Gino plays streaks, so he's thinking about it. That's why there's a little pause here.
Yeah, I was just going to take a look to see what he was using.
Get out to take measure. That's a huge drive. Return to golf for one.
Man, there's a lot of people here this year, Kevin. It's been just fantastic.
Yeah, 138. I know those guys were just talking about it. The previous stream group. It's an interesting little shot he's got at the hole here.
Well, I like floating this in with no spin.
Yeah, it's a weird shaped green. You don't have a lot of room to work with that pin. You're going to have to. Gino's going to try to use that right hand side of the green and cut it in.
He's such a class act. I think Gino's my favorite, besides the Boyers.
Now, Gino's been around a long time since the Golden T4 era. He's definitely gotten better over the last couple of years, and one of the proponents of the Carolina Clash tournament that's now part of the Power Events Golden T Tour, and now the National Golden T Tour.
It's going to be a staple.
Absolutely.
I really don't know enough about the bar, but if the owners of the bar are representative of the success, I mean, it's got to keep going.
Those guys are good. I have not had a chance to get to the Carolina Clash, but I absolutely will this year. But the fact that these two bar owners, the Muse brothers, they're actually traveling these tournaments, and they're participating, hanging out, like that just shows you right there.
Yeah, and they gave a spot in the pink bracket, gets a free entry right into the
Carolina Clash in October. Yeah,
that's just fantastic. I love it. All right, Gino, a little cut special.
Oh.
He liked it.
Oh yeah, no, Gino is like the best utility player I know.
Adam Harris and Mal.
He's a great Golden Tee player. He's a great ambassador of the game. He's a great commentator. You'll definitely hear him throughout the weekend, throughout the rest of today.
Hi, Misty.
Oh, okay, yeah. Trying to see.
I had this look too.
What Wickstrom is using.
Balls wise?
Yeah. But my little cheat sheet website is.
I think he's stouts. I'm
yeah,
not sure. I watched him
play
play Brewer.
Using stouts.
Yeah, that stout ball's.
Machine 13, Shane Tomer.
You can shut down your brain and execute a couple shots with it.
Tomer, Daniel Kalaszewski on 13.
Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of pluses for it and a lot of backlash from the old school players.
I don't know. I wouldn't say backlash. I mean, there's some players that can move it around and they like it. It's one less factor they have to deal with, that wind.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing is like, okay, now you're taking out, Brian was joking like, oh, well, maybe we should come up with a ball that takes away the green slope and all, it's just one of those where it opens up Pandora's box. But it's an interesting ball. I mean, it's not like you can just grab it and then just do whatever you want with it. It takes some time and practice to get used to, and that's why these guys, like a lot of home edition owners, are using that, the platform of having their own game to try these the newer balls and try different shots that you might not necessarily see these guys, execute on a high level like this at a tournament.
That's the hope, right? You get that's why there's more people, more times. It used to be when you play somebody, if I don't know your name, there's no way you could beat me, right?
Yep.
That's not true anymore. I don't think.
No,
I mean,
we saw it last year with Decker at the World Championship, and he nearly took down Mark Stenmark.
Well, you didn't know Decker. Maybe the public didn't know. I played with him for a couple months in Dallas.
Right, like the general, unless I think that was the first event he had been to. Am I wrong? Because I've gone to almost all of them, and I did not meet him.
No,
until
I
Worlds.
think he played in
maybe one
Houston
event.
The year before.
Okay.
And I know he played local events.
Yeah. But on the bigger scale of the whole community and all the players, he was one of the he was relatively unknown when it came to Worlds.
Yeah.
But
he did play 1,400 games the month he qualified on the home edition.
I can imagine, yeah.
2 years ago.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
Incredible. 1,400 games in 1 month is an absurd amount of, Plus, I think he maxed out his daily play at the bar. He really gave it a lot.
It's a good shot by Gino. Now these guys, unless something crazy happens on hole 18, most likely going to go into sudden death, which
18's got a holeable look, though. It's the same course. It was dead into the wind. You can get yourself a straight wind if you hug it up to the left side. I was behind, so I tried to get outside of my opponent so I could hit first.
Right.
Otherwise, I would have gone a little bit farther left.
Rocco, can I see you, please? Rocco.
That's fine. Yeah, so we are gonna, as these guys go to 18, we'll see what. We'll see what happens with hole 18, and then I believe we're gonna flip over to Mouth and Adam Harris. Again, we've talked a lot with these guys. Mouth, you just heard him on the live stream with Mr. Boyer for a long time. Mouth is a very interesting player. You've known Mouth a lot longer than I have. I'm sure you've had a lot more matches with him than I have. But
we used to joke that the only way to beat Mouth is if you take a barbed wire cage and put him in the box, and he'll just stab himself because he cannot stand still.
No, he's very, very animated. It's
we needed a lot of space in that match. Me and when I played against him, did you see that? We took up. We requested 2 machines.
It's a good shot by Wickstrom. Oh, Gino's got a chance. He's got partial spin.
Mouth, you're up on machine 2.
So he's not going to get that complete kickback like you would with the super spin club. But see Gino, he's kind of going back and forth. Do I hit it with backspin and punch it hard? You've got that down 6, right 4. So the likelihood with him partial spin is getting wet is low.
Brittany Steele on 24.
He's got a chance.
Oh, that was a great shot by Gino. So these guys are going to go into OT. And Adam Harris and Mouth are starting on machine 2. So we're going to take a look at a couple of packages while these guys get OT set up, and then we'll bring you updates as they come about.
Perfect. Andy, how's my voice? I know I got a great face for radio. Everything else all right?
All right, so Adam Harris, if you've never met him in a tournament before, he's a Georgia guy. He's been playing for almost 10 years, but like you said, a home edition owner. These are some of his, YouTube highlights. Seeing him at the World Championship last year playing on the stage at the Orleans. If you guys haven't done so already, June 12th through the 14th is this year's World Championship, so make sure you book your flights to Vegas and get out there. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to qualify at the event if you haven't done so before then.
He's one of my favorite people, too. There's a lot of places you can go and you'll find somebody that will stop. They'll come meet you. Oh, you're in town. You want to play? Let me call my wife and make a change and come. And he's built it into his life. I think he has a home machine too.
Yes, he's a home edition owner. Adam's a great guy. He's very friendly. Like you said, a lot of these guys, when you go to another state, you'll always have a friend in another state, and Adam is definitely one of those guys. Last couple of years, especially since he's had the home edition, he's really upped his gameplay and kind of taken his game to the next level. Now,
this highlight reel is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. This is great. So we're going to watch one last shot from Adam, and then we're going to check out the Mouth's package here of him. This is this is a good shot. I remember this was definitely a shot of the week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Mouth, if you don't know him, you haven't seen him before, haven't heard him, I'd be shocked. But Mouth is a very interesting character, and character is the nice way to describe him. He's very boisterous and loud, and but he has a passion for this game, and he's been around for a long time, nearly playing for 20 years. You could tell by some of his shots you'll see in this highlight reel from Worlds and in his YouTube shots, he, like you're just saying, he uses a lot of space around him because he is probably one of the hardest hitters in the game, but he's a very meticulous touch when it comes to that track ball. He can hit some shots that nobody else would really think about, especially in match play. Mouth is one of those guys that the shots he hits are just ridiculous.
I'll tell you what, he looked at me and he said, "What ball do you hit?" And I said, "Titan." He was like, "Wow, I hit one drive I think that he thought was I hit it max."
Yeah, we've been talking about the Titans. That Mouth has been a huge proponent of the Titan golf ball since they came out in September with Golden Tee 2020. And, they get a nice hop, a little extra hop than the streaks.
One. So it's to be fair, take a stock plus, which is what I played for the last 5 years, and add some streak in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the distance.
It's got that one bounce, but it still spins very well.
Now these guys, it is Grand Teton. Hole 1 is very drivable. Easy putt, eagle putt for Harris. Now again, Mouth, you'll see him all over the place when he hits his shots. But Teton, I think, is a really good course for these guys because there's a couple of different, I would say, swing holes when it comes to these par 4s. Be interesting to see if hole 2 is drivable. Now, a little bit hot there with release. Oh, wow, that almost, for a second, I thought he was.
That was quick for Mouth.
Now, these guys, they're both great players, and they both have their own style of play. I think that is what I like the most about this matchup here.
Adam's not going to change his way. I think Adam is playing with.
Okay, so we're hearing Chris Longino did win in overtime. It's a good win for Gino. Tough match on Coral Ridge, especially with how difficult and simple that course is. There's not a lot of swing hole opportunities, and it's not a really scoreable course.
It was a give him back course for me today. Give him back Lee showed up.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Adam is going to play his game. He's never going to change his game. He's silky smooth.
Now the fun thing about this, so right now we've got 8 people left that are undefeated. Clint Grover, Eddie G, Chris Brewer, Adam Fitzgerald, Adam Harris in the Mouth, Andy Fox, and Jared Decker. So I was incorrect in what I told you earlier, so I do apologize, Lee.
Yeah, I was pretty sure.
But we're down to 8 people being undefeated, and this is one of those matches. So it'll be exciting to see. I mean, Fox and Mouth both have won a Power Events tournament before, and they're the only ones that are here that have done so. Now he just missed a chip.
He doesn't miss.
Oh, yeah, I just barely got that one. But again, Tetons is one of those courses where there is
several opportunities
to either gain a stroke or lose one, realistically. Now, I have to give a shout out real quick to Adam Fitzgerald. He beat Gary Sheldon, Cags. He beat Seth Staniford, and this is a good run for him. Fitz is one of those Team Wisconsin guys. He has a good time. He can play good Golden Tee, but he normally doesn't find himself in the gold bracket, and so he's making the most of his opportunity here.
Well, he's familiar with everything, the courses, the game, the machine, the bad ball, the good ball. He's a vendor.
He's just putting it all together, which is good. And, not everyone can do that on
I love it.
On a platform like this where there's almost 140 people. You know what I mean? It's the biggest Florida Open, I believe, in recent history. And these guys, all these guys, Eddie G, Clint, Adam, all these guys have been on this stage before in some form or fashion, except Adam Fitzgerald and Harris. But, of course, Jared Decker, Andy Fox, no surprise there. That'll be a good matchup. We'll definitely get you guys, more information on. But
so my 2 boys just came up and bought me a shot. Rob.
Thanks for the shout out, whoever sent it.
Rob, that was me. Rob and Mike Payne played each other, my best friends, and Rob had to take Mike out. So Mike's probably going to leave. He doesn't like to stick around.
It's always fun. It's like tough and fun at the same time when you come with a group of friends and you end up having to play them in match play. It's definitely 10 times different than if you're hanging out at your local bar and having a drink and, BSing and playing against each other.
Last night there was a moment when, I brought my clothes. I knew I wasn't driving, and I had a couple drinks, and somebody bought 150 shots of Fireball. And so I ended up at Gino's house.
Well, I'm sure that they woke up this morning and their bank called them and said, "What in the heck are you doing?"
I helped as much as I could. That's all I can tell you.
I was forced to take one, and then I went home. Now, one thing I have to give a shout-out because it's funny is that Josh Mertzik, great player out of Wisconsin, as I was literally telling everybody that they need to go book their flights to Las Vegas for Worlds, he actually just messaged me on Facebook and said, "Funny you said that. Yeah, I literally booked my flight the moment you were saying that out loud." So, all right, so we are going to take a look at both games we got going on right now because Clint Grover and Eddie G are ready to start spinning on Machine 4. So Golden T. Gentner asked earlier about the how to qualify for the championship for non-prize play states. So that, information that will be released probably in the sometime this week. So just make sure you stay tuned. We've got 60 commercial qualifiers coming from events, which start tomorrow. So the moment these guys get back from this tournament, they're going to start playing in commercial events to try and qualify, 5 each week. And then we're going to have 10 home edition spots, and that still leaves us with, 18 more spots that we have some really exciting plans for.
You know, it's funny. I brought up the Jared Decker with the home edition, but I think he qualified in the first or second week, maybe the third last year, remember?
Now, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, but Adam Harris just missed an eagle putt. So I believe him and Mouth are now tied. They had an interesting setup here on the drivable par 4, hole 5. So these guys are all square now, with Mouth taking the reins of honors.
And we're split shot too. So
yes,
if you guys can see, you can see Grover now too, right?
Yeah. So Grover and Eddie G are on Dodge City, and look at that. So Clint drove hole 1 on Dodge City, which is, I would say 60-40, sometimes drivable. Eddie G has a chip. But, Brian and I were talking about this earlier today. Eddie G is he is one of the best chippers that I've known, especially in these tournament situations.
He chucked it.
Boom, look at that. Just drained it, right? Yeah.
He chucked it. That wasn't a chip. Did you see that?
Yeah,
That's
I don't
a different
know why,
skill.
I don't know why he did that. There was no
it's
need to do that.
because he's on camera. He must know.
Of course. This is a guy that'll shoot shots in between trees that nobody else would need to do except him.
I did tell him there's a new rule. You can only use left hand or right hand. You can't go both.
Now, these are actually 2 fun courses. So Dodge City is much more wide open and scoreable. Now, Teton, still scoreable, but you have to be more precise with your shots. So, and Gravy Beast on Twitch asks about the home edition spots. So they will be played in events mode for the home edition. So if you have not either purchased a home edition, you can do so at home.goldentea.com, or if you have not updated your game to 2020 or it's not online, you need to do so now, and you got to reach out to us and get that updated today, because home edition qualifying starts in the beginning of March.
And just to be clear, Kevin, if I don't own a home edition, can I go to somebody else's house and qualify, or no?
No, you have to be the machine owner to do that.
This is short. Here is golfer 2 with a fine fairway lie.
Now, Matt Van Hoosier, disappointed he's not here this weekend, but understand work and family come first sometimes. But he says Grover and Eddie in the super rare lefty-lefty matchup, which is actually hilarious. Now, you're going to see between all 4 of these guys in these 2 different matches, you're going to see a lot of, I don't want to call it unintentional pin seeking, because it's not like they're going to try to drain every shot, in some of these tighter greens. But these guys are so good that the moment they just touch a trackball, greatness happens. Like Mouth there. Mouth knows he could probably hold that out if he wanted to, but it's so early on in the match, he's got to take his time.
I think now that's really cool. We're going to have 4 guys on the screen. We're going to be able to watch them hit shots and be in the moment. And now you might understand, if we go back when we talked about the uniqueness with Mouth, is if we put a barbed wire cage around him. Imagine a big barbed wire cage like the size of a refrigerator, all right? All 3 of the other guys, they get up over it, they don't move.
Oh, yeah, they fit right in there. And Mouth is...
And not the size thing, but he'll go out of the screenshot. He just starts moving around and moving around.
He's a very animated player.
Oh, it's great. You can't. It's fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And you have he could get a bet probably in any bar that he goes to, just because, there's no chance you believe that this guy could do it.
Oh, yeah. Brian Wiegers, yes. So as long as you're a home edition owner, it doesn't matter whose home edition you play on. As long as you own your own home machine, you can play, because we have a lot of people that live nearby that go and play at each other's house and, play a few games on a Saturday or Sunday while watching football or whatever. As long as you own a home edition and you qualify on a home edition, those scores will count.
Well, that's interesting.
A little more mustard. Golfer 1.
Well, Clint's 1 down. The other match, they're all square, I think, right?
Yeah, so Clint is 1 down because he missed that long putt on hole 1. Otherwise, they've been pretty neck and neck. Now, the other thing, too, is make sure whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Mixer, make sure you're sharing this, tagging Golden Tee on all those social media platforms, or using the hashtag Golden Tee. because the more you share this, the more views we get, and the more the more eyes we get on this exciting product. Golden Tea's been around.
There you go, Andy. You said the right words.
Golden Tea's been around a long time, but there's always room for growth, and whether it's partnerships or sponsor opportunities, or bringing more eyes and players to these tournaments and the prize pool. We love to see that kind of stuff. Plus, I like giving stuff away, and so if you're sharing it, you got a chance to win some cool swag. A lot of close shots on both of these games. You're watching both.
I thought Adam
great
hold
shot
his.
points. Yeah, great shots on each screen just popping up with, lots of.
Have you talked about everybody puts each other in? Have you talked about that?
We talked a little bit about that throughout the weekend. It's it's the honor system. It's like if the putt is a give me putt, where somebody's not going to miss it. It helps speed up the gameplay on a long Sunday. But it also shows the respect that this group of family has for each other.
Yeah.
Whether you've been there, whether you've been there, at these events for 10+ years or only a year. Oh wow,
Another.
Clint, I don't even know how that looked like it rolled right over. These guys, I actually love this. It's literally just neck and neck. 2 matches don't matter. Left side is Clint and Eddie G. Right side is Harris and Mouth, but. Both these guys, both these groups are just playing amazing tee right now, and that's why these 4 people are 4 out of the 8 that are undefeated right now.
If I were to go hit rewind, we were actually, I know we have the skills over there, Andy. You guys are this is just a great setup. But I'm looking at the left screen, but Clint hit a shot with no spin, and when it landed, it just kept rolling straight. And Eddie hit a shot with bite. And when it nosed a little bit, it clipped and it actually kicks it offline. And so there's a lot of guys that like to hit no spin into these shots. I'm a big proponent. I love hitting no spin, let it land, and it'll roll right where you think it's going to roll.
Yeah.
If I hit bite or backspin, now I'm kind of shouting for it to pull. But it's funny. You watch the balls, right? The last 2.
Oh, yeah. No, and I've been trying to do that with my gameplay. I'm not playing as much anymore except during the live streams and stuff, but I've been trying to get away from the spin because I grew up playing Golden Tee where you had to hit the ball hard to get backspin. I was playing golf.
And then you had to, there was no spin button. You had to pull
no spin
backwards
button.
on the ball.
Exactly. And so I've been trying to get away from using any of the rolls or spin types if I can. Honestly, and look at both Clint and Eddie G, they probably are racking up some real great shot points. But great shot points, unlike Saturday qualifier, does not matter. You need to beat your opponent by score. And Clint just bad chip out of the rough. He probably would have been safer for putting it, but I understand. It's a tough decision when you're in the middle of gameplay. So it looks like
Eddie's got 2
Eddie's
strokes.
going to have 2-stroke lead on Mouth. I believe Mouth and Harris are still tied.
Yeah.
As these guys are just spot on Golden Tee. Now I'll ask you this. There's still a lot of players left. Out of the 4 people that we're watching right now that are currently undefeated, who do you think will be in the top 4 guaranteed?
Of these 4 that we're not watching?
The 4 that we're watching right now. Do you think either of these guys, any of these guys will be guaranteed top 4?
Well, to be fair, it's not Chepnik up there playing. So somebody that has a 2-stroke lead right now, I would say, I love Clint, but I think Eddie's going to be one of them. And Adam looks pretty calm. He did miss a putt. That'll get in your head a little bit, but
he's recovered nicely from it.
I agree with you.
All these guys have great shot points. Mouth doesn't, but Mouth has been just rolling right past the cup. So I would be, honestly, I think Eddie G is a top 4 for sure. Eddie G it's been a long time since he's had a tournament.
He's pulling a Haas.
Like that.
He pulled a Haas this week.
Yeah.
He flew in yesterday morning, no warm-up, and he shoot a 18 or 20 on.
He shot a 20 on Lake Powell.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
He 15 and 17 had some issues. Those were hard, by the way.
Yeah, those were some hard setups.
It was our group. All 3 of us eagled 15, and all 3 of us birdied 17. Don't ask me how. We had over 250 feet of putts on 17.
Yeah, that's rough. All right, now real quick, going back to the comments before we get too far ahead. Oh, it's a good shot by Mouth. Dylan asks, you pay for entry fee, but do you pay for each round as well? Yes. So you do, you know, obviously Incredible Technology sponsors Power Events, but, you know, Paige, Russ, and Steve from Power Events, and, you know, they're traveling to each of these cities. So Russ is driving their, you know, new 25-foot trailer with all these machines in it from city to city each tournament. So these guys, you know, it's part of the community feel is like everyone knows when you go to the tournament, you're paying an entry fee, but you're going to pay for your games too because, yeah, the venue, you know, doesn't charge us a fee. They're actually giving us money to put in the prize pool because they know the type of community this is, and they know they're going to make a lot of money with, you know, 130, 140 players, plus their wives and spouses and boyfriends and girlfriends. And I mean, there was probably 175 people total here, if not more, from Golden Tee over the last 4 days.
Oh, all right. Listen, there's one other part that, you know, I don't think Power Vending gets enough credit for. What they do is if you bring somebody to the event, you get a $20 gift card, and they get a $20 gift card to use on the machine. So the qualifiers are $4. That's 5 games. It pays for your qualifier. I brought 3, I think, this year. Every year I try and bring 1 or 2. And look, we got 140 players this year. That's just a great way to promote the game, you know?
Yeah, and not to step away from that, but Mouth had a bad tee shot in the water. He played it safe by putting it. So Adam is going to go up 2 strokes on him. So Adam Harris is a 2-stroke lead on Mouth. Eddie G has a 2-stroke lead on Clint Grover, but Eddie G just got, he's going to have an interesting putt because he's right on the edge of the tier. This is a tough look. Now, actually, Clint has a better putt, in my opinion. Right off the tier in the cup, but look where Eddie G got placed. He's got to roll over that little corner of the tier. And
it's going to go hard right.
Yeah.
It's an S putt. I've never seen a two-click left, like, nub. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, he almost made it too, which is
a chush putt.
Yeah, which is even better. So Clint's lead or Clint's deficit is cut down to 1.
Yeah.
Which actually, I've been in this position before in these tournaments. I think, you know, Eddie G still has the lead, but now Clint's the one teeing off. So it definitely on some of these harder holes, which is probably 17 and 18 for Dodge, it really makes a difference. You know, if your opponent screws up tee shot, you have a little bit more wiggle room, and you can breathe a little bit more when making your choices.
Okay, Big Country. So Wiggers asked, 2 strokes on Dodge is going to be nearly impossible to come back. Well, I was 2 down against one of my first opponent. I don't want to call anybody out by name, but and I hit a great shot. It didn't go in. I thought it went in, and he putted his into the water. And,
yeah, I mean,
and there's 2 strokes right there. So we went to overtime.
It really, I think Brian Wiegers has a good point, but it really depends on the setup. It really depends on the setup that these guys end up with. Now, Mouth, you know, it's tough for Mouth because now he's trying to chase. But 18 on T10 is not easy sometimes. You play, you know, you have not only a rock wall to play against, but then you also have elevation change to worry about. Now, you see the look on Mouth's face behind him. No idea how that putt actually dropped for Harris. I really thought that was going to lip out. Now, this is actually this is a really good setup for Harris because he can just go right at this. You know, if that pin was in the top left position, it'd be a bit more difficult. But you know, unless he, yeah, I mean, it's solid. He almost aces it, yeah. So even if Mouth aces this, you know, it's just pretty much in the bag for Adam Harris. Which is, I mean, that's an exceptional win for him.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Adam play well. I like Mouth. I really wanted Mouth to do well also. He's been trying all weekend to be calm and
yeah, no,
calm,
you see
cool,
Mouth,
collected.
he is, you know, he is not one to take losing easily, but he knows that Adam played a great game, and Adam's a great guy. So,
Richard King, Thomas Tomarelli on 13.
All right, so taking a look back at Grover and Eddie G. So Clint is still down 1 to Eddie G, I believe. Not a lot of room left to go, but again, 17 could be a difficult setuap.
Machine 20. Steve Bigger, Chris Storter. Steve Bigger, Chris Storter on 20.
So even though Mouth lost, he is still in the tournament. That was his first loss. So Mouth is going to move down to the losers bracket. And it also looks like Chris Brewer beat Adam Fitzgerald 28-21. So it looks like Fitz must have had a bad couple of holes trying to come back from like a one-stroke deficit. So Fitz, Gerald, and Mouth lose. You're watching Clint Grover and Eddie G.
So Jared Decker and
Jared Decker and Andy Fox are playing on machine 1.
Adam Harris collecting our first bounty of the day.
It's coming back. Golfer 1 about to putt. Golfer 2, a shot for birdie.
Well, you know, when you're one behind, you want to, you know, sometimes you want your opponent to go, but right now, if he can ace this, it's a pretty actually easy look for this hole. Got a chance.
Machine 20, please.
I would think Eddie's going to probably be a little bit safer on this. Give himself a putt.
Yeah, because he's got Clint's got a tough chip.
Wow,
Yeah,
great
that's a
shot.
Beautiful shot by Eddie G.
All right, well, Clint's got his first loss, unfortunately.
Beautiful chip.
Yeah. One putt. These guys are that good. First hole.
Yeah, I mean, that's
right?
crazy.
One chip, too.
I mean, there was a couple of mistakes in between, but yeah, I
the
mean.
chip on the par 3.
Tough loss for Clint. So we're going to take a look at Eddie G's, some of his highlights here again. But Eddie G, he's been around for 20 years. Played Golden Tee 3D golf right as Golden Tee 4 came out. Big in the Golden Tee 4 era. You've probably known him. You know him well.
Oh yeah.
One of the guys who's been around a long time, and it's exciting to see him kind of at this point in his career, Golden Tee, get back on a stage like this. You know, he sneaks in Sunday or Saturday morning to qualify. He does have a little bit later flight on Monday because he knew he was going to have a good time, and you know, he'll get back to his family on Monday. But you know, perfect.
So this shot right here that he's sitting on Jamaica, he's hit it 2 or 3 different ways. He's the first one to ace 18 Jamaica with a skip off the water from around to the right.
Right. I mean, he had a hole-in-one on Coral Ridge where he funneled it on a par 4 in between like 2 little leaves. I was telling Brian Bernhardt earlier he has a shot of the week on all of our games this week where, hole 2 of Jamaica, he used a low T 8.5-degree driver just to skip it off the water. And I said, you know, why would he even do that? And Brian's like, yeah, he's probably just bored. I mean, it's the truth because he knows he can funnel in some of those really tough shots. And we're getting some matches called now for machines 2 and 4. It looks like Chris Longino is getting ready to play Seth Stanford, I believe. And if you guys at home, as we're talking about some of these matchups, you know, go to PEGTtour.com and check out the tournaments tab for all the brackets for this weekend's event.
You know, I lost. I beat Gino right in the first match, and we gave each other a hug. We both rooted for each other, and we're both sad when, you know, the other person's hurt. But he is fighting hard right now.
Yeah, I mean,
to get back in it.
He's got, you know, once you lose a match, and I'm taking a look at the brackets now. Once you lose a match, it's tough. You know, it's like Brian and I talked about this morning, and Mouth and I. Over the weekend, you got to bounce back from it. You can't let a loss get in your head. You need to just kind of step outside, enjoy the beautiful weather, have a cold beverage or two, and just relax and get yourself refocused. Because if you carry those mistakes on to the next game, you know, you're basically just handing your opponent the match.
You know, I think I've told you this before. I used to be a golf professional. I turned professional, moved to North Carolina, gave it a shot. Turns out I'm not really an athlete. I mean, I didn't realize back then that you had to be such an athlete to play the game.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
But
that's why we made Golden Tee.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm a fan. But what happens is, in real golf, in Golden Tee, if you screw up, whatever happens, it's in the past. You just have to keep going that way.
Exactly.
And so it's really important. Obviously, there's some life lessons. I'm not going to that crazy with it, but buy a golden tee, live a better life. I'm not sure that's a mantra, is it?
I mean, it could be very easily.
It is for some of us, but I like Gino's chances right now to kind of scrap his way through the through the losers bracket. And Clint, still, do not write these guys off. I mean, Andy lost one year in the first match and ran all the way through and won Orlando.
Yep, it's definitely something we've seen multiple times by a lot of people. Seth's had a very interesting weekend. He had an on and off qualifier. You could tell, I feel like he's got some things in his head that he's letting him distract himself. He's not the usual, like, peppy Seth, like I had a conversation with him on Friday, and you could just feel like there was something different feeling with him. I don't know what it is, but hopefully, you see he's got the headphones on. Gino does too. These guys are going to listen to some music and hopefully tune some stuff out. But these guys, Gino's been around a long time, and so has Seth. But Oakwood is actually, I think this will be a solid match between these guys. Holes to look out for, the par 5. The drivable par 5 is always a factor. That double eagle putt can really make or break you.
Well, it's how they play it, right? They I don't know what ball Seth has. I think Gino is going to use streaks again here, and he can hit a 10.5 medium into the drivable par 5. And if you're playing stouts, you can't do that.
Sitting in the fairway.
Now, this is not. There are times where there's a drivable setup here with a ramp, and there definitely is. Oh, look at that, Seth! As we were just talking about, he's got to change his focus a little bit, and holes out on 1. So Gino, see Gino. Gino's a character. He's a great guy, and I enjoy, being around him at these tournaments and also on the mic with him. But he's a.
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes into, but he did smile. And
Gino takes a lot of these things in stride. And again, there's plenty of swing holes. I think Oakwood is probably the biggest swing. Maybe second to Grand Tetons, if I believe. But these par 4s, the drivable par 4s, are really going to make a difference here.
She put the brakes on it.
Oh. Give him back, Seth. Hope not. It's a little bit of a tricky look. Go.
I don't know about this.
Oh, no.
That won't help. What's it look like to you, Peter?
Up and down, you might only lose 1.
This guy's got skills right by the
Yeah, now that's real tough, especially when it's on hole 2. Now, he does not have a putt here. He's got to be careful. Yeah, nice little chip, and he makes it look very easy.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to assume your opponent's going to make it, right? I mean, when you play match play, if you assume that your opponent's going to make the shot, you don't want to be surprised when they do make one. Mm-hmm. You're going to not be able to focus on your shot, so you can be a little bit more grateful maybe when they miss, but it's better if you assume that they will make it. Gino's going to be a little bit more aggressive now on this front 9 because he's 2 down. Actually, he's 3 down, right?
No, he's 2.
No.
He parred that?
Seth, yeah. Seth got 1 on the first hole and just got 2.
Oh, I didn't realize he parred hole 2.
He went the water on 2 and.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I just saw the
chip.
sand. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 back.
Golfer 2, first up.
Andy, can you check your message? Seth's name spelled wrong.
Let's watch the tee shot of golfer 1.
Now, some of these par 5s, you're not going to see it as much here in the front, but on the back, it's going to be, there's a, 14 or 15, where there's like 3 or 4 different layup spots in that par 5, where there's water in front of the green, there's a cart path behind it, and then water again. That'll be one of those holes to really look out for. But for Gino, it's tough because he's down early, and for Gino, this is kind of make or break. He knows he's running out of time here.
You think Graham Brasher's the best looking guy in Golden Tee?
No, I think it's Kevin Lindsay.
So he now you know what? I think it is Kevin Lindsay. He just looked at me and said, "I took out your boy."
Oh,
so
yeah,
I don't know
guy.
who he took out.
Now Graham is a great guy.
Must have been Zollers.
Yeah, I
or
think so.
Holtry.
So Chris Knight, Graham Bratcher on Machine 1, and then we are watching Longino and Staniford on Machine 2, and then can't see who's on Machine 3, and then we're waiting. We're getting down here in all the brackets, so I know we're going to focus on the Longino Staniford match, and we'll give you updates throughout the day as we get them. So Eddie G and Chris Brewer, Adam Harris, and Andy Fox. Wow, Gino just that's good for Gino. Just aced the par 4 like it was nothing. He's down a couple of strokes. Wow, that was beautiful. So Gino is still down 2. But you see Gino's a character. He's laughing. He literally just drained a par 4. And now he's only down 2. So Adam Harris and Andy Fox were just called to Machine 4. So we will probably we'll either switch back and forth or do a quad shot. But those guys are undefeated. Gino and Staniford are playing winner takes all in the sense that whoever loses is out of this tournament. Eddie G and Chris Brewer are the other 2 guys that are undefeated. And I don't remember off the top of my head, outside of Andy Fox, I don't know if any of those other guys have been in the top 4 in a long time. Harris, Brewer, or Brewer's in the top 4, I believe, in Richmond in 2018.
So Adam Harris lost to Sean Gervais here in Orlando. What year did we have Highland Greek? Total?
14 or 15.
So B-Man, I forget who the 4th or 3rd. I know Adam played well that week. Adam finished 2nd to Gervais. And I think he had another top 4 later that year.
Yeah, but it's been a while.
I agree. Well, Gino's on the box. He must have gotten 1 stroke back, right?
He got that ace.
Let's see if he's going to pull it off.
That was a long ball, Jim.
Yeah, I think so. Right now with the Seth and Gino match, I think we'll stick on this one for a moment or two, and then probably switch over to Fox and Harris, and then as we get farther down in Oakwood with Gino, we'll kind of see what's going on. Yeah, if that's, I think that's good.
Yeah, Sweaty, I don't know the answer.
I do. So Sweaty Spaghetti, which is an amazing name, by the way, says, they ask, Kevin, what does the final winner of the event get? How much money? So I can tell you right now, for the prize pools today, top winner in gold gets $2,500. Now, on top of that, there's also the player Calcutta that they did on the side. But the bigger feat for me is on the purple side, you're getting a cash prize, but you're also getting the World Championship qualifying spot.
And the pink bracket gets a spot at the Carolina Clash.
Yes.
Which we referenced earlier. I think it's just fantastic.
Now, Brewer won Leesburg, as John Rebel points out, but
Seth.
To me, it's like Leesburg is a good tournament, but I'm talking on the national tournament scale where there's 130, 140 people.
Seth probably thought he had a high tee there.
Now he did. Now Gino, of course, is laughing, looking at us, laughing like, "Are you kidding me?" He's actually right now. I can tell you what he's saying. He's probably saying, "Are you kidding the rock right now?" So Gino's going to putt in for double eagle, but he's still down one because Seth got the eagle chip after screwing up the tee shot. This is actually this is a fun game because these guys have known each other a long time and they're both characters.
Wow. Now this hole, I can assure you, is a crippler. It's one of those shots where it will suck off the back. It's uphill. And so when you go with a lower loft, a 3-wood or sometimes 4-wood, it'll hit that bank carrying the water, right?
Yeah,
the 5 is a critical shot.
And Gino hit the 6 there, which is the same thing Seth's going to do. 2 different approaches. Seth using backspin, Gino using bite. But But good shots for these guys. And GT4Z-Man says he just booked St. Louis. Oh. So 15-16, and that's like, the scores are okay, but those are the scorecard's very interesting. Lots of different shades of white and green and blue for eagles, birdies, and pars.
Yeah, it's not a real simple, clean round.
No, not at all. So Harris and Fox are now on machine 4. So I know we're going to get ready to tune into those guys really quick. And I believe it looks like they have spun Dodge City. So these guys that you're watching right now, it's make or break for these two because one of these guys, Gino or Stanford, are going home. Fox and Harris are still undefeated. So the winner of the Fox and Harris match is going to get in the King of the Hill match. And we talked a little bit about earlier, King of the Hill, undefeated. You have to lose 2 times in the finals to lose, which is a weird way to describe it. Basically, once you're King of the Hill, it's very, very easy to win this tournament.
Well,
but we've definitely seen people go back-to-back, and get knocked out. But from a personal confidence standpoint, it's much different once you actually are King of the Hill and you go into those games. Then it becomes a big mental game of not getting in your own head of, hey, you can't be on a high horse of I'm King of the Hill, they got to beat me twice, because, like you said, we've seen it happen before where the King of the Hill has been double dipped, as they say, and then lost.
Well, you're 100% correct. The carry forward too, if you remember, I think maybe Luna still remembers that. Maybe that's why Luna's not here. He putted in the water on Volcano against Andy Fox.
That's right.
And he was King of the Hill, and Andy fought back and beat him. I mean. No, I'd love to see Luna. I do miss him. I don't know.
No, he's. I think he had some stuff going on this weekend, but you'll definitely see him in Wisconsin and/or St. Louis. So I think we're going to go ahead and switch over to the Fox Harris match here in a moment or two on Dodge.
Another shout out too, by the way, I forgot Jordan Scott, one of our great Golden Tee fans. Jordan, sorry I didn't finish tie for 4th, but if Kevin agrees to another discussion, I'll still find a way to get to St. Louis to come up there and see you. I missed you at the Super Bowl. It was fun watching you get to have a trip of a lifetime.
This could be in, Peter.
Oh yeah. Always good to hear from him. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and step aside for a little bit. Brian Bernhardt's gonna jump in and join Lee for a little bit. Make sure you guys are sharing the live stream on Facebook, YouTube, Mixer, and Twitch. And at Golden Tee, tag us. Use the hashtag Golden Tee or GT2020. And Lee, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Always good talking with you, my friend. We'll talk shop here in a little bit, but I'm gonna bring on Brian Bernhardt.
It's golfer 1.
Gino's still 1 down. And this is one of those fun cut shot choices. You can play safe or, they used to call it Sobe safe. Bernsey, what do you got here? Low 6
Brian Bernhardt here.
bite? Yeah.
Yeah, with that down 4 left 2 slope, he's going to cut into that wind, and when it hits the green, you're going to see it spin right towards the hole. Assuming they're not playing stouts. I don't think Gino plays stouts.
No, Gino's playing. I think Gino might be playing streaks. But
yeah, there it is into the wind. It's going to spin.
Yeah. No, the first bounce, that might have been tightened.
We're going to change machines here shortly, and looks like we've got Adam Harris and Andy Fox. Adam Harris actually just collected a $25 bounty, a gift card from Power Events because knocking a former Florida Open champion, Mark McClevich, out of the tournament.
I'm glad that you brought that up. We forgot to mention the bounty.
Yeah, so if you win a tournament, the following tournaments, they put a bounty on you. And if you're playing that person that has the bounty and you win, you get $25. And
That's
so
great.
anytime that you win a tournament, the rest of the community is after you trying to get that gift card.
So we get to watch the... This is the winner of this goes to the King of the Hill.
Yeah, the winner of this goes to King of the Hill, and I believe Eddie Godfrey, he is 3-0. he plays Chris Brewer next. So, and what happens is the winner of this match right here is guaranteed a top 3 finish in the Florida Open.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it before. Adam Harris made a good run here the year that Greek and Highland.
That's a few years ago, isn't it?
And Gervais won in Orlando, and B-Man. We can't remember who the fourth in that mix was, but Adam is just a solid player, super nice guy,
really
right?
Nice. I had a good opportunity to hang out with him a little bit in Vegas, actually, at the World Championships, and met his wife, and we all had lunch together, and had a great conversation. And he's just one of those guys. He knows he's really talented at this game. He's got a machine at home, and there's really, in a situation like this, when he's playing one of the top players in the world, Andy Fox, there's really no pressure for Adam Harris. He can go out there, just play his game, and force Andy to make the right shots to try to win this match.
Oh, that's a great idea, Andy. So if they just share a link, is it posted on the site? Cut and paste?
Yeah. And here they are on hole 7, and like we were just mentioning, with Lee was talking about, where make sure you share the video footage. You can use YouTube, Facebook. Go to YouTube, type in Golden Tee. I believe you can go to youtube.com/Golden Tee, and that'll take you right where you need to be. But share it. Let your friends know you're watching.
Most people don't recognize we're two older guys that are playing the game. I'm older than Bernsey, but nice
great
shot
there by Adam Harris.
He's done that all day. He did it against Mouth. I mean, just firing it right at it. But, it's funny. This is an e-sport, right? I do break a sweat. And James Hickey, who works for the PGA Tour, is playing, and he even said to me, "Oh my God, my legs hurt. I didn't realize how much,
It's a grind. We're standing here, not the most comfortable floors. We don't have our mats on the floor to help with the cushioning like some of the guys do at their home locations. But yeah, it's a grind. I mean, especially yesterday when I was talking about the qualifying, it's just a long day, and you really kind of test your. I'm not sure what.
Go.
That's going to be wet, maybe.
Wow.
Oh, friendly
Did he catch
bounce.
the bounce? He catch the
caught the
down
rough.
and it stayed on?
Yeah.
No way he played that on purpose.
I don't know. The one thing to look when you're watching Andy Fox play, by the way, and I mentioned this, he's maybe saying hi to his daughter, Kaylin. Maybe Melanie's watching. If you are, thanks for tuning in up there in Minnesota. But he's one of those guys, I mentioned this yesterday, he's the John Gruden of Golden Tee. And Lee, the reason I say that is because his face is.
It's unbelievable.
Just watch how he reacts. Just to questionable shots. He makes a lot of great shots, so you don't see him missing a whole lot, but just make sure you watch his face and enjoy it.
Well, both of these guys love, if the opportunity is there, to thumb it.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an easy shot that they can just hit it on line and let it run out, I think that's what they do. This could go in. No.
Yeah, see, he's looking at that. He was really, obviously every time when you hit the track ball, you're hoping the virtual ball goes into that virtual hole, But that was one of those looks to where he kind of had an idea in his head of exactly where he wanted to put it. He put it where he wanted to. It just didn't do what he thought it was going to do.
So here's another hole. A lot of people just going to bang it down to the end and, get ready and just take the second shot, wherever it is. I like to look at these shots and give myself my favorite yardage in. A thumb forward, a thumb 3-wood. Something that I know I got a reasonable chance to make. I'll hit 5-bird off this tee sometimes.
Just to make sure, yeah. And that's one thing about this game. When I mentioned it yesterday, actually, I compared it to the game of pool. When you're playing pool, you're constantly thinking about your next shot. And your next shot, with golf or video golf, you only have a couple 3 shots on each hole, but you're thinking about your next shot in.
Yep,
so I'm
absolutely.
guessing Adam. I don't know if he has a 3 hybrid or not, but it probably wanted an 8-wood or a 3 hybrid. You can lay it back, but with all those woods. Obviously the closer that you get to the hole, the better chances you have of putting it in. But the nice thing about being able to build your own bag, you can put whatever clubs you want in your bag, and you can play your approach shots accordingly.
What ball is Adam playing? Last year he played streaks. I don't know. That went kind of far for a thumb. That could have been a stout, but
I'm not sure. This is actually an interesting look for going back to when you design your own bag. Because of certain clubs that you might put in your bag, you're not able to have every club that you want. And so he's got a situation here where he's in between clubs, we call it. So he's going to have to.
What does he go, 9-iron to sand wedge? He doesn't have a gap?
No gap. I don't know. He doesn't have the gap wedge. So I'm not sure if he's going to tee this low or not, but he's going to try to get it past the hole. And with that wind, he's going to, assuming he's not playing stouts, you'll see him pull back in the track ball and cut into that wind.
Wow. So we just got that report that Gino lost in sudden death.
Seth
to
Stanford,
Seth?
yeah.
Oh, was it? Maybe it wasn't sudden death.
It was a pretty safe shot there for Adam. You know, it's one of those shots you don't want to get too cute, especially when the pin is so close to the top of that green. If you overcut this shot, it's going to trickle off the back edge, and there's nothing fun about that.
So, you know, there's a shout out to guys in Michigan that should be here. I'm not sure what the excuse was, Mr. McClellan, but, you know, I did not do well in this hole this week.
And this is actually a really interesting setup because that 13 wind in your face right there is going to, you got to find a spot on the fairway on the left side where you avoid the tree. I found out the hard way earlier this week, those posts come in play if you get too close to the little fenced-in area there.
I like the barn shot on this look when it's into the wind. It's just risky to go over there.
Right. You might get a bad bounce and it puts you in a spot to where it's hard to get out of there. And when Lee says the barn shot, there's a little barn off to the left-hand side that has a little patch that plays like fairway. So anyone, this is a very difficult shot. 351 yards away.
Into the wind.
Yeah, he's going to hit an A1 here and hope to skip it off the rough, and it'll backspin right towards the hole maybe. That looks like
got to carry.
It'll get a bounce.
Oh.
Now that is not, you can putt it, but what's going to happen is it's going to slow down a lot.
I don't think he can putt that one. I don't know if he's on if he crested.
It looked like it was right on top. I think he can. He's going to miss.
Oh,
the
he's
beautiful
perfect.
bounce right by the, yeah. But I think he can, but he won't. He'll be chipping this, probably with like a 6-iron. Still not easy because he's got to play the elevation and that slope.
Wow. So what's really funny on that shot, when you have elevation, I mean, he's one of the best in the world, if not, you know, at the top of his game, and you have spin on it, when you hit a green that's got a little slope, it's going to pull left, just like that did. I like to chip with no spin when I have elevation, you know, unless I'm hitting a cut chip.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was. I think that just grabbed.
Yeah, and if you're going to do that, I usually hit bite on mine just to kind of slow it down a little bit, but I play that slope. I know that. So although it says left 2, that might trickle off. You got it.
Oh,
good shot. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll play like a left 3 or left 4, knowing that the bite's going to slow it down and bring it to the hole. This is one of those holes right now, and he's down 1. He's not going to be too aggressive here, but he knows he can't go down 2 strokes against Adam Harris the way that he's playing.
Yeah, he's going to, it's got to go a little bit too, right? Oh, dear.
Wow. He kind of got away with that one right there. That went a little longer than he thought.
Surprised he didn't just knock in.
Adam's putt there, yeah. It's sometimes, you know, we're all friends
Macho
here.
head games?
Yeah, a little bit unintentional.
Zollers is the king of MHG. Zoller, that's what that is. I mean, this hole, there's a couple of options, but that's the smartest option.
Yeah, I've never gone on the left-hand side. I think there's too many trees in play, but these guys, you know, that tree is an obstacle. You know, they're going to have to, especially with that wind, you're going to see them moving the ball around that tree on the right-hand side, but they also got to cut into that wind.
Bobby Kennedy, Clint Grover on 2.
That's cutting it real close, but it's going to spin right back at the hole.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the cut I would have hit. You know, there's a lot of ways. When you pull back in this game, that's the club face you're creating. And when you go forward, you know, that's the direction you're going to hit it.
Yeah.
And some of the cut shots where you can make it go straight and cut, or you can start it away from a straight line. And, this is exciting.
Yeah, this is one of those holes right now where Adam's got to focus on clearing that barn with backspin. Don't even go after the hole, because if you're going after the hole with that 14 crosswind, there's a real good chance that it might blow it into the water there with, you know, or you can hit the fringe, and get one of those really bad fringe bounces. So he's got that 1-stroke lead, and he doesn't want to get too aggressive on this hole.
If it hits the barn, it'll still hold its spin, but you don't want that.
Right.
I mean, there are times when that's a great backup, but
But that was a great shot there for Adam. He was conservative.
Perfect save, yeah. I don't think he's going to get too aggressive here, but.
And Andy knows being down one that there's other opportunities, to kind of go after the hole. I mentioned in some other matches earlier when you get to not Jamaica Bay, but when you get to hole 18, there's not a whole lot of easy 18s anymore. So they know that Dodge 18 there might be room to gain a stroke. And
17.
And 17 is one of those where, you bring it up. I mean, with the mud on the left and the water on the right, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, even again, I'm in a match and my opponent putted it into the water. I mean, it can just happen really easily.
Right.
Rob Holtree saying hello to everybody.
So you're seeing these guys hitting the ball into the dirt. That's the play. It's kind of like a shortcut. The dirt does take some distance off of it, but they have enough club to make sure they get to the green in two.
And if you notice too, out of the dirt, none of these guys will take the club back. When you take the club back, if you don't go back on a straight line, it'll essentially kill the shot.
Yeah.
So
what it does is it'll cut the shot and take the distance. Not all of it, but take some of the distance away.
Yeah, you can get into a lot of trouble.
We're approaching the 17th hole now. This is the part of the game where Andy is running out of holes, and Adam Harris has a real great chance of putting himself in a great situation to make a run to be the Florida Open champion. I mean, if this is a very easy setup, I would be surprised if he put anything on it. When I say that, like any bite or backspin. It's not the easiest, and from what I see, that pin's at with that wind blowing in 16 miles an hour.
It's a 5-0?
Maybe even like a 5 low with bite. I'm not a fan of the medium.
See, this must be stout. Whenever I see that move right there, it's going to go in the water. It could, right?
We're in the hole.
Oh, yeah.
How about that? It looks like that. Man, I can see what you're seeing there, and then all of a sudden it hit the green and it's going to float it near the hole. That's a great shot. Andy got a pretty good read on that one. He's going to probably try something pretty similar.
This is a Titan, I would think, right? 4.
Yeah, he put an interesting cut into that.
Yeah.
And
but Andy's a professional.
Yeah.
He's really calm. He knows, okay, if I lose this match,
I'm not done. And it would be his first loss. Whoever loses, it's just one loss.
So let's just stay calm and see what happens on 18.
This is not the look. Yeah, this is not the look that Andy was hoping for coming into 18.
I agree, but it also, this is where Adam's got to be careful, not drop his guard.
Stay focused. He's on fire. He's playing some great video golf right now for all of us to see. But this is pretty. Yeah, the 5 would. I'm not sure that's enough club.
Well.
Oh, well, he put that grain bin in play, and looks like if Andy Fox doesn't put this one in the hole, Adam Harris is going to move on to being 4-0.
It is holeable. When it's this short, yeah. I mean, I think
you go after it, which is what Andy's going to do here. This is one of those ones to where he knows that Adam Harris is going to be tapping in for eagle. He needs this one to hit the bottom of the cup on this shot, and that's going to stay left and not come back. It looks like a very good try though for Andy.
Yeah, professional there.
So that was a great match there. Adam Harris moves on.
King of the Hill.
No, I think there's one more match to be for the King of the Hill. So he'll play in the King of the Hill match against the winner of the Chris Brewer Eddie Godfrey match.
Oh, good call. Well, he'll get down to a top 3 guarantee, right?
Exactly. Yeah, he's in that position right now to where Adam Harris is guaranteed a top 3 finish. Let's see where. I'm just kind of taking a look at the losers bracket, what's going on. But yeah, on machine 2 here, you'll see Clint Grover and Bobby Boucher, I believe. Bobby, he's the man that knocked me out of the tournament. I didn't play well. He played better, so looks like he won his next match, and he's doing the best he can to make a little bit of a run in the losers bracket. Clint Grover, the number 1 qualifier, he lost to Eddie Godfrey by, I believe, 1 or 2 strokes earlier on.
There's 1 stroke. He missed a putt on the first hole of Dodge
and Eddie made
driving it. And then he missed a little chip later. He got one back, but it was Eddie played solid.
And here they just showed the score. It looks like Bobby is up by 1 after 3 holes. So I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, it's real early on in the match to be losing a stroke. So
Scene 4, says Standard.
All right.
Oh, really?
Just found out, yeah. Andy Fox, a former Florida Open champion. So Adam Harris gets another $25 gift card from the Power Events Golden Tee team for the bounty that was in Andy Fox's head. Now,
I don't think there's any more bounties. Eddie, Chris Brewer.
Well, the thing is Andy and the Mouth are still in it. So I believe, and so if one of them comes up through the losers bracket to play, if Adam Harris becomes the king of the hill, then they can collect $25 more.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Yeah, there you go.
We're in a beautiful Grand Teton here. I actually had the opportunity last summer to travel out west with my family and extended family, and it was beautiful out there. And just to see what Jim Zielinski has done with this course, taking those mountains and throwing them in the background and the trees and the lakes, I believe it's around Jenny Lake. It's such a beautiful part of the country, and it's amazing how he's able to throw those images and designs into a video game.
They're not. So.
But we're finished. They're cleaning up their putts on hole 5. Bobby, and I'm kind of curious what happened earlier in the round where Clint lost his stroke. I'm going to go on a limb. Maybe he went for hole 2 and got wet. So not sure.
One?
Because hole 2's got the water in play. Maybe he missed. Maybe he chipped along or something on 1-2. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But they play 18 holes of golf, as you guys all know.
Well,
there's plenty of room for them to improve.
We always make jokes, there's no way to come back on Black Hills. This is one of those courses where a lot of swing, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's a lot of things that 15, 17, 18. Depending on the setup and the wind, lots of strokes can come into play.
Yeah, especially 15, like you mentioned. That's the one that's like a peninsula kind of green, and there's a little bit of some rocks, and then there's water all around the left and right and bottom part of it.
And it looks like there's trees in play.
Right.
And they're mostly not until they are. Right?
Exactly, yeah. It looks like a good shot, and then all of a sudden your ball is dropping into the water. So.
10 times in a row it didn't hit the tree, and then you hit the one that does. But this is an interesting layup. I never go down to that lower.
That's actually where I've been playing. It's all personal preference. You can go up to the top tier, or not tier, but the top part of the fairway, and you can hit like a 3-wood or 4-wood over it.
I hit the big A1 and I go down to that bottom, all the way across all the water. If I got downwind, no problem.
That's a pretty high club to be going after. Those trees are in play.
Yep.
Which you just avoided, luckily. I prefer to hit like a 3-wood, keep it a little bit lower, and take those trees out of play. And you do want to hit the rough first. It slows things down a little bit. It'll scoot up there.
Larry, the pink and the purple are both still going. There were 64 people in the purple. They'll stall it out so the pink winner will time out right before the finals of King of the Hill. And the purple takes a while for 64 people, double them, to get going.
Oh, Clint got a little aggressive with that one there. Stayed dry, luckily for him. But this is one of those shots where, Bobby's got this 1-stroke lead, and he's got bite, just to be a little safe. He saw how that backspun.
So, Matt, I want you to share the recipe of the ribs, what you did dry rub, did you brine them, share all that, and then also share that you're doing this while you're watching the match on Twitch. And I believe, Andy, what's the link? Can you post the link for these guys to share it? And then, Matt Hines, I'll give you my address if you text me so you can send me some of these ribs. Go in. Oh, there we go.
Little things like that, getting close, to a hold like that, gets that confidence level back up. And, I know that, Clint's a guy, nothing's going to faze him. Clint is, he was a silver bracket champion at Worlds 2 years ago. He got 4th place in Worlds last year.
He ran into the Decker.
Is he at 3rd place or 4th? I can't remember exactly. But
at Worlds?
Yeah.
He got 4th. He ran into Decker, and then.
But Kinter got 4th, I think. Okay, yeah.
That's right. There you go. Hi, Craig. I don't know where Craig is. I'd love to see him. He hasn't been to Florida in a couple of years. This is a fun shot. This is the right shot 8 out of 10 times. But there are other shots. Again, you want to lay up to a yardage. that you are most likely to hole it out.
Right.
It doesn't mean hit it to, the edge of the fairway where it looks like. Sometimes you can go over to the right because the pin's in the back left and you can have a thumb shot out of the rough.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a.
Let me go in.
Oh,
look at that. Just like that.
Get him back. He gave one back, right?
No, he's up 2.
Well, I don't. Clinton was hitting first.
Yeah, but that's right. I'm guessing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were tied, and now he got it back again.
Okay. Very, very interesting. And this is where you want to put it. And the one thing too, you'll notice where Lee was talking about earlier, it's your approach shots where you put it. When you're playing this game at home, the longest drive, it doesn't really matter how hard you hit it. Unless you really need to get close to like a drivable par 4. You always want to be thinking yardage. If it's 500 yards to the pin, do I hit a driver 350 yards? To have 150 going in. And then, what iron do I use, or do you prefer to have a wood, so you lay it back a little bit more? So those are things that, you should be thinking about. Those are things that are constantly turning in these guys' heads while they're, thinking about their next shot.
Richard King and Thomas Tomarelli, you guys playing?
And so there's Clint. He's kind of dialed in right there, Bobby, with that hole out in the last hole to regain his 1-stroke lead. And hole 12, we're getting closer to a part of the game to where, they both know hole 15 is going to be one of those holes that can make or break their match. But in the meantime, and here we are. This is a pretty easy setup. But if you go past this hole, the green, it'll roll behind it. The fringe is not very friendly. As you can see right there, the slope of that fringe. So that's a pretty decent shot right there.
I'm going to point something out. You guys couldn't hear, but we just heard an announcement. Richard King. To go to a machine, it's 340. This could be a record that King is in.
Still playing.
In the tournament. I don't know what bracket he's in, but this is incredible.
Yeah.
I love this.
Richard King, a man on a mission to win the bracket that he created. I believe the pink bracket started with the PCC 4, and I think there's a pink suit involved. So and here's Richard King.
Is he playing Thomas Tomarelli, my friend, local? Another one. I got a $20 gift card for bringing. He plays in Claremont, Florida, and appropriately he's got a bucket and going to the machine.
Yeah, and appropriately for Richard King.
Oh, look at that!
Wow,
look at that shot. So now
we're all tied up again.
No, I think. Oh yeah, we are tied up. So it is unbelievable.
So this is where the match gets fun. They are both playing some great golden tee. We're all tied up. This is an interesting par 5. There's a couple trees that come in play, and you'll see it. And by the way, as far as distance goes, you can look at the bottom left part of the screen for those that aren't familiar with the game, and it shows that DIS, that is short for distance, and you can follow how far the ball is traveling. So those trees are going to be definitely in play there.
It's crazy that it looks like that they lined up to hit the ball behind the tree, but what they're trying to do is fit that gap with that wind.
Right.
So basically they can hit a straight shot and let the wind take it over. But we joke, I missed this green probably more than any green on this course this year.
Really?
I can't hit the green.
Well,
I'm not saying I make I screw up the hole, but I have a chip. It spins off the right front.
If that shot had bite on it, that would have gone right at the hole, and I think he's thinking about that right now. But at the same time, he might just be happy to be safe and moving on to the next one, because that drive that he had was not exactly where he wanted to be.
Well, I'm with him, because if that shot had bite and I hit it, it would have spun off the green onto the fringe, and I would have had the chip we just described. So here we go. This is a fun shot, and here the tree is maybe a little bit in play here. They're going to use a lower driver.
A shout out to Mike Demko. Nice try, man. Play more and get better, my friend. Glad to see that you're tuning in. That's short.
Oh no! Yeah, tough shot. 8.5. I didn't like that choice.
So this door is wide open. It's a very difficult drop. Bobby's. I'm pretty sure that he's going to go ahead and hit a 10.5 driver, maybe a 3-wood with backspin, and he's going to hit it as hard as he can to make sure he's in the middle of the green. He's not going to go after the pin, because he would much rather have a 1-stroke lead than going in the water and being is that long? Oh, that's a great shot.
That's perfect.
Middle of the green. He's got about a 35, 40 footer. You can see Clint's look here. He's in a bad spot with that drop right there.
Slade, your boy, does have a 2-stroke lead, it looks like. Good putt by Clint. And
It's a big right one putt right there. Those are not easy in this part of the day when they're this far in the bracket. So Bobby's got that 2-stroke lead. You were talking before earlier, Lee, about the 3 hard holes, 15, 17, and 18. This is a pretty straightforward one. Keep it on the fairway. Don't get too greedy when it comes to your approach shot on the green. Hole 17 can be one of those holes that where, depending on the slope of the green and how the wind looks, if you get a little too aggressive.
And your ball choice.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have stouts, I watched the 160, it was 158 into 16, and the guy just popped a fiber without taking it back because he had stouts.
Yeah, and if you've got the stouts, it's certain setups like that gives you a little bit of an advantage. Don't get me started on that. We'll save that for another time.
So what is this? This is to finish to go.
I'm guessing 9-12 maybe. I'll look at the bracket real quickly while they're finishing up their putts here.
Here we go.
They do both have a loss. So the loser of this match will get 9 through 12. The winner of this match will go on to play the winner of Gary Sheldon and Adam Fitzgerald. Gary out of Ohio, Adam out of Wisconsin. Also, looks like, I'm not sure if the match is going on right now. It looks like it is. We've got Seth Stanifer playing Mark McClevich. So when this match right here that you're watching is over, we will move over to that one. And then at the bottom part of the bracket, you got Matt Kavanaugh playing Jared Decker. I'm not sure if that match is going on, but as soon as we get some updates, we'll make sure to fill you guys in. And if you don't want to wait for those updates, you can just go to the PEG Tour website. It's www.pegttour.com. Click on tournaments. Then I think the first one is it'll say or 2020. Then you go to St. Cloud, and then it'll show information while you're on that website. After you look at the bracket, see what you want to see. Scroll through everything. Try to find your favorite Golden Tee player. There's nearly 1,000 different names on the website that have gone to tournaments over the last decade, and you can see their win-loss record and whatnot. But here we are on 18, and that might go in the hole. What a way for Bobby to beat me by 1 on Coral, 22-21, and here he is just kind of going with the flow, running through this loser's bracket right now with 2 more wins.
Brandon Slice, where you at?
Man, that goes in the hole. Too little, too late for our friend Clint Grover. He's going to force Bobby to make this putt. No pressure.
Look at that expression on Bobby's face. It's okay.
Bobby,
you're going to be okay. No real sweat, but wow.
It's a brutal way to lose for Clint, but, it's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. The man, he qualifies first.
So we got Mouth and Seth. Look at that. Go right into this.
We're on hole 10 over here on Oakwood, the beautiful country club. We'll see what their score is here shortly. Mouth does not look too enthused, but it's really hard to judge Mouth and know what's going on in that head.
Well, his buddies did Mouth must have called Jazz and said, "Hey, I'm on the live feed.
Right.
Let's give me some support." Oh. Wow.
And there's Seth. He hasn't been playing much, man. So when something like that happens, in case you guys are wondering, Seth missed the Mouth's putt. So when you see this score going forward for the rest of this match, Mouth has 1 more stroke than what he should. So you'll see here it's 7. So Seth is winning 17 under to 13 under. You could tell by that look on the Mouth's face that he didn't seem like he was too into this match. But he will get 1 more stroke added to his score. I'm curious. I'm going to guess something happened on hole 8. Maybe he was short. That's a pretty big lead this early in the game.
So my name in the game is Pope Fan, and here's a little shout out. Andy Pope finished in Bogota this week. Shot even par today. Finished tied for 36th.
Way to go, Andy.
He's made 2 cuts in the first 4 starts. He's got 8 guaranteed starts, but it's a good thing. I love watching Andy play golf.
And to add to that, while we're talking about real golf, huge shout out to Webb Simpson for winning last weekend with an avid Golden Tee player, Paul Tesori, caddying him through that. I think they were in Vegas, weren't they? It was during the Super Bowl, so it's kind of weird. No one really followed golf that weekend because of the Super Bowl that weekend.
It's funny to say. So my friend Mike Payne, who's here this week, I was at the Super Bowl, fortunate enough. Mike was at the Waste Management Open.
Okay.
Paul Tesori, caddy for Webb, and Soki. and Soki Hu.
Right.
Actually, he might have changed his name to Looper, is what I heard.
Okay.
And they shot even par the first day. So in Waste Management, the lead might have been 6 or 7 under, and then they went out and shot 8, 7, 7, I think.
Really?
For the weekend.
And that's a hard place to play. It's a rowdy crowd out there at hole 16. You got to be able to accept the distractions that are going to be happening.
Yeah, Webb made a hole-in-one on Saturday.
That's right.
And, Paul sent me a note. He was super excited about that. Wow, that was not something that I expected to see.
Yeah, Mouth, you can see, although he's one of the top golfers in the game, he's out of it.
He's likely to just DNF.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in a hole or two he just decides to stop again. Now, usually you finish your match just out of courtesy to the other player, because there is a little bit of money on the line when it comes to these prize contests they're in. You don't want to leave your guy hanging to finish the round to win his, $8, $6, or $4 or whatever it is in the live contest. So he should, either way I wouldn't be surprised, but I think Miles should at least give him the common courtesy of just finishing this match.
I agree. Take your beating on live TV. I did it earlier to Mouth, and I understand.
And this
I do like Happy Mouth. Mouth does not look too happy, but where is this going to?
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and pencil in Seth Standifer. He will be most likely playing. He'll be playing the winner of the Matt Cavanaugh-Jared Decker match, and Matt Cavanaugh playing pretty good this weekend. Actually, talked with him a little bit earlier, and yeah, he looked like he was pretty relaxed.
Andy, there's some people that would like to see Bernsey and I. They're more interested in us than the actual game.
Andy stepped away from his desk. We'll work on that a little bit, maybe when we get in between. This might be the first time in Golden Tee commentating history that the whole panel between me and Lee here is Jewish. So
yeah, man, it's great. We need Stu Fox to call in. Where is he? We couldn't have done this on Shabbat, so we're just doing it today.
So we're on hole 16 right now, 6-stroke lead because Mount does get that 1 stroke.
This is the hole that Kevin mentioned earlier. There's a lot of options on this hole. You can hit it where they just did. I saw somebody in the qualifier hit it up there between the 2 brown spots up on that long stretch. And then if you keep clicking it left, probably 45 or 50 degrees, there's another layup spot.
Yeah, this is the time of the day when people start shaking hands and exiting the building. It's been a great weekend here at Sideline Sports Bar in beautiful St. Cloud, Florida. We're approaching 4 o'clock Eastern time, and the tournament is starting to slow down. We're getting to the point to where probably about maybe 2.5 hours away from crowning a Florida Open champion. One thing, Lee, I'm gonna throw this at you. Who do you think, now that we know how the brackets have shaken out, we see some top players exiting? Clint Grover's no longer in the field. Mark McClevich will no longer be in the field. Right now we've got So we've got Adam Harris is going to play the winner of the Eddie Godfrey-Chris Brewer match, but that loser is still in it. So you got Adam Harris, Godfrey, Chris Brewer, Bobby Kennedy, Andy Fox is still in it. He's not going to play a match for a couple more. Out of those names, is there a name or two that sticks out that you see will be in the final? Do you think Adam Harris will continue this run?
I think Adam Harris is Eddie G pulling the Andy Haas move, flying in yesterday morning, coming in, I'm not going to say cold, but not seeing anybody, not really interacting. He knows a lot of the room, and just nobody got to see him Friday night. How's he playing? And then ripping it up. That's pretty exciting too. So I think it's going to be Eddie G going the distance over Adam Harris.
Okay, that's what'll be interesting is if Eddie G wins against Chris, and I'm not sure what's going on in Machine 1. They're not part of the stream. But we'll find out shortly what's up with that Chris Brewer and Eddie Godfrey match. But and then, the winner of that will be Adam Harris. It looks like in a few moments, this match is concluding. So, Mouth will shake Seth's hands. They're good friends. It's what you do when you lose. It's good sportsmanship. Sometimes you get a big hug from the guy. We're all friends. We're all family here. I know how Mouth feels. You get knocked out of the tournament, and your day is done. You had aspirations of doing well. Of winning this event. Mark having a bounty on him. He's a former champion. So
the bounty is one part, but the guy who owns the bar, he also is excited that Mouth's out of the tournament because now Mouth can start going crazy.
Yeah,
drinking.
but this
he's
isn't
been really calm.
I think he's turned over a new leaf, though. So I'm not sure what he's going to do the rest of this evening.
He went right to the bar.
Yeah.
Look.
So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to have plenty of more great Golden Team matches coming up shortly, and we're going to crown a Florida Open champion in the next couple hours.
I love this. I mean, I think that you and I should be the duo in Vegas.
Yeah.
Guarantee us a window seat, right, to a championship.
We'll have to talk to the powers that be about that. And your feedback is welcome. Keep the questions coming. We're taking a quick break, but we will respond to them as soon as we can. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to live streaming coverage of the 2020 Florida Open right here with former Players Charity Championship winner Brian Bernhardt.
Yeah, glad to be here. Welcome back.
We're happy to be here, getting ready to bring you some streaming action. Right now, we have Gary Sheldon is on a match right now, and we also have some purple bracket action to bring you as we bring you to Gary Sheldon. Off the first hole, we're here at Oakwood.
Yeah, Bobby Kennedy and Gary Sheldon. Bobby actually knocked me out of this event. Didn't play well, but I think he kind of got some of the cobwebs or the nerves kind of shaken off a little bit because he's won his next two matches after ours. And
no, it's not.
But on machine one that's not part of the stream is Eddie Godfrey is playing Chris Brewer, and they've been playing for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as we get an update on that match, we'll let you know. The winner of that match will play Adam Harris for the King of the Hill.
A small update on that. I did see earlier in the match where Eddie Godfrey did miss a putt, so Brewer was up one at one point in that match. So the winner will go to the King of the Hill match to play Adam Harris.
Yeah.
Second time in his career. He has actually been in the King of the Hill match for the Florida Open. So he's done this before.
And I had mentioned yesterday, Gino, I can't remember who I was talking with, but there was going to be a name in the top four that wasn't going to be expected.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Adam Harris is going to be that guy. We just got an update. Brewer beats Eddie Godfrey. Eddie Godfrey, his tournament run is not over. He just moves down to the losers bracket, so we're going to have, in probably half an hour or so, we're going to get Chris Brewer playing Adam Harris for King of the Hill.
A big, proud Southeast following there for those two gentlemen.
For sure.
And we'll be excited to bring King of the Hill match to you. But here we are with the second hole. Tell us about Oakwood.
Yeah, Oakwood's a beautiful course, you know. Got the nice trees and the green, some bunkers that you got to try to avoid. But these guys are they're solid players. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a mistake from each one of them, actually. You know, I think maybe the lucky number here would be about a 28, 29 under, even if it is a 30 or 31 under par. The holes you want to keep an eye out for is the drivable par 5, hole 8. Sometimes that can be a little tricky. On the back 9, hole 14 might be a little tricky that I can think of, but it's really a straightforward course, you know.
Hole 6 where it's a little offset.
Oh, correct, yeah, hole 6.
Hole 6 can bring some challenges. This is a very straightforward course. I would consider this the most enjoyable course of the year.
Yeah.
Very wide open, very scoreable. So.
And each hole has different options depending on where those dynamic tee boxes are located at. You know, you'll see this one's 498 to the pin. Sometimes it's 470, sometimes it's 530, and they move things around pretty good. And this hole, not specifically, but other holes you're able to, play your shots a little differently on different fairways.
Yeah. So we have Gary Sheldon right here, a Cincinnati area player, been around a long time.
He has, and personally, he's made some changes to his life for the better, and it looks like he's doing great things. And this probably one of his better runs he's had in Golden Tee in a long time.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, I believe I'm looking up his stats right now, but he's a guy that's capable of putting up big numbers. And then Bobby Kennedy is somebody you're not going to know a lot about unless you're following us online a lot, but. Bobby's having a great run today. Did put the proverbial stop in the ninth to Clint Grover, who was a huge favorite to win.
He sure was. Yeah, that was very surprising. And Clint goes out with that bang, but unfortunately the bang that he went out with was one stroke too short in their match. I don't know if you saw what happened or not, but Clint getting an ace on hole 18 on Teton. But yeah, hole 5, this is an interesting one. The pin is pretty easy actually down there, so you're going to see these guys maybe run at it with no spin, but you want to make sure you hit it. Sometimes you get a little. It's going to be a little left, isn't it? No, he's just fine.
A little left.
That's a great shot. So, assuming Gary's going to do the same thing, we're going to be coming up to that hole 6 where, if you get a setup where it's 360, 370 to the pin, with wind in your face, we could see a change on that.
Yeah. So when I originally said this, I was thinking hole 5.
Okay.
This is the one I was thinking of, because it's offset, you can't see the pin.
Okay, yeah, if the pin was in the top left, depending on the wind, that could have been a little trickier. But this one, though, I mean, this next hole, we're going to see what the setup looks like, and the thing is, when you see that pin in the middle of the green like that, you can't forget all the water that's right in front of it. So you're going to see these guys playing for the right side of the green. The hill behind it acts as a cushion kind of, and the ball hopefully will roll off back down the green.
I would consider this a big advantage to have a 9.5 right here, where you can play something to control the spin. He did play a high tee, so that wasn't in play. But having an 8.5 here, everything comes in so hot, it's hard to really generate a lot of spin, especially if you're playing streaks like you and I do. So.
Well, I did switch to the Titans. But yeah, it's one of the streaks actually are beneficial to have because of this hole. But like I mentioned before, with that cushion, sometimes it rolls off the hill and sometimes it just stays. And so Bobby's got this putt right here, which is going to go right in the cup. That's a huge putt early in this game to maintain the golden tee par that he's at, forcing Gary to make this putt off the rough. And that's not easy. He's got to play a couple of different variables here with the rough and the slope.
Got to overcount for it, but he got it. So they move on to the 7th hole. Simple par 3 right here, Bernsey?
Oh, very simple par 3. And you see the slope, the down one right, too. Water is not in play unless they were to really miss it to the right. He's hitting a low 5 wood, and you're going to see it bounce probably 15 feet in front of the hole and just roll down towards it. You see the hole and win option. You'll see that every now and then popping up on the screen. So it gives players in the right states an opportunity to win a few extra bucks. But that's a great shot by Gary. He can go just right to the hole.
So I would have to say this is I don't know about Bobby Kennedy. I would have to say this is probably his. I mean, if he loses or wins this is probably his best finish of his very short Golden Tee career because we haven't seen him long.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that 100%. Now here's a hole that I was talking about earlier, Chris, where drivable par 5. If it's on the top left, which it is. What do you do here? What are you thinking as walk the listeners through your thoughts if you were on the tee?
If I'm on the tee right here, I'm entertaining the idea of a 3-wood just for a second. All right, because I'm playing streaks as for what I would play. So you're trying to get yourself, make sure you're on the green. That's what you want more than anything else. So he played right, 10.5. Get yourself a putt,
and hopefully it doesn't roll over.
Uphill rollover, yes.
But yeah, so now pressure's on Gary. He had a great shot there. The 3, I probably would have hit a 10.5 driver, and I probably would have gotten a little bit longer than further. I probably would have gone off the green. So that's a great shot there. But the main thing is getting over and on the green and letting the backspin do his trick.
A little cut here,
and there's a 10.5 that went too long. So he's a little worried about hitting a 3-wood there.
Yeah, he wanted to be safe. That water is very daunting. The layup normally gives you a small chip, but it's not a high percentage chip.
This is a slow down ball. Yeah, you want to be semi-aggressive on that, knowing that the water is back there.
Not a gimme putt for the given the moment.
So they're going to have a quick talk here, and they're going to say that there is an issue that's being worked on. If it rolls over, they're just going to make sure that he gets his stroke back. No problem. Just want to make sure before, in case it happened, but that's good sportsmanship right there. Talk it out before it happens and move on from there.
Excellent insight, Bernsey, right about that. So we have a common glitch on the 8th hole right there where, it tends to roll over when it shouldn't be rolling over.
Yeah, and like to mention, and there they are talking about it, and and that's the fun thing about this game is, the camaraderie that's involved. For those of you that are listening and watching, we appreciate it. Make sure you share it with your friends. Let them know what you're doing. It's not just a video game; it's an e-sport. It's something that it's the one game in the industry that's defeating all the odds and growing. In the coin-op industry, and it's because of people like you that are watching and listening and sharing it with your friends.
So a couple things. First off, I would like to let everybody know as we go through this match here between Bobby Kennedy and Gary Shelton. Just here in 4 weeks, we get to Sussex, Wisconsin. Big tournament, a big Midwest tournament coming up. $10,000 added from the bar. Stephen Hanen, who continues to support our great game, and we have that tournament coming up just 4 weeks. You'll be in attendance, right, Brian?
I don't know. The way I played this weekend, I don't think my wife's going to let me. But it's one of the, being the family guy that I am, having kids, that participate in out of school or after school stuff or whatnot. Got some stuff going on that weekend, some prior commitments, so that will be top priority for me. My next appearance will be in St. Louis, but going back to that Sussex tournament, which is not too far from Milwaukee, they're going to have well over 100 players. That's kind of the norm now for a PEGT event. The one thing I like to add, not just there. Remember, the winner of the purple bracket in this tournament gets a pass to the World Championships. There will be a pass available in Wisconsin as well. Now, by that time, we're going to have 4 different events that have occurred. Just after midnight tonight is when the first week-long event gives you the opportunity to qualify for the 2020 World Championships, June 12th to the 14th in beautiful Las Vegas. You're going to have a lot of guys that are going to earn their passes. So when it gets to the purple bracket in Wisconsin, you might only need to get 5th, 6th place or 4th place. They're going to be giving away a pass to someone that maybe doesn't win that actual event, the purple event that is in Sussex.
Very interesting point right there, because that is a very loaded field where a lot of good players can make purple bracket there.
For sure.
So that will it'll be interesting to look out for as we go here to the 11th hole. We're starting to see these guys that are going to have the par 3 here, just try to get through the holes and get birdie. Right now, that's the goal right now. You don't want to drop a stroke on simple holes like this.
And I think the one hole that might be in their mind, the next hole plays kind of long sometimes. It's usually not too hard of an eagle, but 13, you'd hate to lose a stroke on a par 3, Chris, but sometimes, actually, you played Oak, didn't you? I think we were watching your match, and there was like a 14 cross when you had to cut into. 13 can have one of those setups to where, if you overcut it or undercut it, you're going to end up in the bunker.
Yes, not a lot of margin for error with that particular hole. We have just to update you guys on the Purple Bracket Final Four. You guys, if you're paying attention to home, or go to www.pegttour.com to follow our bracket. But the Final Four of the Purple Bracket and the Final Four to win a pass to the Golden Tee World Championship at the Orleans Hotel and Casino, June 12th through the 14th. Chris Knight, Justin Wilson on one side, and local Andrew Chang and Gavin Herron. Gavin Herron, Chris Knight, no stranger to the World Championship. They both played in it.
And Chris Knight being the #1 qualifier for the Purple Bracket, which means he qualified 33rd.
Yes.
It looks like he got close to the hole a lot. He had over 170,000 great shot points in the qualifier, and there's just one shot along the way of those 90 holes that he played that kept him out of the top 32 main bracket.
So, but he's not going to complain if he can knock out his world spot right now. He'll be happy to do it.
He sure would.
He would. He's a home edition guy, so his path to the World Championship will go through home edition, which are 10 spots available this year for home edition players.
Which is up from, I think, 5 or 6 last year.
Oh, it was 5.
Yeah. And speaking of which, there will be more information to be given out down the road as far as where the other spots are. I'd also like to add that sometime in the next month, and like I was just saying about how this hole can work, there's Bobby. He finds himself in the bunker. The door's open for Gary. He's going to do the best he can to get close to the hole, but not in the sand, but force Bobby to make that chip for birdie. But what I was going to say real quick, Chris, is that there's going to be a huge announcement in the next month regarding the mobile app. So make sure you stay tuned to Golden Tee on Facebook. Follow, be a part of the Golden Tee mobile app to find out what news will be released.
Yeah.
One stroke.
That's big news. I did not know that one. So one stroke right there on a hole. I would say a shot missed right there would be a lot of nerves. I mean, that wasn't an incredibly difficult approach shot for that.
He hit the wood going in, and I just think he must have mishit it of some sort, because with that elevation change and the wood and the wind in your face with backspin, it's going to spin off the green. This is not easy. This is one of those looks to where we might see a stroke go one way or the other because of the wind and where the pin's at.
Yeah. Now, he looks like he's probably going to play a straight shot, but he's got a high tee up, so he makes sure the 6-wood can get over these trees. Soft thumbs heading in.
Oh, that's a beautiful
gorgeous. Gorgeous high tee 6-wood.
And he's going to get some points out of it.
So Gary Sheldon goes by CAGS. CAGS, do you ever know what CAGS stands for?
I do. It's for his kids, isn't it?
For the kids, and I believe maybe a grandchild. I can't remember that, but it's all the kids.
I think it originally was CAGS, KAGS,
and
then now it's KAGGS. I think his most recent son, maybe 2 or 3 years old. His first name starts with G. So yeah, we always thought the CAG stood for the kick, hey, you know what, Gary Sheldon, but it's actually for his kids.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. He pays homage to them. Ashley's watching us right now. Ashley, I got to meet for a very brief moment in Vegas this past year, and he's definitely a family guy, doing well. We're all proud of him.
Yeah.
And doing great. We have a question on the stream here from Twitch. Ginger Ninja 1988 asks, are there different brackets more casual players get in for these tournaments?
That's a great question.
That's a fantastic question. Take it, Bernsey.
I'll take that. The experience of coming to an event is once you come to one, it won't be your last one. And you pay your $100, you come here, and you learn things that you would never learn at your local bar or restaurant. And so what you do is you call it an investment, and you may not be the best player in the room, and you may be towards the bottom of one of the brackets, but the experience itself, what's going to happen is you're going to spend your $100, and you're going to get that money back within a month, because the things you're going to learn, you're going to play better at your local establishment, you can hustle your buddies, a little bit, make some money. And then, there are, to actually answer it, there is the pink bracket, So the one thing, the great thing about these events is when we first started playing, Gino, if you didn't make the top 32, you were done. You were
heading home on a Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday night. So thanks for coming. You find something to do. But now, when you come to these tournaments and you pay your entry fee, you're guaranteed 2 matches, whether you're in the top main bracket, the purple bracket, or the pink bracket. And then what they do is there's percentages involved as far as how much the payouts will be. But one other thing too is a casual player, as long as you got a player card that tracks your handicap, the Friday night before the tournament, $25, you can win your entry. You win 2 or 3 matches in the handicapped event on Friday, you win your entry into the tournament.
Absolutely. What's essential to our growth in doing these tournaments is making sure that we have competition at all levels. For Golden Tee players. So the way we break this down, top 32 move on to a main bracket. If you don't make the main bracket, there is the rest is in or another part is in the purple bracket. And if we have a field big enough, we do create another bracket for the very lower end tier players for the pink bracket. Lots of opportunities to try to win something at these events. And the big thing you're going to win is the experience.
Yeah, the experience and just having the opportunity to play 2 matches. I mean, and that's a big thing because. You need that experience, and you need those wins, and you need those losses to help you compete, at a high level in the future.
So, yeah. So with these guys, we're looking at Bobby Kennedy and Gary Sheldon right now. Gary, a veteran of what we do. These guys, who have put in the time, essentially. They make this look so easy because they put in the time, they put in the games to where, it makes it look a lot simpler than what you're doing. So.
Yeah, and what happens in those other brackets, they haven't had the opportunity to spend as much time or as much money to do it. And, so just because these guys are making it look so easy, the other players in the other brackets are on a pretty comparable playing field. So you're going to see a couple 28s, maybe 29s here. In the purple bracket, you might see 26, 27s. In the pink bracket, you might see 23s and 24s, and it's nice, we all compete in the same qualifier together to seed us in whatever bracket, but you end up being placed amongst similar players.
Absolutely. So we're getting to the 17th hole here. We're
going to 18. And
we're still tied 27-27. We haven't had a lot of break and scoring, Brian.
No, so it's going to be really interesting at the pins in the bottom. We might have a winner after this hole, and it is. This is one of those shots to where you got to be really careful. And I've mentioned before, a lot of these greens are designed to where the fringe slopes off towards the water. You want to be kind of safe. You do have to worry about a rollover. So although that's nice,
that's not what Gary wanted.
No, because he's going to have a down 8, 9, 10, right 2. So Bobby's going to try to get a little closer, but you got to be careful cutting the 6-wood. It doesn't always play the way you want it to.
Very comfortable in the moment Bobby is right now, and look at this. Going to get the spin, almost. He'll have an uphill putt. Gary Sheldon.
We don't want this to happen on a rollover. Just put it in the bottom of the cup and let's see some overtime, Gary.
Got it.
Beautiful. All right, we're going to have extra holes for you guys. For those that are just tuning in and haven't witnessed what happens with extra holes, it's a sudden death format. These guys are going to shake hands. Whoever was teeing off on hole 18 is the one that tees off first on the first hole. They play the same course. They cannot change their clubs or balls. They have to use the same equipment. And the reason that's important, that there's some courses designed where they might change their balls if hole 1 is drivable. So he's kind of shaking the nerves off a little bit there. And the sudden death format, the first person to win a hole will move on in the bracket.
So, also before we move on, Gunnar Sheldon, I'll give you a shout out too, buddy. I see you're watching. Gary's kids are all watching right now, and pulling for your dad right now a little bit. We're unbiased here in the booth. All right, Bobby Kennedy would also be a good win here. But here we go. First hole, first break in scoring, right?
Yeah, and as Gunnar says, Forrest, get that guy a razor. Come on, Gary.
Yeah. So we bring it to you back here in the booth. Brian Bernhardt, Chris Longino here, bringing you live streaming coverage of the 2020 Florida Open. We're getting ready to start sudden death. So sudden death. All right, anything can happen. The first hole, could it be drivable? A lot of different things.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the advantage to Gary. I think making that putt, that's a solid putt under pressure and making sure it doesn't roll over. I'm real curious how hole 1 is set up because, like you said, it can be drivable. And
so. We're getting ready to start the overtime match here just momentarily.
Looks like Gary is teeing off, and it is not drivable. So we're going to have a couple guys putting their shots on the fairway, and they're going to, they'll have that approach with a 6-mile-an-hour wind in their face, it looks like, and there you have it. The bin's in the top right, the first green's flat, so they don't want to worry about a whole bunch of that, but what they're going to do here is they're going to go after this pin. They want this to be done and over with. You're going to see him go right after it.
Going to be attack, 7-iron release.
And if he has the right line, it's going to go in the hole.
Little offsetting wind, just barely.
Yeah, you're right, Chris.
So Gary with a.
And sometimes, and everybody plays a little differently. When you tee off and you're the second person in sudden death, you have the opportunity of putting your ball further than your opponent or closer. So I'm not sure if that was in play here. because what you can do is you can put the pressure on your opponent to try to hole out, and then you know what you got to do.
Yeah.
That comes the real big advantage with more difficult holes. You force your opponent to hit their approach shot first, and if they get wet, then you can play a little more conservatively.
So Gary hit a shot there, probably wasn't what he wanted, but still making birdie and can take it to the next hole. This hole can offer some problems, but this looks pretty straightforward, Brian.
It sure does. That wind is really helpful, too. It's going to blow it right towards the pin there in this down one green. These guys should get pretty close to this setup, actually.
Still the key right now. You can attack if you want to, but it comes with a risk, and you can't break in scoring. You can't give your opponent another opportunity.
Right, and, what it comes down to here is you got to pick and choose your, what hole you want to try to attack, like you were saying. Hole 3 is a par 3. There's going to be, I actually lost to David Duncan in Richmond in the finals match because he aced hole 3 on me, and if it's one of those setups where you've got like a 2-4 win, I guess so this isn't the easiest, but these guys both know, hey, another opportunity to go after something, really no risk. You'd have to give it maybe an 80-20 percentage, 80% reward, 20% risk.
So as a Titan player, you play a 5 hybrid in your bag too?
I sure do.
Gets an excellent check, offers a lot of spin, lands softly. That 5 hybrid's a great club.
It really is, and I think I have 2 different bags I'm using this year. One of them has a 4-iron super spin club. I can't remember if I use that on this one or not. This one's going right at the hole, actually.
Got it.
Oh, we almost had an ultra.
Almost with the ultra to win the match.
And when we say ultra, what that means is that would be an actual dunk. The ball not hitting the green, not hitting the pin, it just goes in the hole. You get double great shot points for that, depending where you're at. Doesn't matter in this match, obviously, but it is pretty cool when it happens. So.
As this hole is probably one of the more simple par 3s we're going to play this year, or par 5s.
Yeah, definitely. There is that small chance of going left in the water if you're not careful. But these guys you could see the shot aiming it up towards the right. So they're playing it up that little slope in the fairway and letting it roll down. And there's some green, and they can attack these when the pin is there further back in the green.
Yeah. When I see most people try to attack holes, it's normally coming with thumb shots.
Mm-hmm.
With no pullback, you want to basically put it in the spot to where you think it's going to get to the hole. And Gary's got an excellent opportunity.
Yes, he sure does.
Excellent opportunity right here.
It's a little left.
A little more juice than he wanted to.
We're going to come up to the hole that we talked about 20 minutes ago, Chris. You said could be one of those holes.
If it's an offset hole, when you can't see the pin and it's offsetting, it can be a little deceiving.
Yeah, I got a strange feeling we're going to have a winner of this match in the next 3 holes. I think it's either going to happen on 5, 6, actually in the next 4, 5, 6, or 8. So make sure you're watching. This is very similar.
Simple.
Yeah,
did not really hard look at this, but something they can attack. Gary with a high tee. Right now.
Yeah, is he going to? He'll cut into that wind a little bit, but be very careful with that wind pushing it left.
Yeah, this is a shot,
and that's got to get down.
Yeah, but I have him a fringe putt. He's still on the green. There's still opportunity with a putt.
And going back to what we were talking about earlier, as far as how they make this look so easy, that putt out of the fringe is going to be far from easy for Gary.
Absolutely. So here we go, guiding in and still get yourself a putt. No break in scoring. We go to the 6th hole.
And he nails it.
Yeah. 23 holes so far of very good golf being played. Only a mistake made by each.
Yeah, which I kind of said that. I think I said there we see one mistake from each of them, and they ended up tying at the end.
No.
This one right here, similar to what we were talking about before. You're going to try to use that back wall to bounce the ball and have it roll back on the green. Great shot there by Gary.
Yeah.
He's going to have a putt out of the fringe again. Not the easiest, but he's dry.
So with a 9.5 now, he's going to probably take the same line, which looks like he's going to do.
Is that short?
No, he barely got on. A little longer putt than he wants to. This putt looks like 100 feet from this kind of pressure, but he gets it.
Yeah, it's a great analogy. It looks like 100 feet. Whatever it says on there, just double it.
Yeah.
Nothing easy about it. And you don't want to lose a match on a missed putt. So that although they're kind of in attack mode, trying to get in the hole, they also want to make sure they're close to the hole so they don't lose it on a missed putt.
Yeah. So as we have a par 3 right here, the important thing is make sure you don't do anything crazy right now. A lot of people will play some cut shots, a lot of things, but most likely a lot of people are not. It's not a high percentage hole in one, so you're gonna play a safe shot in what you're most comfortable with. Takes it out to the outside, off the hill, and that's a nervous little right one putt right there.
And a question here from Andrew. It says probably scales with clubs, but at what mile/hour wind does doing a one-click straight full bring it back to center? Would you want to answer that, Chris?
Well, you're absolutely right, Andrew, as far as it scales with clubs. One of the things I was given years ago from Dan Weiss had actually documented of what when you hit a straight shot at the same elevation, how much will it you need to click one right for each club, and he gave me a great matrix on that. To answer your question, like I said, it's depending on the wind, depending on what club you're using. I would give you my example of, say, like a lob wedge, sand wedge is between 6-8 miles an hour. You would click one left and one right if you want to do that. If you don't want to cut the ball.
Great shot by Gary.
Great shot by Gary.
A little love bounce off the hill there, putting it right towards the hole. He's going to put in for double eagle here shortly.
What's the pressure on right now? I mean, it's going to be a high T10.5 for him, Brentsy.
He can easily overhit this too.
Yeah.
You know, he got 142 on the shot meter. It might go in the hole.
No, but both of them hit very beautiful shots.
They did.
Moment not too big for these guys right now.
But yeah, I'd have to agree with you. The number I keep in my head is around 8 miles an hour. I can click one to the right, 8 miles an hour. The wind's going to usually bring it back, you know. But it also depends on what club you're using, because the higher the iron, the longer the ball is going to be in the air.
Clean golden tee by these guys in the first 8 holes of overtime.
Now this whole
this can get tricky.
This is not easy with that pin right there. They're going to have to hit their shot over the water. With backspin, the bite's a little bit more conservative just to guarantee it does not roll off the green.
Yeah.
That's going to be a difficult putt for Gary.
Yeah, backspin definitely restricts, 100% of the time. But yeah, these guys will probably play some bite to be. No, he's actually going to play backspin. He wants to get aggressive right now. Comes at a good angle, but goes really long. But in the right spot where he can have a tricky little putt. Gary Sheldon with a big putt right now.
Yeah. Professional putter.
Yes. Excellent putt.
So they're at the point here. Two great putts. They make it look easy. And we mentioned it a lot. They're making it look real easy. Their minds are racing, Chris. They're getting to the point of where it's exhausting mentally.
Yeah,
and
the heartbeats are going pretty fast, but I tell you what, they're playing as two very seasoned players right now, Bernsey.
They really are. It almost looks like they've been doing this, they do it more often than they really do. Gary, he's been going to tournaments for several years now, like you mentioned. Bobby being more newer to the Golden Tee circuit, if you will, but they're both showing like they're seasoned veterans.
So now we have the 10th hole. Can offer some problems maybe with the elevation and what you have to judge here.
Yeah, and that wind, if you're not careful, it can push it off the left side of that green there, and you're going to have a very difficult chip up on the green.
All right, so he's going to play with some power here. He wants the shot to come back. A little welter shove right there.
Okay, we just got an update. Seth Standifer beats Jared Decker, so Jared Decker's run is over, correct?
The World Championship runner-up out in 7th, 8th place. Standifer moves on. He will is now guaranteed Calcutta money into the 5-6 part of the losers bracket. And the winner of this game will go and play two-time Florida Open champion Andy Fox, the favorite to win this tournament.
Yeah, he really was. And that's a guy that was a good shot by Gary there. But he was on a vacation. He was out in the middle of the water, and he was able to schedule things accordingly to be at the Florida Open, and didn't know if that was going to affect his gameplay this weekend, as far as fatigue or still being in vacation mode. But, once you punch in for a Gold Tee tournament, it's, you're ready for business.
He, with just to touch on Jared a little bit and Jaredo's continuing to play well in tournaments and make good finishes. Obviously, we were introduced to him in a big way at the World Championship, and continues to be a part of the conversation when we're talking about winners of a tournament. So
yeah, and he's actually turning into my biggest nemesis at these events. I knocked him out of the tournament in Richmond, and then I lost to him 3 times in Austin between the Texas tournament and the Player of the Year tournament, and he beat me in my second match today. So I'm running into this guy. He plays a very similar way that I do, opposed to the different balls that we use. But yeah, he's an up and comer. He will get in the top 4 of the World Championships again.
The moment's not too big for him. That's what I'm most impressed with him. The moment's never too big for him. You're having the same problem I'm having with Paul Taylor, where Paul Taylor and I'll play a guy once, twice, maybe 3 times in all these tournaments we go to. I've played Paul Taylor 8 times. 8 times, and I've lost every single one.
It's in your head,
So he lives rent free up here in my head. But he's a guy who was supposed to be here, had some weather problems. Probably could have added a wrinkle to this tournament for sure.
Oh, definitely. He would have been another person, a former champion at the Florida Open. So Wish you could have been here, Paul, but just glad you're home safe and sound.
Yeah.
This is a hole where there was a stroke that was given away earlier, you
Yeah.
know, the first 18 holes they played.
Yeah. A little soft thumb 6.
That might go,
no.
I thought he had backspin on that.
Backspin might have been in the hole, Burns.
It might have been, but if it missed the hole, it might have rolled down in the sand, and he did not want that to happen.
Yeah. Plays a big 8. Oh, could it come back in the hole almost?
Oh, wow. That was almost a game-winning shot right there.
Bobby Kennedy almost with a hole-in-one to end the match.
But we move along to the drivable par 4 here, hole 14, Chris.
Yeah. Once again, no break in scoring yet, 22 after 13.
Yeah.
Great Golden Tee.
So 13 plus 18, we got 31 holes of Golden Tee they've been playing. Yeah, are we going to see another?
I don't know, but they're both in a great zone right now, and still looked like a little close there, but I think it was.
I forgot how long the ball actually stays in the air with that 6 or 5 floating over those trees.
And you're playing a lot of the same shots right now, or they're playing the same shots on this hole right now. High tee.
I'm curious with this one, though, because that wind's coming in at about 7 o'clock, and will that bring it in too much left?
Now, could he get it close?
So, perfectly fine.
So Bobby knocks it in. Gary knocks his in, too.
Wouldn't it be something if this hole was drivable, Chris? It's not.
No.
But this is a hole where with those dynamic tee boxes, you might have a look to where you're 360 to 380 to the pin, and with the right wind, you're able to hit a high driver of some sort on the green. That's not going to be happening today.
So both of them playing for spots that they were to give themselves the best opportunity to try to hold this out. You want to end this right now.
Yeah, that 5-iron hybrid with backspin is actually a pretty comfortable play right here, but White's not going to put it in. But you also, if you're going to hit that backspin, Gary's thinking about it.
You got to make sure you get enough on it.
Yeah, you got to get enough on it. The fringe is pretty friendly, however. It's not one of those greens where the fringe floats.
Comes on back.
Yeah, there it is.
And there's some shot points.
Yeah, that's a good shot. He was trying to go after it, and it just didn't go in. A wise man once said it takes a lot of skill to get close to the hole, and it's just luck getting it in.
They're coming back towards the hole, barely to the right of the hole. Both of them still continuing to try to end this match, and now we have to go to 16, which could add a lot of variables, Burns.
I think we're going to see, if we have a pin in the top right, bottom right down there. If he's playing it out there on that lawn, I'm not sure how clear your picture is, but there is lawn grass over there on the left-hand side, and that plays very similar to the fairway. So he's still going to get his backspin or bite out of that, which he's going to need when he approaches this hole.
So we get Bobby up here. He's going to play for the same spot.
You don't want to go long. No. There's a little area where it gets in that rough.
Yeah.
You got to be really careful with this one, Chris, because if you don't cut this right with the backspin, that slope of right, the 9-mile-an-hour wind blowing right, it could push it right in the water.
High coming up. Needs to get down.
That's a very safe shot for Bobby. And now Gary's in that point to where it's like, all right, I got a chance to end this right now. He's not going to be too slow down.
How about it? For one time, almost to end the match.
Oh, my goodness.
Inches away from a double eagle.
Man, oh, man. That's a very nice putt there. I really hope we don't see a hard setup here in 17. I want to keep seeing these guys play. We don't want top left with a 15 downwind. I'll tell you that much right now, Chris.
Prefer not.
This is difficult.
Yeah.
They're going to both try to cut into that 16-mile-an-hour wind, and
Gary
looking interesting.
Gary entertaining the idea of a full. Looks like he is. Seems comfortable playing it. Here he goes. Comes in hard. Oh, my goodness, he overhit it.
Oh, Gary.
He overhit it.
He had bite on it.
Yeah. The thing about hitting those fulls, once you start bringing it out towards the right, it creates more momentum, okay, and it can add distance. Bobby going to try to get to the center of the green.
That's an interesting shot there. It's got to slow down.
But it's safe. 2 putts to win the match for Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah, this is very difficult, hitting out of that deep grass. This is just hard to keep on the green, to be honest with you, Chris, with that wind where it's at.
So deep grass. He's going to have to look at this because he needs a hole out to try to put the pressure on.
Yeah, so what needs to happen here for Gary is he needs to make this one, and he needs Bobby to miss his putt.
Mm-hmm.
The odds of that happening are slim, but we've seen bigger and different things happen in these tournaments.
For sure. Your play here would be a gap wedge?
Yeah, probably a gap wedge with. I don't even know if I put bite on it. Just hit it like that, and just hopefully get a good bounce.
Yeah.
But the distance is actually pretty friendly for him with that.
Needs to create a little bit of momentum right now. He's going to go diving after the hole. Left 7. Everything is heading towards the hole. So he's trying to figure out where's the best place he can land.
And while he's thinking about this, this one of those holes is kind of tough. Nick, it is a very good idea. There's certain holes on each course that we all know that are kind of difficult. Those are usually the game changers.
Yeah. Put some release on it to try to get. Yeah, basically the release was basically to get the ball to stick on the green. Don't create any bounces. 2 putts to win the match. Nails it home. Great match, and a round of applause.
Yeah.
For Bobby Kennedy as he will go in.
They're both exhausted. A sigh of relief for Bobby. I think they might even just play this out because they're on the 17th hole. Bobby has won the match because of sudden death, but because they're in a prize play contest, they're going to collect their
finish it out so you don't take the DNF. Just to see what would happen. And that wasn't his best effort. Still, match over. Bobby Kennedy will get the win.
Yeah, and that probably wouldn't have happened had they tied him going into this hole. So at least you'd hope not.
So now we're going to momentarily.
So as we start seeing some names move on in the bracket, it's going to be Bobby Kennedy moving on to play Andy Fox. I got a strange feeling that's going to happen shortly.
As Seth comes up and hangs out with us, Seth standing for still in the tournament, playing around. We are getting ready to. Camera. We're about to get on camera. I need to move. And we're getting ready back to bring it back here into the booth. Gary Sheldon loses to Bobby Kennedy as we bring it back here into the booth.
That was exhausting, Chris.
A big match right there. I mean, we went 37 or 35 holes,
right,
and end up with Bobby Kennedy as the winner. What a match!
It really was a match, and you could see the way they played and those putts that they made under pressure. And we've talked about it throughout this conversation how easy they make it look. It's not easy to begin with, and then to throw on there, if they miss one putt, they're out of this tournament.
So the next match we're going to bring you here in just a little bit, we are going to bring you Seth Standiford versus Eddie Godfrey in the 5-6, part of the losers bracket. We do have some King of the Hill action for the main bracket coming up a little bit later on. Adam Harris versus Chris Brewer for the King of the Hill. Winner will be guaranteed a first or second place finish here at the 2020 Florida Open.
So your thoughts on that match? I know you may be a little biased with Seth playing Eddie Godfrey, but Seth is a guy that he doesn't play much Golden Tee right now, right? I mean, he hasn't been playing much, and Eddie plays 1,000 games a month, but they both have the same talent at this game.
Yeah, so we're right now, this is it's based on skill, even match. The experience goes with Eddie being doing this a long time, but Seth, a former, what we call a banger, a guy that has played in this game for a living, he is not afraid of this moment either. His best finish, a fourth place finish at the World Championship, and Eddie Godfrey just coming off a top 3 in the Austin Holiday Classic, and he wants to win this more than anything.
Yeah, and you can look at the screen there, the picture, and we'll get the game play up for you shortly when they start playing. But you look at the crowd there. As these matches go further into the bracket, you will see the crowd start watching more, and it'll build up behind them, and there'll be some oohs and ahs and some cheering, and it gets really fun. It's nice to sit here and talk about it and communicate, our knowledge and hopefully guide you through how their matches are going. But it's also fun to kind of see the crowd growing behind them.
All right, and Godfrey was Andy Fox's pick to win this whole thing. Andy Fox still waiting up there. He'll play, I believe, Bobby Kennedy next.
Yes, he sure will.
And so, if you don't mind, I'm going to put my headset down for a second, just run, and I'll be right back and help call this match.
Yeah, I'll get you guys started here with Seth. Looks like Seth is going to be teeing off first. There's the handshake, the good luck to your opponent, and they do wish him good luck. You want to have a good match. I always tell my opponent, play well. That's the least you can do. I want to have a good match. If I'm going to lose the match, I want it to be, just I don't want to be mistakes. I want it to be because my opponent just outplayed me. So we're playing Lake Powell. If you've been watching for a while, you saw 35 holes of Oakwood. That course is a pretty scoreable course. Lake Powell has a few holes that are going to make or break you, and they don't really start hitting you until later on. They both know hole 16 is the one hole that can make or break you. And Seth almost puts that approach shot in the hole. You guys have seen a lot of Eddie G on the stream in recent months. He's no stranger. You see his flair. He's got a certain way of moving around and trying to virtually guide the virtual golf ball into the hole by his movements. It doesn't help anything, but it kind of keeps him in his good frame of mind to, hopefully succeed in his match. So this one right here, you can see that long fairway leading up to the green. I personally have never gone there. There's that little patch on the left side, but this wind actually looks like he's going to go out there, and he's probably going to have maybe 250 yards to the green from there. That's a pretty good play.
Golfer 2 now on tee.
Here's Seth with his approach shot.
Returning to golfer 1.
Joining me right now is Gary Sheldon. Since we're early on in this match, this is just a really good time to kind of chat with you. We're not going to have a whole lot of things changing. You okay?
Yeah.
I mean, that was not that shot, but we were talking about when we were calling our match how mentally exhausting it gets when you're in that position just to get to sudden death and then to continue and to keep on firing away and picking and choosing what holes. Not just hole 17, but was there a certain hole that you were really hoping to get a stroke on him when you were playing that match?
I don't really remember. Well, no, that's not true. The high 8.5 backspin on that par 5 that I stuck on the back of the green. And then I thought that was going to be it right there. And then he hit a nice shot, too, because you have to catch that clean. You can't get any cut on it. And he also put a nice one on up there. And then he had a tough putt coming down, and he made that left 5 or whatever it was. So
yeah, both you guys were really making great putts.
Yeah.
Those are putts that are usually pretty easy when you're at home or you're at the bar or whatever, but to make those 40-foot right threes or whatever in the tournament seems really tough.
I'll tell you what was exhausting, and actually I've been in enough of these tournaments. I don't really get too nervous anymore, but I started getting more nervous the longer that match went, and that's where it starts to get exhausting. And also one thing that I was doing is he was making runs at the hole, and I wasn't.
You were more conservative. You went for hole 15, that 5 hybrid.
Five hybrid,
and I called that you were going to do that, the 5 with the backspin, because that was a really good opportunity, the distance that you had towards it. I had a good feeling for you on that shot.
I was kind of trying to pick spots where I could really be aggressive, and other than that, I was going to make him be aggressive and try to mess up a hole somewhere. But what the problem with that is I was putting second every time, and then now I'm having to make those 20-footers. That was a little stressful.
Right. Oh, for sure.
A right 5 20-footer, for a few $100. That's, Calcutta money.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of things that were on the line.
On the line there.
But yeah, it is. And then the hole 17. What went through your mind? Were you trying to hit a full shot there? I saw you had the bite. Why not backspin? Or did you even think about that?
What I was worried about with that, I was hitting a full 100%. I was going to hit a full on that because it was just 16 wind. Usually 14 winds what I'm looking for the full with the 5. And then the problem was, and Fox was sitting behind me. He said, "You hit the right shot."
It just stayed out too long, didn't it? I mean,
the problem was I couldn't trust hitting it straight, and it's super nervous right there because if you hit it straight, and it cuts too much, you're in the water. But that's where the difference between me and Evan and you and
not
Haas,
me today.
you and Haas and everybody else, you trust that shot because you've hit it enough that you know that there's no chance that it's going left in the water.
Right.
It's just not. And what I did was throw it a little bit right, and it just hung out just a hair. Because it
the
got,
fringe,
it got
on.
2 bounces.
Yeah, and then it hit the fringe, and then it
Yeah.
trickled, or near the rough over there.
Now, if that makes it, I think it puts a ton of pressure on him.
Yeah, I did not like his. I mean, he actually.
I hated his shot.
Yeah, because he had a chance of maybe it trickling off the bottom.
Yeah.
You know, because that wind, that's a 16 wind that's pushing it down that 10 sloped green. No. Back to this game real quick. They're all notched up after 6 holes, just kind of flying right by, not making a mistake. But this is an interesting setup to where you're going to see somewhat of not a real full shot, but he's going to cut into that wind and bring it back with, it looks like bite there. And it'll have, what, maybe 25, 30 footer?
Yeah.
That was a very conservative shot right there.
And that's a perfect example right there, how you got to throw it out a little bit because that 11 wind wasn't quite enough to hit that full with a 4 wood.
Well, one thing I'd like to add, real quick is that there's times, and I know how you're feeling right now, Gary. It's really frustrating to go out the way that you did. I was really frustrated with my gameplay, and I looked at my phone, and I saw a picture from my kids who I miss dearly. Well, if you take a look at the screen right down there, that's one thing that might make you feel better,
Yeah.
So it's little things like that when you get the shout-outs from the family. So, we really appreciate that. We do have a screen here. You can chat with us. If you have any questions, feel free. Gary just got done playing against Bobby Kennedy, and it was a really epic match that nearly went to his second sudden death. But right now we've got Ed Godfrey and Seth Standifer. If you were to take a pick and see, or if you were to have the option of picking one of the winners of this match, who do you think is going to prevail this time?
Well, that's tough because Seth's one of my compadres here in the Golden Tee world, but I think Eddie G is just
like a man on a mission kind of thing. I mean, it's hard to pick against your buddies. We're all friends here. We all have people that we're really rooting for, but it's hard because when we get to this point of the tournament, anybody's game, really.
Okay. And then, and another thing, we all have gotten to know each other very well. And you just hate to beat somebody. You really do. I mean, you love winning, but like Brian said, he knows how I feel right now. It's nice to make a run. I've been to a lot of these tournaments. My best finish is 5-6 twice. But,
well, long overdue, my friend. Keep on.
Yeah, it's been a while, so it was fun to play well.
Oh, we've got a lucky bounce there for Seth, but yeah, it's. And you're still traveling to a lot of these tournaments. You're proving yourself that you're able to compete and do what you do best, and hopefully you keep on trucking along. These fields, this is one of those fields too I was really confident with, and today just wasn't my day, but enough about me. This is hole 10, and this is really interesting because what's going to happen here is you're going to play the biter backspin. You've got to worry about how it comes back because it slopes down towards the water there. It usually, if that does come into play, it usually does not go in the water. It'll roll off into the rough, which gives you a really difficult chip for eagle.
Yeah, that's pretty aggressive by Seth there.
And and you have to chip this. This is one of those putts to where if you tried putting it, it would go dead left or dead right. I can't remember where it goes, but a lot of the times you can putt off the fringe. That's not one of those times.
Yeah, which a lot of times the amateur player will just walk up and putt that, not realize it's taking a little click.
Yeah.
One little click down on that hill.
So we might see a ball on the green here. There's a couple different ways of approaching this. Eddie's going to hit a big A1, and
that's the danger of it.
He gave it the stare down. Those virtual flare moves.
I have never had a ball stay on that hill.
No, I mean, and he probably never has either. So you got to, those are little things that happen throughout the game. You get your good bounces, your bad bounces. The Golden Tee gods were with him on that shot. And now Seth is thinking, man, I got to hit this A1 like that through that gap in the mountains. But I don't want to hit that right mountain. But I also don't want to get wet on the left side. So there's so many things he's thinking about right now.
So I don't have a 9.5 in my bag. So does a 9.5 clear the larger hill on that?
Actually, I have an 8.5 in my bag, and the 8.5 clears that larger hill.
Okay.
So there's certain looks on this. Where I'll go straight over that hill.
With the 8.5.
And that's a beautiful shot. That might get on the green.
Yeah.
Trickle. Oh, it's on the fringe, but this fringe is one you could putt off of. You just got to adjust a little bit for that slope. I got a strange feeling that we're going to see Seth walking away with a one-stroke advantage after this hole, but there's still 7 holes left to play on a very difficult Lake Powell. Yeah. And what Eddie's doing right now is he's kind of looking at that hill. He's looking to try to figure out what club do I use. Will that 9-iron get up high enough? So, he's thinking the lower the iron, the more break it takes off of that green when he hits that chip.
That's a good point, because when you want to chip, and if you're new to the game, you want to keep that ball as low as possible to the ground for that reason.
He went after that one, and now he's got himself in a little pickle because that ball is in rough. It should putt just fine, but he was pretty aggressive, actually, going after that chip. Nice eagle there for Seth. So we're going to have at least a one-stroke lead for Chattanooga's Seth Standifer. But this is not easy because he's in the rough. We've got a down 3, left 3 slope. He's got to play like a left 5, I would think, and push it out there, and hopefully it slowly trickles in the hole. He's going to chip it, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
That's. Oh, wow.
So it was one thing if you would have just missed that one putt and being down 2. Being down 3 puts Eddie in a really tough situation because the 2 strokes is always, even if you're up 2 strokes, you're not really comfortable because you're one water ball away from having things tied up.
Correct.
3 strokes, you can hit you can still be aggressive. You can still kind of, cruise along and, hope that your opponent messes up again and then just kind of, going from there.
And out of all the courses this year, this is definitely the one, if you are down 3, you're hoping you're playing.
Yes. Hole 16 should be coming up in a few holes. Actually, there's a par 4. No, there's a par 5, hole 13 with that canyon, depending where that pin's at.
Yep.
This one right here. If the pin was top left, you might have seen a little bit, it could have been a little more complicated for both of them, but not with this setup.
It's never a cakewalk, but this is definitely a better look here.
Yeah, you're going to see them floating a wood of their choice over and backspinning it towards the hole. And I think Eddie's going to be in attack mode. You're going to see him running by every hole.
Yeah.
The holes that have the risk reward, he's going to take that risk because he's going to start running out of holes to capitalize and try to overcome his 3-stroke deficit he currently has.
Now, when you're in this position, this is kind of another thing that that happens to me because I'm not in the position as frequently. So you start to get a little more nervous when you're up some strokes.
Yeah.
And you're not really see Eddie's in pressing mode, so he's just attacking.
Right.
Now you can't help but kind of get in safe mode, and that kind of changes your mentality, what you're not used to because you've played thousands of games not in safe mode.
Right, yeah, and what happens is if you get too conservative or if you're in safe mode, you're almost more prone to make mistakes.
Absolutely.
So it's almost like you got to continue playing your game the way that you play it, and just hopefully your opponent makes a couple more mistakes. Yep. This is a pretty easy setup. I'm curious on the next hole if it's drivable. If it is, Eddie will be going for it, and if he misses it, then you're going to see maybe a 4 or 5 stroke deficit, which. It is not drivable. Now, sometimes with these dynamic tee boxes that move all around, you'll have a look where it's like 380 to the pin. On this hole, for those that are at home, and if you've got the golden tees and certain balls and whatnot, you can tee it high and go after this green, but you actually want to hit the rough and it'll bounce right up.
Yep.
All right. So, Gary, thanks for joining me. Yep, always good to see you, my friend.
Right,
Great showing this weekend.
Yep.
So Chris Longino's going to jump back on here shortly, and we're going to help walk you through the end of this match of Seth and Eddie. And, we were really hopeful that it was going to be one of those matches. I would love to see these guys play 35 holes like the other two did. Unfortunately, things didn't go the way that Eddie had planned. This is the hole we were talking about earlier. This is not a horrible setup. Bite's interesting. I prefer maybe release or roll to get it up the hill. You should have a pretty easy putt from there. And there's Eddie with his shot. Got a little skip up there, so we're going to have 2 more holes left. 17 and 18 they're not, I'd say 75% chance. They're pretty straightforward birdie eagle holes. If the pin is tucked in the bottom left like we had in the qualifier yesterday, Chris, then there's a chance that Seth might give a stroke or 2 away. If on hole 18, if the pin's in the top right, there's a chance he might give 1 or 2 away. This is an easy setup. I don't see Seth losing this match.
No, this is a classic Seth Standifer kind of day happening here where he's got himself in a little bit of a rhythm, lost an early match, and now he's just moseying his way through the loser side of the main bracket.
He really is, and he's just playing good Golden Tee.
Yeah.
And the way the bracket's unfolded so far for him, he's had some pretty tough opponents to face, and he's just steamrolling right through everybody.
Big advantage. So
after this match, they're going to go to the Bobby Kennedy Andy Fox match. But just to kind of give you a quick update on the leaderboard before I hand things over to Kevin Lindsay in a few minutes. Looks like we've got Seth will play the winner of Bobby Kennedy and Andy Fox. So Seth is guaranteed top 4 finish. Chris, how does that make you feel?
Well, we all feel great about
Yeah.
that. If anybody knows me as well as they do, they know my relationship with Seth has been very, very strong for the last 5 years, and it's nothing but love when it comes to me and him, and I always enjoy seeing him play well at the Golden Tee tournament. Second top 4 of his career.
Las Vegas 2 years ago.
Las Vegas being number 1. For Eddie, let me tell you something about that guy. There's never been a person more tired of finishing 5-6 than him. Okay.
I can only imagine.
He says he lives there, and I know this is a disappointing run for him. He's going to get a little bit of cash. He's going to get a little bit of some of his Calcutta money back. Not everything's a loss here, but I know he wanted more. So as we get ready to go to the next match on machine number 2.
Oh, Andy Fox in hood formation. I mean,
hoodie's a little cold right now.
Yeah, it is a little chilly. I mean, it might be 75 degrees outside. I have no idea, Chris. When we come to these tournaments, we don't spend a whole lot of time outside, unfortunately. We're kind of stuck inside the venue. But it's a beautiful venue, very spacious, great food, great drinks. And they're playing Coral Ridge right now.
Mm-hmm.
Not my best course this weekend.
So here we are in the 5-6 match. Andy Fox back in the Florida Open again, 2-time winner of the event, 5-time National Golden Tee tournament winner. No stranger to the winner's circle, no stranger to the Player of the Year. Man is built for situations like this.
Right.
So
this is Bobby's in a situation he's never. Oh, it's a little short there, but he's still fine. He can still chip in He's got an opportunity to chip. Bobby looks like he's in a tough spot right there early on in this match.
Yeah, he's fortunate that Andy got short right there, but Andy probably played a little bit more of a cut on that than he wanted to, and he's actually going to try to play a cut out of the rough, knowing what that's going to do.
A friendly bounce off the tree. He'll have a chip for birdie.
How about a chush? No chush. Just a.
Oh, Andy Fox has an opportunity of going up 2, potentially 3 strokes after hole 1.
So from right here, after this hole, we are going to go to the King of the Hill match that is getting ready to get started on machine number 4. Adam Harris, hailing from Marietta, Georgia, and has for bats Chris Brewer in his first ever King of the Hill finals match. And Bobby just showing a little bit of rough first hole. And I don't know. Tell me your experience with this a little bit. So,
what was your question, Chris, about that?
Well, I mean, just after you get done with a match like Bobby just did, it tends to take a little wind out of your sail. You go 35 holes with somebody, and so here we are. We're going to look at Chris Brewer back in the top 3 once again, top 4, and then we have Adam. And then we have Adam Harris.
Yeah, but Chris Brewer here, he's really come strong on the Golden Tee scene. I mean, he's one of those names where when you see him in the field, he's going to finish in the top 4, top 6. He's been on a heck of a run here in the last few tournaments.
Just a few years into the game, too, and still completing great shots, still in the tournament scene. He attends every single tournament.
Yeah.
And then Adam Harris also coming up.
And if you look at those numbers, those rounds played, 26,000. That's a lot of rounds played since 2013. He's a guy that he plays. I believe he's got a part-time job. He's playing about 30 to about 30 rounds a day. I think he's pretty consistent. Me and Chris have gotten to know each other pretty well in the last few months, and because we're nighttime players, so we talk back and forth. So, but he's a very happy-go-lucky guy. A guy that's well liked by everybody in the community, and this couldn't be more happier for him in this situation.
His background is poker. Starting from poker, he is meant to live and built for the grind. For a guy for playing consistent Golden Tee and playing as many times as you do in front of a day, a guy that's built to grind. Chris Brewer is a guy that can do it. So not only is consistent on this daily playing, he's also consistent in tournaments.
Yeah.
And then we have Adam Harris, hailing from Marietta, Georgia, his second King of the Hill. He did this again in 2013, where he played for the King of the Hill, finished second there as well. And right now, playing with a lot of confidence, just made a ball change.
Did he? What did he change from?
He's a stout player now.
Oh, so we're going to have a match here, and when Chris brings that up, stout play, we'll talk a little bit more about Adam Harris real quick. Stout, both these guys use the same balls, which is it changes the way the wind reacts, but it's helping his game tremendously. I mean, look what it is. I mean, it's really the way you play your game. You got to find a ball that you're comfortable with. And he is obviously succeeding with that.
Yeah, Adam, a veteran of the Golden Tee game, and no stranger of great Golden Tee play. Can he perform at the moment right now? We're about to find out here as we get ready to start the King of the Hill match.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to pick one on this because they both. I think that we're going to find out real quick is how things go after 9 holes. If these guys are battling for 9 holes and there's not much of a, if there is a tie after 9. I really think you'll be able to find out how they are feeling going into the rest of their match.
Got a course preference you want?
With these guys, if I wouldn't mind seeing them play Teton. I don't know why, but something about playing Grand Teton, it'd be real great to test their skills on a few of those holes.
Yeah, it would be. Well, I'd like to see a little bit of some. Well, we got Jamaica, and that's what I wanted. A little dicey Jamaican setup. Most test some skill. So we're getting ready to start the match here as Chris Brewer drives the first hole. And the goal here, as always, try to get it on the green and get yourself a putt.
Yeah, and, not that there's a whole lot of pressure. I'm sure they were both planning on, driving the green and getting eagle. But Adam's got to make sure he makes good contact with the trackball, gets it on the green, and he did just that.
Very similar shots.
Not an easy putt here. We got 60-foot flat putts, They're going to make sure there's no slope on the left side and putt it straight. And you can tell right there, he didn't feel comfortable, putting that ball. He knows how important it is to make sure he gets this eagle putt.
Adam playing with a lot more confidence than he has, and he made the ball change essentially off knowing what his tournament results were happening. Where there's been some missed cuts, and that's him playing the streaks and just not feeling comfortable with his game. Found the stouts and
missed putt there for Adam.
So it goes down one early.
And it's interesting that I was playing streaks and I loved that ball. And the thing about it is they go further, but you don't have as much backspin. And because of how I played in Austin, I thought, it's time for a change. And I played streaks for about 2-3 years, Chris, and I changed to Titans, not stouts. But it's just one of those things to where the streaks was a ball that a lot of people like to use because you got that extra distance. Thanks to incredible technologies for designing, newer balls that give us, other opportunities to excel at this game. Now, hopefully, he can just hit the reset button and just kind of move along and just not worry about what happened in the last hole. There's plenty of holes on this course for you to get a stroke back.
It's a little comforting knowing that, this is Jamaica where there's a lot of variation that can happen.
Yeah, exactly.
There's strokes that can be lost. So he knows the match is not over. He's just got to keep plugging away at it.
Yeah, the thing that's already on his mind right now is he knows there's 4 or 5 different holes, even hole 18. So yeah. The hole 3 is a par 3. When you see the wind on the screen, it's not affected as much by the balls they use, so they're going to be hitting their shots pretty much straight at it.
I've been told by a player to make sure that I tell that Kalen Fox, if you're watching, Daddy loves you, and he wants me to tell you he says hello. So
we'll get an update on the Andy Fox, Bobby Kennedy match.
Yeah. So here we are. We're going to the third hole. Once again, Brewer up 1 early. Methodical, very, very deliberate that Adam Harris is being, making sure he doesn't mess up a shot. And that's...
Yeah, it looks like the way he's playing. I mean, I think it's fair to say that he's over it. He's moved on. He's still playing his game. The look on his face, he just looks. They're both kind of in the zone.
A very confident guy he is today. He's walked into this tournament, especially now playing stouts, and he's feel like he's hit gold by starting to play that golf ball.
Yeah, and the one thing too, both these guys know this. If they lose, they still have an opportunity to get back into the finals. The nice thing about winning this King of the Hill match is that you're guaranteed a first or second place finish. your next opponent needs to beat you twice. That's obviously that's the main goal every time you walk into a tournament. However, if you lose, you still have the opportunity of playing another match or two and have that chance to win it. So it's far from over.
Quick update on the Machine 2 match. Andy Fox up 4 going right now. I think they're on the 6th or 7th hole. And they are, Andy Fox up 4 on Bobby Kennedy right now.
And on that, we'll keep you updated on that in a few more minutes and just kind of let you guys know how that match is going. However, Coral Ridge, Chris, not a whole lot of, swing holes. You get down 2 or 3 on that one, that is going to be extremely difficult for Bobby to come back.
So now we're going to the 5th hole. People can complicate this hole a little bit because it does feed into the water a little bit, but you just need to put yourself in a safe spot, right, Bernsey?
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to do that. The pin, it's up close, so he's probably going to hit it as far as he can out there, maybe get about 100 yards away. Looks like he's going to be almost exactly. I'm curious to see how close I am on point right there, Chris, when it gets to Chris's turn.
Mm-hmm.
But you have so many different options how you play this. You can play it back a little bit for a wood. You can go further for an iron. You do have to worry. It does slope right a little bit. It usually stops before it goes in the water, so those watching, don't worry.
Yeah, it may have you a little bit of a rough shot, so he won't be able to really attack this.
A one hopper close to the hole. So are we 100 yards out like I called? Let's see. 96. Not 96. Too bad. This is full attack mode for Chris.
Yeah, no. This is playing a plus spin club. He needs to be a little careful, but he is definitely going to put enough mustard on it to try to get himself to come back.
A little too much mustard, but definitely was thinking the same thing we were thinking.
Yeah. Chris Brewer very comfortable in the moment now. This is his first King of the Hill. Man, that requires a lot to play Golden Tee. He has fans. He has, he's the earplugs. He, wants to make it as comfortable as he can to play Golden Tee.
Yeah, and we don't know. Maybe he's listening to us, Chris. So let's make sure that we don't say anything that's going to throw him off his game.
Yeah, for sure.
But here's another hole that he can go right after. And the one thing about some of these, when I say go after or go into attack mode, there's just very little risk involved. You can throw your backspin on it and know that you're not going to put any of the obstacles in play.
Yeah. Just to let everybody know, because we had a question, where can we stream other than Facebook? We're available on all our streaming platforms today. Mixer, Twitch is on there today.
YouTube as well.
Yeah, and we also stream live via YouTube. All our streaming services are available for you to watch the 2020 Florida Open.
And make sure you share that with your friends, too. The easiest way to do it would be go to YouTube and type in Golden Tee. It'll bring you right to their live page. So. He likes that shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, just a simple thumb, let it come back. It's definitely changed his game a little bit.
And these are all guys, and I'm so interested in how the field is going to be in Vegas. I mean, back in the day, there were tiers of guys. You have your top tier that had 3 to 4 guys.
Yeah.
Then you had your next tier of maybe 10 guys, 8 to 10, and then you had another tier of 20 or so, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
That tier of the top 3, 4 guys, I mean, it's really the top 8, 10 guys, that have a chance of winning it now. And then the next tier has got 20. I mean, anybody can win at these events now.
Yeah, we're introducing a lot more parity than we used to. 90 tournaments in PEGT Tour history, only 16 different winners. A lot of that being dominance from guys like Andy Haas and Mark Stenmark, who make up for about a quarter of those wins.
Mm-hmm.
So we're now the game's changed a little bit, and now we're having some different people coming along to be a part of this, and different people wanting to be successful.
Yeah, and when Chris says that the game has changed, it's changed for the better. Jim Zielinski, who designs these courses, and due to the data they're able to pull, it's obvious for them that people like to shoot low rounds of Golden Tee, low rounds of golf, for that matter. 30 under used to be like, the number. Ooh, that's a close putt there, but he got that one. But 30 under used to be, that number, everybody's goal. And the courses are designed. If you don't make any mistakes and you don't get any hole outs, you still have an opportunity of shooting 30 under now.
It was the standard for what a great round was supposed to look like, was 30 under. It's changed a little bit, but we do have a lot of guys shooting big numbers, and the game is, I wouldn't say completely simplified, but it's just a different way to approach it, where at one point we used to kind of survive the course, and now everything's a little bit more attackable.
But what it's doing is it's growing the game. It's allowing, Power Events, Golden Tee Tour to get more machines because they need to, for over 130 players coming to their tournaments.
So just another update on the number 4 machine, Andy Fox, up 5 strokes after 11.
And Coral Ridge, for those that might stay left.
He cut it a little too much, a little bit too much power.
So we're going to have a 3-stroke lead here for Chris Brewer most likely, but Coral Ridge going back real quick.
Before the Super Bowl. Not after. The weekend before.
Can we announce that?
Yep, I'll do it in a second. So a little bit of announcement as we, for the 2021 Florida Open, we are coming back here at Sideline Sports Bar and Grill in St. Cloud, Florida. A little different date this year because our normal date falls on when the Super Bowl weekend does happen. We are not going to be here during Super Bowl.
The weekend after Super Bowl.
No, we're going the weekend before the Super Bowl.
Right, now we're going before, yeah.
We will be at the weekend before the Super Bowl. Please make time to be here for it. I know you want to stay at home and watch the Royal Rumble that weekend, but instead, we need you to be here at the 2021 Florida Open.
So 138 players. It'd be real great to get to 150 guys. Now, what if you can tie it all into going to the Pro Bowl?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't the Pro Bowl in Orlando, Florida that weekend?
That is absolutely right. I don't know how we did not think of this already.
Bring the family, bring your parents, rent an RV like some did back in the day, and come to Orlando. You know, you can't be two places at the same time, obviously. So, you know, if you're a player, you come and play in the tournament and send all your other people out to whatever the stadium is, and they can go play football.
I didn't think about that being the Pro Bowl weekend.
Here we are after 9. Chris Brewer with a 3-stroke lead on Jamaica Bay. It's probably comfortable for him. There are a few more holes. Hole 11, hole 13, hole 14, hole 17, and hole 18. So although there's a 3-stroke lead here for Chris Brewer, there's a handful of holes that can still change the outcome of this game.
Yeah, but it also gives him the opportunity to be a little bit more conservative. If there's actually a shot that he may think about laying up on or something like that, he can he can afford to lose a stroke here and there. Just wanted to give a shout out to Marcus Tate, one of my regular broadcast colleagues, and I hope he's doing well. And also the Sullivan Shootout will be that weekend. I think Painter Jim will probably change that a little bit.
Maybe we can merge them and bring all you guys up in that cold weather, come down to Florida for the weekend. But here's the approach. He's going to put release on that 5-wood. Hit it over that beautiful waterfall and plenty of green to work with. But hole 11, it'd be really interesting how this one is. If you got one of those right tee boxes where you have to go around the right-hand side, I'm kind of curious how they both approach that shot.
So up 3, and oh wow,
you got 2 different ways to go after it, but the pin is on the left side. So can you tee? Would you tee a high 5 on this?
High 6, I can get there.
Okay, yeah.
But I am playing streaks as well, so that's not a problem for me. Brewer doesn't pack a lot of distance with his shot, so he's probably going to play a cut.
This is also a look that's not – you don't have this look that often. You know, this is one of those ones where you're 303 yards to the pin. This might be one of the longest.
A high tee, huh? Does he notice that? Okay. You know something I don't know, buddy. And that's the reason why I'm sitting in a booth and you're playing in the King of the Hill. Why do I question anything?
Yeah.
So now Adam's going to try to think about this shot a little bit. Does he want to play the same route? Now, like I said, as a streaks player, a high T6, I'm there 100% of the time. But with the Stouts, they have to attack this in a little bit of a different manner.
Yeah, so here he is. He's thinking, okay, I'm down 3 strokes. If I don't eagle this hole, I'm going to be down 4 because Chris has already lined up to have a nice eagle putt there. And then we start approaching the part of the game to where it doesn't matter how many swing holes are left over. He just kind of starts to get into that mode to where it's full attack mode, no matter what that risk might be.
So
he's trying that shot.
It's going to be a full. It's going to be a full high tee. A shot he's very comfortable with.
And that's not coming back.
Oh, no, it's not.
You look at that shot meter, too. It looks a little, wow. There's kind of a wicked-looking shot meter, the way the C pulled back straight to the right, and it didn't go all the way out to the 3.
Burns, I say this is must-make right now. Oh. And now we'll lose another stroke.
So he's going to be down 4. It's going to be tough for him to come back. But like we were talking about before, Chris, the loser of this match just finds a different spot in the loser's bracket of the main bracket. He'll wait, to play the winner of another match, which I will look real quick and let you guys know who that would be. I think it would be maybe Andy Fox, right? Would he?
No, who? Adam Harris? Adam Harris will play.
The winner of the whoever wins the Andy Fox Kennedy match and the
Seth.
and Seth, correct.
Seth. Okay. Adam Harris.
And then, here we are. A few different options on hole 12. You can put in the fairway that a lot of times, me personally, I'll throw it on that little rough area there that I'll play just fine, especially with the way that pin is located. You got some green to work with there.
So now that's a common shot played by a lot of these players. I mean, if you're just watching this for the first time at home and you may not see a lot of players go this route, they're playing basically one for a more comfortable win. And they're also, this is just an easier shot than playing from the fairway and having a right 11 crosswind.
Right 11 crosswind over a bunker, And so what they do is they take that bunker out of play. They got that green to work with and go along with. But here they're both going to eagle this hole most likely. Hole 13, be really interesting. I would love to see like a 340 look at it. Although the stouts go through the wind, if there's a 15 headwind. Do the stouts go right through that, Chris, or does it still play that? So this is actually a decent look.
Yeah, always cut it in half when it comes to the stouts. Headwinds, backwinds. Now this is so you'll notice Chris Brewer, and this is one of a strategy that's not commonly being used, but it's becoming more common. 3 drivers.
Yes.
3 drivers in the bag, 10.5, 9.5, 8.5. Again, Brewer says you have to create shots. When you're playing the stouts, you have to find different ways to approach the hole, and having 3 drivers.
That's going to be off the green.
And that quickly gives Adam Harris a shot to get back in this match. Down 4.
With a chance to make up 2 strokes on one hole, and with still a few more swing holes coming up in this match.
Yeah, beautiful thing about Jamaica. Gets enough on it, make sure he doesn't go too far. Checks good.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot for Adam Harris. Under pressure right there. That's a great shot. No, Chris, he can still make this, though. I mean, this is one of the ones I spoke too soon saying it's going to be a 2-stroke advantage for Chris Brewer. There is a chance he does make this chip.
Yeah.
But here we go into the hole 14. Chris Brewer is going to have a 2-stroke lead. However, Adam Harris, now has the honors.
Yeah, and he'll have to have honors for the rest of this match.
Exactly, yes. If he loses his honors, then he will most likely not win this match.
So, different strategy now has to take an effect. The player that goes first.
Yes, exactly. So for those that are wondering, the honors is that player that goes first.
Mm-hmm.
Another term would be has the box, so the first one to tee off in the tee box.
Mm-hmm. So Adam,
he's not being very aggressive with this.
Going to have to be a good, solid thumb shot to get it there.
That's a beautiful shot.
Wonderful shot, and this is the way he's playing now.
And he's got so much confidence in his thumbs right there, Chris.
Mm-hmm. Doing so well, and now Brewer, not much of a thumbs player, does chush with his thumbs. Going to play a completely different shot, and now leaves himself for a possibility of a rollover, Bernsey.
Yeah, and just seeing the look on his face right there, it's kind of confused. Confidence plays a huge role. That was a great putt there for Chris, but you just kind of see a change in the emotion real quick. And not that he's lacking any confidence. He's still one of the top players in the world, but it's part of the game where Adam Harris is gaining some confidence. I think Chris needs to go back there and just kind of, took a sip of his drink, maybe change the tune on his playlist or whatnot.
Yeah.
But this is not a horrible look right here. You can just hit that 8-wood right over those trees. You got to watch out for the leaf hanging over on the right side. So you'll see him angling this towards the left.
Going to play a high tee.
I don't like the high tee.
I don't like the high tee either.
You're losing your backspin with that.
Yeah. But still
safe.
Still safe.
He'll have about, a 30-foot putt maybe?
Mm-hmm. And so now here comes Chris Brewer.
Let's see how he approaches this one.
Up to 4 holes remaining.
Yeah. In the beautiful Jamaica Bay.
He looks like he's going to stick with the medium tee. To update you on the other match, Andy Fox just won his match. He will play Seth Standifer. Both of them, now we have our podium. We have our top 4 for the 2020 Florida Open.
This is not an easy putt. He's got to, when it comes off the fringe, it kicks a little bit, and he played that perfectly. You saw that little hop when it came off the fringe and right in the bottom of the cup, so he kind of dodged that one right there.
So now, still up 2 once again. This hole can offer some complications, but this looks okay.
Yeah, the pin's up there in the top, so as long as their approach shot goes over the bunker with backspin and keeps it close, the uphill putts on this aren't easy. The way, it might read like an up 10, left 1 or right 1, but it's got a little bit extra slope to it. So they're both going to be thinking about keeping it as close to the hole as possible. And having that 4-wood or 5-wood option is great for this hole to keep it close.
Mm-hmm. Plays a little push out there. Like
it's got to go.
What we call the welter shove.
That's a great shot.
Good shot. A little fringe help right there. Helps it get close to the hole.
Yeah, if he was another foot or 2 short right there, Chris, it would have bounced in the bunker. Then he would have had a tough chip up, and then it would have been hard to hold it. And a lot of things could have happened.
Chris Storter.
So now, update you a little bit on the purple bracket matches as they're starting to wind down. We're down to about 7 to 8 players left in the purple bracket. Names that you would know: Chris Wengler, Eric Manfredi, a former 5-6 winner of this tournament, Andrew Chang, a local and a constant player here. Right now there's a match happening where Jim Clomperens and Paul Lady are playing each other. But the King of the Hill match, when that will happen, Chris Knight, Gavin Herron.
Wow, that would be a great match, actually.
Both of them played in the World Championship of 2019 and are going to look to try to get their bid today. The stakes have never been higher for a purple bracket.
And Chris being a homeowner, like you mentioned earlier, Chris Knight, that is, a guy that he could probably get his ticket to the World Championships through homeowner qualifying. But the things that people are going to be looking for now, there's going to be people that are going to be rooting for certain. And Gavin, where's he from? Is he from Louisiana?
Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Mississippi, which is a non-prize play state.
No.
So
they have prize.
Okay, they do have prize. So he'll be able to qualify in the events mode that starts after midnight tonight. By the way, the first week of the events mode qualifying to get into the World Championships will start after midnight tonight. But there's going to be people that are going to be watching and cheering on, certain players to win. If a guy like Chris Knight wins,
and a hole-in-one.
Just like that, Adam Harris was hoping to have a 2-stroke lead going into the 18th hole, and that is not going to happen. But back to what I was saying real quick is you got a guy like Chris Knight where if he wins his pass, that's one less homeowner that's going to get one of those passes. And so it opens up the door for another homeowner to have maybe not easier, but a different avenue opposed to having to go to the bar qualifying.
We're getting to the time of year right now where everybody's figuring out what is your avenue to the World Championship. How are you getting there? And right now with starting events mode, everybody's looking at the homeowners, and some people will just show up, and maybe if we have the closest to the pin.
I think, I know for a fact they're going to have the closest to the pin. They haven't announced how many spots they're going to be, but I personally wouldn't be surprised if they're giving 4 or 5 spots away. The way the math worked out on the last post they had, there's a lot of spots that are going to be available, whether it be through money shot, or through that close to the pin.
So, Gavin.
Yeah. There may just be other ways. It's one of those things that we'll just find out soon. Make sure you follow Golden Tee on Facebook and the Golden Tee mobile side of things. There's going to be a huge announcement with that coming in the next month, so make sure you follow that. But, yeah, here we are in the 18th hole. Adam Harris, like we talked about, his day is not done, Chris.
No.
You're going to see him again here in a little bit.
Another shot. We'll play the winner of Seth Stanifer, Andy Fox.
Well, Chris, it's been a lot of fun chatting with you. What are your takeaways so far from, how this event has gone? I mean,
seeing some guys that haven't been in the top 4 scene in a while making some noise today. A lot of guys. We all predicted that there could be a first-time winner at this tournament once again. Andy Fox is going to try to put a stop to that. Some really good Golden Tee being played today, man, and we're excited to bring you more coverage of the Florida Open. So as Chris Brewer wins his match, he is the King of the Hill, guaranteed a top 2 finish here at the Florida Open. Brian Bernhardt, Chris Longino here joining you in the booth as we get ready for the next match, which will be Seth Stanifer and Andrew Fox playing in I guess that would be the winner will move on to the next matchup against Adam Harris. Loser gets 4th place.
Yeah, I would think, and I know that's one of your good friends, so I'm not going to ask you who your pick is to win. That's kind of like asking, a broadcaster that watching their alumni, in a football game who they're picking. But I'm going to go out and just say it's going to be a great match. I'm not going to pick one. I think that, Seth is just kind of in this, drive right now where he's just playing some great Golden Tee. Andy Fox has been there and done that, so It's going to come down to just one bad shot. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some overtime, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a hole out early on in overtime for a win.
Two very skilled Golden Tee players getting ready to play a match. Also important to note on our other streaming machine, they're getting started right now, is the King of the Hill matchup of the purple bracket. Chris Knight versus Gavin Herron, both looking to find their entry into the World Championship come this evening. We will have our next player in the World Championship by the time we get out of here later on tonight. Brian Bernhardt?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Keep things real, keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to go sit behind one of the machines and watch it live. And you guys, even though you're not able to be here in beautiful St. Cloud, Florida, you still have that option of staying tuned and watching this from your home.
So, Brian Bernhardt, appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. As we're going to keep the match rolling here, I'm going to bring a new partner into the booth here in just a moment. Chris Knight, Gavin Herron getting started here on their whole on the second machine number 2, which will this is, like I said, this is the King of the Hill for the purple bracket. The stakes have never been higher for this. Winner gets an entry into the Golden Tee World Championship. On machine number 4, we're going to get ready to get that started here soon, which will have Seth Standifer versus Andy Fox, two very seasoned Golden Tee players that are very, very capable of shooting big numbers. So Gavin Herron, no familiar to making cuts here at these Golden Tee tournaments. Gavin Herron also was in the Final Four of the silver bracket in the Golden Tee World Championship. Chris Knight made the cut at the Golden Tee World Championship. His best finish, I believe, is 9-12 in a Golden Tee tournament. As we're getting ready to get this started. Well, we have time right here. I'd like to thank you guys for watching with us today on all our streaming platforms, YouTube, Mixer, Twitch, Facebook, all you guys watching with us today. We thank you so much as we get ready to get started. Just a couple quick shout-outs to all the people watching. Also, I also always like to thank the vendors of Golden Tee, the people that make the investment to try to grow our great game. You guys, all the vendors across the country, you continue to put the investment in and continue to help us grow this game. We thank you so much. Yeah. So right now, the King of the Hill is the purple bracket. We're getting ready to jump over to the Andy Fox Seth Standifer match as we watch the first hole at Grand Teton with Gavin Herron and Chris Knight. So, all right. So we're gonna have a look at Andy Fox right now, as we switch over to the fourth machine. Here's Andy Fox, 5-time tournament winner here on the National Golden Tee Tour, presented by Power Events. No stranger, 2-time Player of the Year winner and 2-time winner of the Florida Open. Continues to play well at this tournament, a tournament that he's very, very comfortable with, and continues to play well in this event that he just loves coming to. He has family in the area, so he tends to come down here and spend time with them, and now continues to play great Golden Tee. You're seeing some of his World Championship play. No stranger to the top 4 scene. As you see, it's the best round, 36 under as the average score. He is what we call a banger, a person that plays Golden Tee for his income, and is continuing to play great here in Golden Tee tournaments.
Oh, man, I messed it up.
And then
Gino.
Adam.
Hi, buddy.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. I'm stepping in. I didn't mean to step on your
line
line there.
No, we're doing a little montage with Andy Fox here, and we're showing some of his great shots throughout his career.
How are we doing this?
Oh.
Our guys.
Yes,
I made
our director of esports, who has more information than any other IT person I've ever met in my life. He's got all this together and done a great job. And then we got Seth Standifer, 2018 top 4 finisher of the World Golden Tee World Championship. Twice in his career finished top 4 in tournaments, including the World Championship, once on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events.
Man, you know a lot. You're like the wealth of Golden Tee knowledge, buddy.
No, I'm a historian. I'm a historic ambassador is what I try to call myself. Adam Fitzgerald.
I'm just a guy here, man.
Adam Fitzgerald joining me here in the booth. Chris Longino with the call. As we get ready to bring you the third, fourth place matchup.
Third, fourth, that's where we're at?
Yes, we're at that. And also we're going to try to keep an eye on the purple bracket match, as they are at the King of the Hill. The stakes never been higher.
For the purple
bracket.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
So,
do you Do you know if we got confirmation that if the top place guy in the purple can't go, does it go to second? Have we confirmed such things yet? Because I've heard there's some rumors that some guys might not be able to attend.
I believe that is the case.
Okay, I hope it is, because that's the way it should be, right?
Yeah, they'll from what I understand, they will move down each place until they find a person that can commit to going. If they can't
That's
go.
the way it should be. I mean, there's nothing I want to see more than nobody, any kind of collusion or nothing dumb. Let's just give it to the guy that earned it.
So. All right.
Awesome.
Okay, so we're getting ready for the quad view here as we're taking a look at both matches, both machines being streamed here at the Florida Open, the 2020 Florida Open, as we're a few holes into the Grand Teton match in the King of the Hill purple bracket, and then that daunting first hole of Coral Vista, Adam.
That's awesome. It's a tough hole. It's tough setup there. Would he hit a tree there coming in?
Yeah, you both clipped the tree. And
they both clipped the tree?
Oh, no,
he hasn't hit
Seth
yet.
Fox clipped the tree. Kind of a tough shot to go attack, basically, for if you get wrong, you're in jail.
You can get in jail here, and I don't know if you've been into jail, but when you try to get out of that jail, it seems like you miss everything, and it just goes sailing through the other side. It happened to a couple guys match a little bit ago. A guy, who the heck was it?
Yeah.
Chris Brewer, maybe somebody, and he fired straight out the other side and ended up costing him a stroke.
So you're going to see a little or a little small 5-wood. Oh, bounces off the trees into another place he doesn't want to be.
He found all the trees. That's a tough break there. Mm-hmm. Seth's been playing well.
Seth has played very well.
I know the guy that beat him and put him down here. It could have been me.
It could have been you. You had a good day.
Thanks, buddy. It wasn't bad.
Yeah,
9-2-12th, I'll take it.
Top finish ever?
I think it was 9-2-12th here one other time. Okay. Probably 3-4 years ago, though. Field was a little weaker and not 135 guys. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy. I mean, played kind of bad to end my day, but,
Yeah. So, Fox, a common you'll see in a lot of Golden Tee tournaments, basically removing any kind of residue that can prevent you to hitting the shot that you want to hit. Chris Knight over here on the right side playing in the King of the Hill.
This is King of the Hill for the purple, huh?
King of the Hill, the purple. We're down to about
Gavin
6.
Here?
We're down to about 6 players left. And then I would, oh, Lord.
What was that?
I just got a text. Hi, Mom. I didn't realize you'd be watching, but it's good to have you watching the Golden Tee tournament here. We're here bringing live streaming coverage of Golden Tee, the 2020 Florida Open.
2020 Florida Open.
My dad texted me say hi to your mom. What a chush.
Hey, Mom. That's awesome. Not too many moms are watching, so God bless her.
Yeah, power the hard way. But Seth gets it and only loses one stroke.
Yeah, one stroke. That is what it is. They both caught a tree there, and Seth just got a little bit of a bad break.
It's the most adventurous first hole in the history of Golden Tee.
Yeah, I just lay up a lot of times when I have that look. You know, if I can get the 4-wood there, I'm happy with it. But if not, then I'm taking my medicine sometimes on that hole.
Sure. So going on to the second hole, tell us your thoughts on Coral Vista.
I like it, man. I know a lot of guys are, it's a little different than what we've seen in the last, 3 years of courses probably, but a lot of trees and a lot of water, and man, it's exciting. It's exciting in the front, okay? We all know the back can get a little boring or whatever it is what it is, but, the front 9 can be big game changer. So I think the setups are pretty cool. You get some pretty tough looks, and it's a lot of fun.
A lot of variables come into the shots that you're hitting.
Yeah, a lot of layup spots got to be just right.
But also, you could use some good bounces. A bounce here and a bounce there, and you're not behind a tree, and all of a sudden you got a really good round.
I mean, hole 8, that's just all about getting the right bounce on cutting it across the creek on that hole or whatever. And I mean, there's a lot of that. Just obviously, still got to be good to do it. But where are we at in the purple?
Chris Knight up 1.
Up 1.
Looking for his path to the World
By the way,
Championship.
both of these guys, great players. Usually in the main, for whatever reason they didn't make it yesterday, and it wasn't an easy. I mean, it was a pretty high cut with Coral in there. It wasn't bad yesterday, so. There's a lot of good players in the purple.
126. That was the number yesterday to get yourself into the main bracket.
Yep. I would say it's about what I was expecting yesterday.
Yeah, with our bubble guy being a local favorite, a very popular local favorite to get to the number 32, Jason
Loschiavo. Loschiavo, is that right? Come on. Loschiavo. I just go with Loschiavo, but now I know. Loschiavo.
I live a
You've
life.
asked him?
I live a life where I believe everybody should have their last name pronounced correctly.
I agree. I never knew that was how it was pronounced.
Yeah, because it gets complicated. Like anybody would have complicated last names, like a Longino.
That's really not
complicated. I've never had a teacher pronounce pronounce it right.
Really?
When they're calling roll that first day of class, they've never pronounced it right. Not once
easy.
in my life. Because we all know Fitzgerald.
Yeah, it's easy.
Every bar in America.
Yeah, there's a Fitzgerald's in every city, main city in the U.S., right?
Absolutely.
I'm darn Irish.
You're Irish and live in Wisconsin. You might as well.
I got it made, buddy.
Your blood runs through alcohol.
It does. By the way, I just want a quick shout out to Busch Light, who's going to be our official sponsor. As soon as I work it out, they're out again. We drank the bar out.
Drank the bar out of 25 cases. That's what they ordered before the
Not
tournament.
surprising.
Yeah.
Sobo posted something about how many cases we were going to have this week, and I was going to ask what everybody else was going to drink, but I didn't want to be that guy. So they made it till Sunday. Give them a little credit, I guess. Good shot there by Chris.
Yeah.
So you guys are looking at the chat here. Guys like the split screen and a quad view. Pretty cool. Get a quick look at kind of both matches. It's pretty awesome.
Oh no, we've come a long way with this whole.
Oh my
screen
gosh,
thing.
yeah, this is awesome. It really is.
Yeah, we're getting
the commentating is fantastic. The guys we've had on here, awesome.
Oh yeah. So
some of us are getting used to this. We're here enough where it seems to be kind of second nature now.
Oh yeah, some of us may be looking at careers.
I don't know about all that, but maybe you got the voice for it for sure.
They tell me that. I appreciate it. Adam Kramer.
Yeah.
You got my phone number. You need to be calling me, buddy.
Yeah, we'll both work for IT for the right amount of money. I promise.
Yeah. So
I'm like an unofficial IT guy anyway. To be honest.
I'm just the hype man. I'm the hype man of Golden Tee, man. So
I'm just the home edition guy. That's all I am.
So I will be joining that crew here in just the next month.
Will you?
Yes,
I hope you call me.
Oh, well, I'm not actually. I purchased a
used one?
Yeah.
That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
As long as we keep them in the family.
Yeah, no, we're good to go. It's in my office, getting ready to be updated when we get home.
Well, Chris Anthony, 9 through 12 fits. Nice playing today. Hey, man, that's fun. Dude, I love making the main. That purple, I know the world's passed on the line there, and I probably could have made a run at the purple. It would have been awesome, too, but I'd rather make the main any day of the week. Sign me up for that. Andy Fox is an OG. Is he, though? I guess he is.
Mm-hmm.
Were you here for the Mount Rushmore talk earlier they were doing?
Well, everybody has their own perspective of Mount Rushmore Golden Tee. It's really open for debate. I have 5 guys that
you can't fit 5, man. 4.
It's got to be 4. So I break it down like this: how successful have you been now? How successful have you been before? We have 2 or 3 formats of Golden Tee that we played over the last 30 years.
Okay.
So where do you fit into there? So I always put number 1, who's been successful in both areas, is Andy Haas.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Haas, a 27-time tournament winner. And
27 times.
Yeah, 27 times a tournament winner.
There's a guy that won 13 in a row once?
Yeah, 10 of them coming on the National Golden Tee Tour.
Mark Stenmark
and then Mark Stenmark, obviously, the 2-time world champion, 15-time or 16-time winner.
I don't want to disagree, but I think Mark is my guy. I think if you told me to pick the best player that's played the game, I think it's him.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen a guy that can just, like, you get in the championship with him, your odds of winning that thing are just about nothing. I mean, he just found a way. He's got that killer, whatever it is.
He's
he
wired
just,
differently
to
than
win. Yeah, he's just
wired
that guy.
Than any other human being I've ever met.
If he's in the losers bracket or the winners bracket, it didn't seem to matter. He'd lose the first game and come back and just pound you the second game. I mean, he's just wired a little different. You're right.
And I'm not gonna. When he gets the headphones going, he's making a lot of shots. When he's thinking about that, for any normal player, that probably can be a little bit daunting.
Oh, I think it is.
Yeah,
no doubt.
He has an aura about himself.
Yeah, and you can't go wrong with Andy Haas either. I mean, he's a great player. Obviously, Andy's amazing.
So then we get down to three other players, and maybe a fourth if you want to include Ryan Bourgeois. Ryan Bourgeois went away when Golden Tee Live came out.
We're basically Sobey,
Eversole, Kinsler. All right, so
I had Kins in mind. I just think he spanned generations a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So still a 2-time champ.
So, and then a 2-time champion, and also 2-time world champion Chris Eversole.
Sure.
All right, so 2003 champion and the 2006 champion. And so you put all that together. I hate to leave out Sobey because I've played with Sobey, and there's a lot of times I would put in the early days I would put my money on Stephen Sobey against a guy like Greg Kinsler or a guy like Chris Eversole. But that's my four right there: Chris Eversole, Andy Haas, Mark Stenmark.
And I did Sobey. I did Sobey over Eversole just because I don't know. He just sort of he's kind of that face of the game back then, and I think it just that meant a lot. That meant a lot as well.
He was a 3-time national champion back in the day, back when we had the national champions in the late 90s. Yep. So here we are. We're going back to the matches here, and we got Gavin Heron still down one, I believe, right now on Grand Teton, and Right now, Andy Fox is up to going into the eighth hole of Coral Vista. And
this is probably the trickiest hole in the course, I think.
I would say there's a lot of hope and prayer coming
through
with
the
a lot of
bunkers.
these shots. But what you're wanting to do is go through the bunkers, try to give yourself an easy chip. You don't want to be behind a tree.
No. So my goal on this hole is always to either, try to scoot through the bunker or just leave myself that uphill chip from down below. It's a tricky hole. It's a fun hole. I love this hole.
So now we're going into the
tree, but he's going to have a clean
but
chip.
He's going to have an open shot at it.
Seth. Oh, big chip by Seth there.
Money chip to keep him in the match.
For sure. So Fox had
Fox with a chip right now to keep his two-stroke advantage. And this is it left.
So Fox took 8 days off from GT this on a cruise, so which probably may or may not have helped the guy. He plays a lot. He plays as much as anybody in the country. So one stroke.
One stroke.
One stroke. Here we go.
No, this is a very comfortable tournament for Andy Fox, two-time winner of this.
He's been here all the time, and this is he loves this tournament. I think we all love coming to Orlando, man. It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, and the big announcement coming just a little while ago is we are moving. We got to talk to Jim. We got to move this tournament.
The Austin?
No.
What are we moving?
We're talking Orlando. Orlando is moving dates next year for the
2021.
Yes.
We're coming into January.
We're coming into January. It'll be the week before the Super Bowl. The Pro Bowl will be happening here in Orlando also at the time.
Oh, nice.
So
nice.
a lot of reasons for you guys to come on down to our beautiful
so it'll
Orlando,
be
Florida.
the last weekend in January. The difference just being we didn't want to move this one to Valentine's Day weekend, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, not the shot. Fortunate for Seth to stay dry.
Break there, Seth. That's keep him in the match. I mean, that goes wet there. What happened there? He just tried to go underneath the driver?
Yeah, low T driver. Yeah. Oh, and a close shot from Gavin. Gavin's still trying to make up a stroke right now. Big advantage for whoever wins this purple bracket.
Yeah, the
finals.
King of the Hill is huge. I mean, there's still, 6 guys? Whoa. Oh, we got the double skip.
Well, no,
it did. Didn't it skip off the bottom water there at the end?
It wasn't the water. It was it hit a bush and then went over into the sand.
I got you.
So here we go, Seth with a what a shot, and it's clutch. Seth standing for with a big chip.
Look at Andy. Look at his face. Jesus. What can you do?
That is deflating.
That's awesome chip, though.
So now.
So this is to stay. This is to keep his lead here.
Yeah, keep the lead. This. The match will be tied.
Chris Knight just dropping him on the green over there, and a tough shot.
And now at this point, you start thinking about some things.
Look at the setup here on the other match. Quick. Look at that purple. Look at that setup on.
Yeah.
Chris Knight stuck the green there. That's a good shot.
Yeah. Stouts.
Stouts. Goddamn Stouts. I don't want to talk about Stouts.
Yeah, so a Titans player who still will be able to generate some spin, but it's
for sure. It's going to be tough.
Got to go.
Oh, that's perfect.
But hit a great shot and gets him some points.
No. Oh, what a shot, though.
Those Titans.
That's one of those you just got to land just right like that. I mean, he had a straight win, but, man, 15 out. That's no fun.
So it looks like
so Andy's. Right,
so he's looking at a track ball.
Still not happy with the missed chip, obviously, but. So this hole here, have you considered just driving this hole a couple times? I mean, I go right sometimes in this hole around.
I've been told about it, but it was not a hole I consider with a lot of high percentages.
No,
so everybody's comfortable.
I've been able to get it pretty frequently when I'm playing it and getting to like a 30, 40-yard chip on the hole. But I mean, I hit the trees a couple times too, and obviously in the match play here, you're probably not going to see that shot. But the guy behind might try that shot. But we're tied, right? So these guys are going to play pretty safe. What hole are we on?
We are on hole 16 on the Grand Teton match, and we're on hole 10 of the Coral Vista match.
So we have a couple holes left in Coral that are a little tricky, and then this whole course kind of straightens out. So we could see ourselves in overtime. Could happen. What's the next game changer hole on? Is 14? 14's a little tricky on.
Yeah, 14 can be a little tricky. Everything looks pretty calm up until that point.
And it's pretty calm after that,
Yeah, it's not the most daunting final hole.
I think Eddie G said earlier, if we get to 14 tied, it's an extra holes. Because everybody thinks they can play pretty clean after that. So.
Chris trying to make a putt.
All right, so we're down. Still one stroke lead for Chris Knight here.
as he looks at, and this is another hole where the stouts come into play as a big advantage, not as much wind.
And so we're basically looking at a 6-mile-an-hour wind for a stout player here.
Yeah,
he's just throwing it out there.
Casual thumb out there. Just going to give himself a nice uphill putt, which is important.
Yeah,
Eliminates the chance.
You don't want to roll over on this
over.
point of the match. Get out of that sand. All right.
And just a kind of a little bit of a crazy little shot for the left side for
I'm not sure what Seth is doing over there. Maybe he thinks he's a better angler or something. Not really, though.
I think he was playing a different shot that he did.
Didn't quite execute?
Yes.
I think you're right, because I can't imagine him wanting to be over there.
Mm-hmm.
But he's fine with that. It ain't going to be a problem.
No, he'll be able to. I'm not sure. It'll make it harder for him to hole out.
Definitely wasn't going to have a good run at a hole out there. Exactly.
So now with a big
putt
left
for Gavin
swooping
here.
putt. Didn't think about
You're right, though.
So
he never
close.
even gave it a thought. Just walked up there and hit it.
And you'll see that commonly in Golden Tee. Don't put too much thought into it. Chris going to be a little
Especially
bit more
putting.
methodical.
Yeah, real methodical.
Yeah.
He got it.
But he got it.
2-stroke. All right, so that's a tough. What are we going here to 18?
And we're going to 18
Up
at tee time.
Well, Chris with the 2-stroke lead. He'll be the king of the hill if he can hold on here.
Yeah. Now here's
Put
the key
himself
about
in
this
great
hole,
position.
because this can be one of the more difficult 18 holes in Golden Tee this year. He's got to find himself. He wants to find himself on the green. Water is no good. Water could potentially tie this match.
Yep.
Seth.
Anywhere on, just lag your putt if you have to, right?
Yeah.
Guy's gonna hole out. He's gonna hole out, but you just put this on somewhere.
18th hole.
Who's good old Jack? Sup, Gino?
That is my best friend.
Oh, awesome.
That's my best friend, John Allen.
Awesome. Got a guy looking for the link to the bracket on there.
All right, link to the bracket. If you want to go to
We can do that,
www.peggtour.com, there will be links to find the brackets here.
It's all over Facebook.
So, golf balls away.
Don't it. Oh, my
no.
gosh. Oh, my gosh.
And now he's opened the window for Gavin Herron. Gavin Herron just needs to stick this green, get himself something he can putt.
And we could possibly be tied up.
Seth misses his chip.
Yeah.
Andy Fox with a putt to go back up in the match. And Gavin also hits off the trees. Will it stay dry? No, it gets wet as well.
That'll do. Chris
So
should
now,
be able to cruise from here. And
now Chris will have
be our
2 shots to win this match.
Chris should be our king of the hill unless he banks us off the rock or something silly. Lore Mr. Knight says.
He's a South Carolina guy.
Yeah, I got you guys.
We are all a South Carolina family. We recruit to play to love each other, and then we play Golden Tee. That's how we operate.
Guy says he loves the Condo, one of our greatest players. Eversol is overrated. Come on now. I don't know about that.
This must be Andy Fox's best friend. So.
Yeah. We did mention Andy Fox. We did the new Mount Rushmore Golden Tee earlier.
Oh yeah.
We mentioned Andy's name on that. I don't remember where we put him, but
yeah. So here's the chip. I mean, he'll want to make this to put something on Chris Knight.
No,
that won't do. So the match will end. Chris Knight.
Gino's pumped a little here.
Yeah.
No excitement out of him except for I can see it.
Yeah.
It's all right, buddy. It's your buddy.
No, these are my guys.
Yeah, okay. Good run by Gavin. He's still alive. He can make a chance, come back, and maybe play him again. Are you out?
So we're saying goodbye to the Los Chiavos clan. Yeah, they are. Jackie's got a
almost like the first couple of GT lately. Jackie's awesome.
The Los Chiavos clan. I mean, they're all about the positivity of what we do. Local favorites here.
The best money shot player in history, right there.
They're the greatest money shot player of all time.
Even though he might not be, he doesn't want to count.
Well, I mean,
how do you do that? That is still one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
I would say it'd be like hitting 5 out of the 6 Powerball numbers or something. I don't know.
I don't know how you do it. To guys that play money shot, you know how hard it is to even think about getting it within a few inches, and to do it 2 years in a row within a couple inches to win World's Pass is just out of the world. It's crazy. It's hard to even fathom.
So now, Andy Fox up 1 stroke. We still have a match here in the top 4. Chris Knight now king of the hill in the purple bracket with a huge advantage to get his pass to Vegas. We're at that time of year. What's your avenue to Las Vegas? How are you getting there? If you're wanting to play in the World Championship, how are you going to get there? We're getting to that time. Events mode starts tonight.
Yeah, tonight, like midnight.
Yeah.
Awesome. I don't I don't think this is how Chris planned to win a pass or whatever, but whoever's winning the purple. But, man, it sure does save some effort, save some time, some money. It's awesome, man. I think it's cool that IT and Power Events got together and did that. So it's exciting.
Now with a cut shot in.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Andy just putting it in the green there. So Holy could be pretty aggressive. I can see Seth being pretty aggressive here. I mean, the wind is tricky, but he's got the uphill holding him just a little bit.
Yeah, he's wanting to stay under the trees, that overhang up there.
Yeah,
I just found out the hard way.
Here, so.
I found out the hard way this weekend about what can clip an 8-wood up there.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I hit low. If it's an 8, I hit low and hit hard. I've hit that 8-wood into the trees too many times already.
Not the easiest putts.
He nutted it,
but because Andy Fox is Andy Fox,
Andy's
makes
Andy.
those kind of putts. Comfortable in the moment.
Yep. Yeah, he's been here many times. I don't know how many tournaments Andy's won, but I mean he's won some tournaments. I mean, he's a veteran of this game. He's been around a long time.
For sure, one of the best.
For sure.
Yeah, twice here in the Florida Open. He is also a 2-time Player of the Year champion. And I believe he has a St. Louis title to his name. I'll have to go back and look at that.
He also has a Purple Bracket championship under his belt.
One of the greatest days for Andy Fox to have a bad day.
We mentioned this earlier. We didn't discuss it a lot, but Andy and Mouth both qualified in the Purple Bracket in Houston a couple years ago. They went 1-2 in the Purple with Fox winning, and then they played in the Player of the Year tournament right after that and went 1-2 again with Andy Fox winning. Oh, yeah, I think he won that again.
Yeah, no, he won that.
Yeah, so it was actually the player card in my wallet actually from that. So it was quite a day for those two guys.
So. And for Seth here, trying to keep up, he's within 1 stroke, so he's still within striking distance.
Yeah, he is. We talked about this being a pretty straightforward finish here, and it is what it is. I mean, this course, unlike some courses, get a little tough at the end. This one straightens out a little bit. It's not impossible to see a stroke loss here, but it's just a little more rare. It's when you got to make your hay on the front.
So Chris Knight, like I said, King of the Hill. We're looking right now at the brackets.
What's up with the rest of the bracket?
We are down to now. We're in 5-6 matches right now.
Okay.
We have Paul Lady will be in the top 4 of the purple, and we're waiting for the winner of Eric Manfredi and Andrew Chang, both local players here.
Andrew Chang won a qualifier yesterday, or a course rather.
Yeah,
qualifier course
big
yesterday.
32.
Big 32 on Dodge on a 30 setup.
Yeah, and just a good
shot by
close
Andy
shot.
there.
Now at this point, Seth has got to think, what's the best way of me holding out?
This is
right
not
now.
a great look to hole out, but he's definitely got to give it a run. Little congrats there to Chris Knight coming over and saying hi.
Oh, yeah, he wants to make sure because he knows I'm paying attention.
Well, obviously, we're watching it.
Yeah.
Nobody in the building might be paying more attention.
So now
that's actually
the
a decent
shot,
run, yeah.
Really good shot. So now we're going to go look at 18. Is it drivable?
Oh, man, it would be awesome if it was.
It would be a money shot.
What is it? 1 out of 30? I mean,
give us a 12-tail. Oh,
he's...
No, it's not going to
Look
be
at Andy.
there.
He's like, yeah, Andy ain't going for this. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, no,
but,
at 427 and you got to carry 400, I doubt Andrew.
But Seth could make a potential run, try to get it up there.
Right now,
with a chance at a chip or something.
He's going to explore this a little bit.
I would assume he's going to take a look. Yeah.
He's going to find himself the best spot
so
where
he's
he
got
can
to
try to hole
carry
out.
probably 410 here. That's a lot, even with the 12 in his. And he is playing Titans, by the way.
Yeah.
So he's got the distance.
No, he's playing streaks.
No, he's not. He switched to Titans.
326. That is a streak.
Oh. So maybe just this course. I was talking to him earlier, and he switched to Titans.
No, he's Titans on Jamaica only, or he was.
You sure?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we played him together with Titans on Powell, but I could be wrong. Either way, good setup. If you got streaks, got a chance at it.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to hold it even if you get it up there.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's looking at all kinds of angles. How's the best way for him to get? Does he want to try to drive this green? The problem with driving this green is you're going to carry so much momentum in a down.
How are you going to hold it? How are you going to hold that? He's coming to give you Steve Sobel in the house. Oh, you thought he was coming for you?
No, he's coming for Richard King, I guess. Trying to pay him money. We're
I'm getting one money.
Yeah, I'm getting a little Calcutta money here coming soon, so I'm excited about that.
Calcutta money, nice. So he is legit looking at going for this shot, and this is. I mean, you're down 1, so he's got to. What's the?
If I'm him, I
don't have a lot to lose. Andy's going to stick this
but
tight.
You're only up 1. I would prefer trying to make a big hole out.
Yeah, he's going to put it up there in the fairway. No, he's not.
No, he went for the hero shot.
Yeah,
and he's not going to hit a shot any cleaner than that. So I don't think it was really reachable for him in the first place. And that will most likely
definitely do it. Yeah, I mean, unless he spins us back in the water,
And
that ain't going to happen.
That's point. So Seth Standiford will be eliminated in his second career top 4 finish, first being at the Golden Tee World Championship of 2018.
Yeah. Good run by Seth. Seth hasn't been playing a lot lately, and he made a nice little comeback here. He's going to be playing a lot more coming up, he told me. So pretty awesome. You getting up or just chilling?
I'm just standing for a second.
Gotcha. Thought maybe we were losing you.
No. Adjusting for a second.
All right, we just need some more matches to call here, bud.
Yeah, for sure. So, Andy Fox will move on to play Adam Harris for the second, third place match. Winner going to the King of the Hill match against Chris Brewer. Adam Fitzgerald, Chris Longino joining you here from the 2020 Florida Open.
Adam Harris has been playing well.
Playing well and playing confident.
Man, I love watching that guy play. He is so confident.
Just recently made a ball change to the Stouts and has completely changed his Golden Tee life. He is playing so well. And now we're getting ready to set up the match for you as Andy Fox and Adam Harris will play each other. 2-3 matchup.
I assume we're going to get a purple matchup on the other.
At some point,
we're
moving on. We're moving on more onto the bracket there. We're we're down about down to 4.
Yeah, we're down to 4 in the purple and 3 in the 3 in the main.
3 in the main, and then I think a couple still left.
So
in the pink.
King of the Hill is Chris Brewer. They play it yet? They haven't played it yet, have they?
No, Chris Brewer is the King of the Hill.
He is the King of the Hill. I was over there getting some food, so I'm sorry I missed it.
Yeah, Chris Brewer is the King of the Hill. Has to be beaten twice. Whoever wins this match has to beat him twice in order to win the championship here at the 2020 Florida Open. Well, what's on deck, and as we're bringing here in the booth, 4 weeks from now, we go to Sussex.
Wisconsin, yeah.
Yeah, you're home.
Wisconsin Open. We were discussing earlier how many years in a row it is. We can't figure it out, but I think it's 14 or 15 in a row. So that's
incredible.
That's a lot, man.
Second
to Richmond, I guess, as far as all-time tournaments in a row.
For sure. Can you
awesome.
tell me a little bit about Stefan Hayden and his operation there?
Yeah, Stefan is great, man. He's a Golden Tee guy kind of himself. He's not a big Golden Tee guy, but he gets it. He gets the way we run tournaments, the way we conduct ourselves and everything, and he was all in. He did everything he could to get a PGT event there, and he's got a perfect venue for it. Huge room, big room, kind of open like this is actually. With it's a pool hall where we move some tables out of the way, put a bunch of machines in there, and the big add-on there. It's 10,000 guaranteed for sure as an add-on, and I don't know if he'll, depending on the sign-ups, we'll see what happens there. But hopefully we get a huge turnout there, like we have the last 3 PGT events now. Increasing we have 140, 156, and 135 or something.
Yeah,
insane.
You will have a huge Midwest following.
I hope so. Yeah, I mean it's always been big. I mean that tournament was bigger than these ones before they got big, so hopefully it stays that way. And yeah, great guy, great prices that weekend, great food there. Like I said, we're kind of off on our own. We got our own room, but still got a full bar in it. There's also another bar you can go hang out in. Nice little area. It's Wisconsin in March. I can't really say much about that. Who knows what the weather will be? But
well, I'm really happy that Stefan's come along and really just gotten invested in you guys and invested in the whole operation.
He tournament. Man, he's the hardest working man I've ever seen. The guy is insane. So
if the man wants to come to my way of South Carolina, I have the Carolina Clash in October. His entry will be personally paid for by me.
That's
if he wants to go,
awesome.
I'll be happy to do that.
I'll try to drag him along.
I would love to have him.
I'm hoping to make it this year. I haven't been down to you guys yet, but
well, we just have one. And if you
I know, but I mean, I was hoping to make it last year.
Yeah.
October's been tough for me in the past, so this is my new. I'm trying to get there. Yeah. Richmond was a little pricey to kind of fly into. I know this was different, so I'm hoping I can get in there, and I'm excited to come down there too. I met the Muse brothers this weekend, man. I'm in love with them guys.
Oh
man.
yeah, they're the best.
He just won't leave me alone. I'm just hanging out with him all weekend. So
they're guys that they appreciate and they enjoy the game, and that's
and that's like same with Stefan in Wisconsin. You got Golden Tee guys that are, and it makes a world of difference. Just it does, So
here we are getting ready to start the match. Coral Ridge once again.
Yeah, good. Why not?
Chris Dorter, Steve Bigger.
As long as we're not spinning Dodge, we're good.
Of course. So
one Dodge.
So we're getting ready to. So as the most daunting first hole in Golden Tee.
See now look here, 2 options. I mean you got the 4-wood, which will get you into the bunker. The 3-wood is the risky shot here, which will get you on the green. But I'm hitting 4. I'm like Adam here. Oh, he just pummeled that. That's awesome. So this is one of the easier, cleaner looks you're going to see here. That's Stouts too. Into a 1. Andy's going to follow him to the same shot. Your mom still texting you, Chris?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at stuff, but also I'm getting ready to try to.
These guys yelling at us and giving us crap in our ears. I love it.
I hope your moms love you as much as my mom loves
me.
me.
Look at this shot.
And
right
beautiful shot.
Woo.
Both of them make the green. Both of them with a putt.
For those of you that aren't too familiar with Coral, hole 1 is there. We're going to be playing a 26 setup. There's really no, I guess 18's rare possible there, but otherwise 26 setup. So 26 would be our consideration golden tee par, what we think is the score you should be getting if you make every shot. Don't hole out. Don't mess anything up. I think most of you guys know what that is. How many Busch Lights for $17? In Sussex, I'm assuming that question is. I'm not going to tell you, but I think last year it was 5 16-ounce cans of Busch Light for $12, and I told Stephanie he was going to go broke, and he's like, "Nah, it's fine. We're good." And we drank so many cases of that you couldn't even imagine. So I said cheap beer, cheap shots, great food. Come to Wisconsin, man. It's awesome. It's awesome.
What's important, we are also down to 4 players left in the pink bracket.
Oh, in the pink.
Pink bracket where we have a little bit of a
40-some players in the pink, something like that.
40-some players. They're playing for a little bit of cash and a little bit of a, hey, this is not a bad thing to actually go win a pink bracket.
It's not a joke anymore. You got to play pretty well to make the purple. You can't just show up and make the purple anymore with these many players.
As a former pink bracket champion as yourself, and
I am. There was some things that got me into that bracket, but
So,
a lot of fireball.
But one of the things that the Muse brothers and I brought to Orlando this year was we were offering the winner of the pink bracket a free entry into the Carolina Clash in October.
Thanks for doing that.
Very happy to do it.
Non-transferable,
no cash value.
Yeah.
Okay, if you win this pink bracket, I need to see you in Columbia, and I'll let you play free of charge.
That's awesome. Something that I do for
and a beautiful, beautiful hole out.
Yeah,
Adam Harris.
Adam Harris just on fire today.
Playing confident.
Yes, he is.
And Andy can do nothing but smile.
Well, something we do for the Wisconsin Open is for the local guys up there. I'll usually play them. I usually do some matches where I'll let them. If they beat me, they get a free entry to the Wisconsin Open. We do that usually once with a bunch of guys and different things like that. So we're always trying to grow the game. You're a huge ambassador for Golden Tee. We appreciate it. But
thanks.
We're all kind of in the same boat.
Yeah. With for us in South Carolina, we're getting ready to start up a little bit of a tournament scene right now where we're gonna give different areas in South Carolina
type things.
Run satellite events to garner interest and and give entries into our Carolina Clash.
That's awesome.
So that's going to be part of our spring and summer tour. We're talking with a few venues. Greenville, my home of Greenville, South Carolina, will definitely be one. And then we're talking maybe the Marietta, Georgia, or the Atlanta, Georgia area, and running some stuff down there.
A ton of players down there, which is awesome.
So we're super excited about what we're building in South Carolina. Back to the match here. Adam Harris up 1, fourth hole.
The hole out on hole 3, which is fantastic. Not a great hole to go at here,
and
but my God.
Mishit that. Stayed dry, but mishit it.
He did stay dry. That shows you these guys are human, man.
Yeah.
You think they're bots, they're not.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what Andrew Fox is thinking.
What did I just do?
Yeah. He tells himself, "You're stupid."
Yeah,
you're wrong. That's what he says.
I'm going to be cool here, but I'm really
PO'd
inside right now. You never know. He might make this.
So
he might just make this.
So also, as I give a shout out to my mom, I also want to give a shout out to my dad. As who I love just as much as my mother. Well, my dad's birthday is today.
Awesome.
I come to the Florida Open every year instead of spending it with my birthday with my dad, which is what I should be doing, really.
Happy birthday, Papa Gino.
Yeah. So Dad,
if he doesn't have that name, he does now. Papa Gino.
Papa Gino. Let me get this right. 62 years old. So
nice. Doing
well. Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday. All right, we got our 7-4 here. 3-stroke lead. That was huge. He missed 2 chips there. If you didn't see that, he chipped it into the rough and missed it again. So
now
3-stroke lead.
3-stroke lead.
Yeah.
Adam Harris with a big advantage right now.
Now, there's some holes here coming up in the next few 3, 4, 5 holes.
And this is an interesting shot right here because a lot of people would lay back. There's some trees guarding the left side of that green.
With the left pin here, I like to lay back to the right side of the bottom, or the middle of the bottom fairway and just go straight at it. But, I mean, these guys are trying to hold everything out. So they're getting as close as possible, and making themselves a holeable shot. I guess is what they're looking at here. They're not afraid to play a little cutter. Let's put it that way.
For sure.
You want to learn how to play golden tee, learn how to cut the ball, right?
Oh, yeah, that is
nice. Congrats, man.
Yeah, the little that's a product of really, if you want to get better, being able to maneuver a golf ball around things and being able
or just go right through the trees. I mean, whatever works. Did you see that?
Yeah, barely missed that.
Yeah.
I know a lot of invisible leaves that have come out and bit me there.
Yeah, all of a sudden one just falls out at you.
Yeah. So important thing for Andy to do right now is just make sure you keep hitting shots and don't give up on the match.
I'll tell you what, if 3-stroke lead on Coral, I had it on Seth earlier. Seth made some mistakes against me in the match, Seth Standifer, and he gave me a 3-stroke lead, and I'm not the greatest. I'm not Andy Fox, I'll tell you that much. But I was able to just, greens and fairways on this course. You can kind of keep it pretty simple. And
yeah, when you get something like that, it makes things a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I'm not worried about trying to hold things out. And whose bucket of Bud Light you think that is?
Mine.
Can I have them?
Of course.
Thank you, buddy. Is it really yours?
Yeah.
That's even better. I thought I was going to be stealing some random dude's beer. I hate doing that.
No. Happens a lot at these tournaments.
It does. I try not to do it. That's the thing. I don't want to be that guy.
Now
look at this, way up there.
Yeah, get way out there. And this is the purpose for the chip. He wants either, I don't know if he
shush that or maybe a 5-bird chip.
Yeah, but for right now, and
oh, man, he's going to be like 34 yards. That's a chip Andy Fox would probably normally. I bet you he makes that 50-60% of the time from there.
Yeah, it'll be about 40 to 45 out. But Adam Harris,
God, this guy
hit so confident today. He is playing some shots,
and he's up 3. What's he get? He's going to go at the holes when he's got an opportunity like that. Why not? Yeah, 39 yards, 5-bird chip here.
So
he
now,
didn't like that pullback.
No, well, he doesn't like what he's feeling on the ball. It's going to wipe it.
So I don't want to. I mean, nothing against Quitman, but Mark Gomez was playing that ball earlier, and he had a little issue. Pulling back on soft pullbacks where it wasn't registering.
Oh, machine 4?
So no, that was machine 2. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're all messed up here. Sorry, we're looking at a screen, not the machine. It's my bad. But anyway, yeah, so maybe
clutch chip.
I had a feeling he was going to nut that thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's just one of those things. He pulled back, and he didn't like the way the ball felt when he pulled it back, so he took a second to clean it off, and obviously worked.
Just a clutch chip. Adam Harris just gave me a little smile right now. I was like,
a glimpse of man. What's he doing over there?
So important part right now, he needs to hit first for the rest of this match. He cannot drop any more strokes.
Right.
Going to hit a little low T8.5, get himself out there.
Little tip, not pro tip because I ain't no pro, but I hit low 8.5 every time there because you stay out of trouble. It skips the water.
I get that. I get that. I play a little bit to the left side of the trees. Yeah,
on the left side of the trees?
Well, yeah,
it does kick the trees out of play.
Yeah, and keeps the trees out of play, gives me an open shot at the green.
Anytime the wind is pushing like this, you can just hang out on the right side here and you get the trees are out of play as well. Don't you get kicked out of Wisconsin for drinking Bud Light? We drink Busch Light. It's the same Budweiser product. They're all owned by Budweiser now.
Harris!
Right back at you, bud.
With another hole out.
Wow. Look at Andy's face. Yeah, it's cool.
Playing at another level today.
He is. A couple 31s today. Man, he's been playing well.
For sure.
Jesus, confidence, like you said. Anyway, no on the Bud Light in Wisconsin. We used to drink Bud Light. Switched to Busch Light because we drink a lot and it's cheap and whatever. But
no,
I don't
Andy
like
trying to answer
Oh!
with a close shot.
What a run. Good run.
Slightly, and if you're Andy, you're a little deflated right now. You
have to be. You get a stroke back, and on the very next hole, the guy holds out on you. This is probably my favorite hole in this course. We just talked about it.
It offers a lot of different variables. If it's further back, you have more trees in the play.
This is a tough look here. So maybe he'll look at this going straight at this. There's a look here where you can kind of push it over those middle trees, and you miss the top trees, go over the middle trees, and you can go right at it. And this might be that look.
Would you guys be mad at me if I said I hit a high T6 wood right now?
I've never tried it.
Oh, I have.
That's going to be really good.
And
it took a big skip, but still good. Got a putt, man.
All you want, you're going to have a little chip, but
he's good. He's a 3-stroke lead. He's dry. He's got a good chip.
He can be comfortable with.
Stayed out of the trees. That's all it's about, right? What's the fire? Adam Harris fire. VCU heel?
That might be a guy named Aaron Goodwin that I might know.
How do you know all these names?
Great ambassador of the game.
You are, no doubt, no doubt.
I'm here to grow this stuff. That's what I was put on this planet to do.
I'm just looking back through the chats here, guys. I'll try to catch up a little bit while Gino calls some action if we can.
So we and that might lead just a ugly shot. Might be behind a tree. which he doesn't want now. Adam Harris, he wants to chip this for sure.
Sit down and rock me a $17 bucket of Busch Light. I love it. Gino, he just stole our fan. Nice to meet you guys. Sorry, we got people saying goodbye. It's the nature of Sunday afternoon, man.
Yeah, they're new people from New Jersey, never been to a tournament in their life, and I got to talk to them.
Super nice. Yeah. I played Johanna in the handicap tournament.
Oh, did you?
Another girl. I love seeing the girls come out and play
yeah.
GT. It's awesome.
Yeah.
She's a great girl, and we had a good time playing.
So,
Mama Gino is awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. We got
Surf
and Turf out of Quentin Shaw. Quentin, come on. Quentin, what the heck's Quentin? Anyway, Mr. Streamer himself, Quentin. So Wisconsin, we do, I assume it's going to continue. It's been a tradition there for quite a while. Mouth started the tradition a whole bunch of years ago. They do on Sunday night Surf and Turf. So it's like either lobster or lobster and steak or crab and steak or whatever it is on Sunday night in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Super cheap. Stefan puts it on, kind of cost deal, and everybody loves it. It's fantastic. So
enough reason for me to go.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Yeah.
So we got another question here. Who's the best female player? Is there any? Well, I shouldn't say there is any because there are definitely some good female players out there right now, and there's a lot of them that are getting real good. I don't know if I want to name who the best female player is or who I think the best female player is.
No, I can give you some insight on it, though.
I know I could name a few.
Yeah, if you want to take some names out there, Jamie Arrington.
Jamie Arrington, I think, is she knocked me out of close to the pin in Worlds last year.
Oh, yeah.
But I think if she played, I think she might be the best. That's just my kind of.
I would say the same thing about Brittany Steele as well. Brittany she comes to these events spotting an 19 handicap, and for somebody that doesn't play a whole lot of Golden Tee, she just is comfortable in doing this. And now you're seeing just some sloppy shots from Andy. He's just getting a little frustrated now, being down as many strokes as he is right now.
I'm gonna forget a name here that I should be mentioning because I got beat by a girl in Austin. So it would probably it could be Erin Baxley. It is an Erin Baxley, but Erin Baxley is one of the names I wanted to mention. I think she is a big up-and-comer for girl players.
Yes, for sure.
So we're gonna switch to quad view here shortly. So we get the other match involved
with Paul Lady and Eric Manfredi.
So Manfredi's a former top 4 finisher here at the
5-6.
5-6 was it?
Yeah, 5-6.
The Ambassador GT got me again, but I swear it was 4th. I could be wrong. 2 years ago.
Yes, it was
in Florida here.
Yeah,
so a local guy, I believe, or a local-ish Florida guy.
Local-ish. Attends this tournament. Excellent chip right there as we go over to the next match, starting in the fourth hole of Grand Teton. Eric Manfredi, Paul Lady playing for a shot at the world champion, get their avenue to the world championship. As I've said this year, with these tournaments, we're getting to this time of year. We are 6 months or 5 months away from the Golden Tee World Championship. What's your avenue? How are you getting there? If you want to be in that field, you need to figure it out.
We had events mode starting tonight. 12 weeks. 12 weeks of events, 60 qualifiers will be put into Worlds through events this week or this next 12 weeks, and then we're going to give away three passes in tournaments coming up here through the Purple Bracket winners, which is cool. I love they do the Purple Bracket winners. I mean, most of these guys winning the mains here are going to get their pass one way or the other, so it gives a little avenue for these Purple Bracket winners. And these Purple Brackets aren't easy. If you guys have ever made a run through one of these Purple Brackets, it is a grind and it is difficult. It is difficult.
It is a long day.
You have earned something if you win one of these Purple Brackets.
So just to give a quick shout-out, Ralph Hammock, a former Pink Bracket winner in and of himself from the 2018 Houston Open. He is now the king of the hill of the Pink Bracket today.
Nice.
So Ralph Hammock, out of Fort Myers, Florida.
You're good at dropping this thing, man. Got another... we're good on here. We're going to watch these matches unfold. Adam Harris is in the lead and in command here in this match.
As we go to Manfredi on the other side with a little chip. Now, you'll notice the discrepancy a little bit. Oh, what a chip by Eric Manfredi. Between the level of Golden Tee sometimes. Purple Bracket tend to be a little bit less skilled players, so you'll see a lot more mistakes. Unfortunately, in this the other match, Andrew Fox has kind of made a few mistakes.
Two big chips there.
But
he makes the exact same chip, so we got
so Paul Lady
up
with
a one-stroke lead. Yep. So just kind of popping back to the stream here a little bit. We got. Can somebody explain the shush to me? Did you guys go over that?
The chush.
The shush. I don't call it what you want.
Yeah, it is we call it chush. It is a chip / push. You push with a chip. And that's why we call it a chush. A chush is basically a bare a bare minimum move of the trackball where a person will place his hand on the deck of a Golden Tee machine and then gradually just slowly move it forward. Your trackball meter should read somewhere in the neighborhood between 35 to 40 miles an hour.
Yep. So basically, you're rolling the ball over, getting a big club, 5 wood or whatever it is you're shushing with. Some guys have their preference on what they do it with, depending on distance. And all you're doing is basically starting the trackball, and it'll actually do a low trajectory shot that, in theory, doesn't move much left to right. Okay, so you're basically taking a lot of the variables out of it and trying to shove it right in the hole, essentially. So I see a couple other people commented on that in here and kind of explained it as well.
Yeah, and by the way, I say with one palm and barely move it. You can also try to do it with 2 thumbs, but you're basically barely trying to move the trackball, using a big club to create a lot of momentum, but also keeping it low to the ground to where the wind is not affecting it so much.
A little Danny boy in here. Jamie, he says Jamie's the best, hands down. Yeah. Whatever.
And by the way, this whole planet has not seen Kristen McDaniel play Golden Tee yet. She gets a little anxiety for stuff like this, so it's kind of hard. She doesn't really like doing it a whole lot, but she walks with a 22 handicap every day of her life. So
Josh
McDaniel's wife. Yeah, walks with a 22 handicap every day of her life. So
that's impressive. We got some other guys commenting on the shush here and how they do it. And read these comments. These guys know what they're doing. For most guys, these guys commenting, we're not the only people here that know about Golden Tee. I'll tell you what. All right, so we're still in the quad view here, finishing up the Andy Fox, Adam Harris match.
Yeah. And we're still on to the 8th hole at Grand Teton.
It's a tough little setup here. Then Freddie hit first. No. Stink's going to throw her up there. I'll call him Stink. That's his nickname. We're not insulting him. It's been that way since I've known him.
The 6 feet Stink.
6 foot Stink. The king of no shotties, he'll call himself. Stink's a good player. He's been around a long time. Makes a lot of tournaments. Used to make a lot. He's kind of back in it again now, making a bunch of them. So he's got a chip there. I don't think he can putt that. So Freddie's got a chance to get that stroke back here if he can make it clean. That's not a fun chip either. This is not a good hole to chip on with the water kind of surrounding you.
Yeah.
That looks good.
And Freddie,
that'll
keep
work.
it on the green. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, you got a guy that can't make it. Oh, he can't actually. He had to putt that, so that's even worse. So that was a great play by Freddie there, just getting on the green, taking his stroke back. And I think we're all tied up. And you're just killing it on the phone over there. I should check mine. Maybe I got some messages.
Yeah,
it's all good, dude.
Well, I'm keeping up. Because you mentioned a player that I know the name of, and I can't remember her name. Angela. That was her name.
Angela Forbes. Man, yeah. We should get this on camera because everybody would love to see this. But I'm going to pull it out and show you at least.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm just digging for player cards here, guys. Who has this many player cards with him? Did you see this, Gino? This is bad radio, bad thing again, but look at that. We'll keep that out for later.
Oh.
So our Sullivan Shootout tournament in Wisconsin this past couple weeks ago, the card actually made for that by Brian Roski or Painter Jim or whoever made this thing. It's the card of Angela Forbes with a sign on it that says, "I beat Fitz." Hey, she's got something to hang her hat on, I guess.
Well, sure.
It's even better now that I ranked through 12th in here. I actually look like I know what I'm doing, and she still beat me. So congrats to her. It was a great match. I was a little bit intoxicated, as you might imagine. It was Saturday night.
Yeah, it's a Golden Tee tournament. I'm not surprised.
Regardless.
My old buddy Don Pessiani, our players love booze and Americana. We embrace it.
You might as well. I mean, that's what we are. Good group of guys, though. So catch up to some text here.
Now it's important to note now because Adam Harris is only up 2 now. Right now with a drivable look.
So all that kicking the ball around that Andy did, and we're back to 2.
And he's still with a shot to win this match.
Hey, you're in a striking distance, right? That's what you want.
And now, like I said, he needs.
Look at this. This is he's driving this, or he's going at this.
Yeah,
it's
for sure. Bag 12 now. He does have an 8.5 in the bag. When you have an 8 in the bag, 8.5 in the bag, the trees can come into play.
Yeah, you can hit 10. He'll be able to hit 10.5 here and get this up there if he wants to.
Yeah. 406. It'd be a long way. You need 370 to carry. So I mean, it's a possibility.
Down 12 essentially.
But he wants to be on the green with a putt, and and there's trees also guarding the green.
There is. So I mean, his 2 options are to either try to go right at it, or he can even throw this up. There's a little fairway there in front of the green. He can get himself a pretty good chip at, making a run at it. So there's other options here besides just catching the green. So I assume he's going to try to go across here. Maybe not the first time Andy's proved me wrong. He might lay up and chip it from that fairway for all I know.
Put thought into this because, I mean, this makes or breaks the match.
Yeah, he's taking a good long look at this, and he should.
If he gets wet, this match is effectively over.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the finishing holes here aren't what we see on some of the courses.
And I'm also, if he does get wet, he's also thinking about what's my drop going to be? Where are they going to put me? How easy is that shot going to be?
So if he gets wet here and gets a good drop and can chip it in, he could essentially make the same score as Adam if he were to lay up in the fairway and make birdie. So
looking at different ways of how to play this hole. And potentially maybe freezing Adam a little bit, trying to keep Adam, a little, off his rhythm.
Yeah, there's always some gamesmanship involved, especially out of a guy like Andy who's been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
In the cup heater, golfer 2 with a bid for eagle.
Who's the VCU here, you said?
I want to say it could be Aaron Goodwin, a local guy out of Richmond.
Could tell us, he could give us like a.
Yeah. I could be wrong there, but
anyway, he says I need to not be lazy and go to the Wisconsin tourney. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Oh, and he clips the trees.
Look at that.
Goes
so
in
he
the
went
water.
right at it. Had the distance, obviously,
and just went too close to the trees. If he's a little lower, he would have been fine. There's a 0% chance Adam Harris goes for this.
0.000. He was fine here, and honestly, there's a good chance he might just make it from here. It's a great look. And he's got nothing to.
Then Freddie attacking the hole over there.
Yeah, they both have been shooting pretty well over there. They've been going at the hole.
Yeah, as we're down just a handful of players left to get us another World's Pass.
Well, that's got to get down. Oh, there we go. Whew, that was a little scary.
So now where do they put
Oh, man.
Close for the stink.
Stink almost holes out over there.
So now, important to note, he's in the first cut. All right, so he'll be able to control this a little bit.
Yep. Although that is not a good drop.
Yeah.
There you go. He's through the trees. A little bit of a worry there, but
yeah, basically gave himself 2 shots at it. Put backspin on it with his super spin clubs, but now he goes down 3.
I never want to call it over, but that one is looking good for Adam over there for sure.
Yeah,
I know we're only on 14,
yeah.
but man, there's just the holes just don't line up for 3 strokes.
Yeah, it doesn't
really doesn't.
It's not an exciting stretch of where there's a lot of variation in scoring for the last 4 holes.
Happen,
man, Freddie also attacking the hole.
Both of them over
right
there.
side.
This purple match has been really good over here. These guys are shooting darts. Bud Light doesn't taste too bad if you have to have a few. Not a Bud Light guy.
Well,
I used to be a Bud Light guy.
You seem like a free Bud Light guy right now. So
your Bud Light tastes even better. I'm not gonna lie. It's fun doing this, Gino. Man, we did this a few times.
Oh yeah, no,
always fun.
This is the art of announcing, and I've talked with Andy Coleman a lot. This like all this that they do as far as announcing. I'm obsessed a little bit with the profession of it all. Guys like Gus Johnson, Jim Nance, people like that I'm a huge fan of. And how
tell me you're not a fan of Joe Buck.
No, I appreciate him more than I used to.
You know what? He's not that bad, but he drives me a little crazy sometimes.
No, and I still love Al Michaels.
Al Michaels is the best ever, I think, or at least he's my best ever. I love that guy.
Yeah, Al Michaels, best ever in calling it a football game.
Just about anything.
Gus Johnson is the most exciting.
Gus is awesome.
Yeah, Gus.
The football with that guy is just another level.
Yeah. Well, and you guys live in Big Ten country, so you get to see a lot of his games.
Oh yeah.
And Gus Johnson is a big time player. But back in the days where I knew him, where basketball was, he was part of the CBS basketball announcing team, and that's. Having him calling Final Four games where all of them are close.
I remember Marv Albert doing basketball. It used to be so much fun, too, because he was always crazy into it and stuff,
Yeah. Kevin Harlan, another one I love.
Yeah.
So anyways, we are on to the 17th hole here in Coral Vista, where Adam Harris up 3 to try to eliminate the 2-time champion of the Florida Open.
The guy says, split screen be cool if I wasn't watching this on my phone. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a little small. Get a bigger phone, man. Get an S Plus or something. You got this.
Go to your local library and use their computer.
On now. I can't imagine this looks bad on my phone. It's something a little bigger. 2020, you can handle it.
Mm-hmm. So now.
All right. So
with
we're still tied, correct? We're still tied here?
Believe that we are. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still tied.
21,
so going to 15.
21.
What a great match. Awesome.
For sure. Playing like they want it.
I'm willing to bet they do, just so you know. Yeah, what?
No, not yet.
Where are we at on the other
No,
match?
we're getting ready to go into 18.
Okay. Yeah, let's finish up both of them here. We got some time left on the purple match yet,
Yeah.
so
We'll
finish this up. Give Adam Harris his, kind of due here, man. He's played a great match. Andy Fox has been kind of all over this match, so Adam's just doing his thing. Fairways and greens here. Going to finish this out, and what a great day.
And then
Adam
we're getting ready to get Chris Brewer a little warmed up here. He's been sitting for a little bit.
He has been sitting for a while.
He is. I imagine he's been around here playing some games somewhere. But he.
I'd like the world to note that I was part of Chris Brewer getting there because he beat me. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
He was clean. Why wouldn't he be?
Well, yeah,
Chris is a great player, man.
Yeah.
One of those guys that's yet to break through, but maybe today's his day.
For sure.
Adam Harris, same way.
Yeah. I'll be the only 2% disappointed I would be in is I always want to be the first player from South Carolina to win a Golden Tee tournament.
So, a little disappointment, a little jealousy, but a lot of love.
No,
for the guy,
I love for a guy that's come along and been a part of. He's been an essential part of our growth for the last 3 years. He's the reason why all these guys in South Carolina play stout balls. He is 100% the reason. As Andy Fox is now eliminated in third place.
All right, so
good finish for Andy.
Good finish by Andy. He's a little disappointed, I guarantee you, but good day for Andy.
But still, with a third place finish here, all but guarantees his spot in the Player of the Year tournament. Okay, which he was going to be there anyway, but it guarantees you. I mean, top 3, top 4 gets you enough points. Top 5, 6 almost gets you enough points.
Yeah. For the rest of the year, you show up there, you go. So, congrats to him and Adam Harris. Going to go against Chris Brewer here shortly for the championship.
We're going to get a little. We're going to get the finals going here real soon as we get ready to finish up this third, fourth place matchup between Eric Manfredi and Paul 6 Feet Steak Lady.
All right, so we're still tied here in this match. I don't think we missed any fireworks while we were finishing up the other match there. This hole is pretty straightforward to the back pin here. We don't have a whole lot that's probably going to take place in this hole, but you guys need to lock the story of Joe Buck. Nah, we're good. That's funny, though. Joe Buck sucks. Yeah, I'm not a big Joe Buck guy.
Yeah.
You know why he calls every stinking Packer game in the world, and him and Troy Aikman. Maybe it's Troy Aikman I don't like. That could be the problem.
No, I saw Joe Buck in a recent interview basically say, we find it hilarious because all the Packer fans hate us.
Yeah, they're terrible. Well, maybe because Troy Aikman's the biggest Cowboy fan ever, and it's all he talks about.
Of course.
Which, I get,
Yeah, I'm a Redskin fan. I'm used to it.
Yeah, you know all about it then.
The finals. Chris Brewer, Adam Harris.
All right, they just announced the finals here. We're going to go back to that same machine. A little round of applause.
As we're getting ready to. All right, so as we're going to get you a little bit of footage on the players coming up for your King of the Hill final.
Whoa!
As we look at first Adam Harris from Woodstock, Georgia, playing for Marietta, Georgia, his home bar of Winston's in Marietta, Georgia. Big player base there, and he's by far the best of that group. Former top 2 event. He does have a second place finish here at the Florida Open from 2013, and is completely given himself a rebirth as far as when I was playing with the stout balls. Can make shots at any point. He, as you saw in the last match, hole outs. He is playing with a level of confidence today. Man. And then as we look at some of his stats, with his best score being a 34 under. Lifetime hole-in-ones, that's about average.
So 16,000 rounds played out of him. That's a pretty fraction of some of the guys here.
So
really.
you're averaging a hole-in-one per every 9 games that you play.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Yeah, and I imagine some daily contests probably skews that a little bit. And with an average score of 23. But like I said, awesome. Completely given him a new life by playing these stout balls, and he's completely capable of making any shot that you want him to. Both will be playing the stouts, so we're going to have a bit of the same kind of approach. And with Chris Brewer maybe packing a little bit less distance than Adam Harris.
Brewer's been playing the stouts for a while longer than Adam Harris too, so we get a little bit of an advantage there. He was talking earlier. Brewer was about some of the guys that were switching to stouts and how he felt he had a little bit of advantage on the distances and the small little intricacies of the angles and how he thought he could get some shots that some other guys couldn't with him. So we'll see.
Then we have Chris Brewer, and Chris Brewer from Myrtle's Inlet, South Carolina, close to the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina area. Been around the tournament scene now for 3 years. Has 2 top 4 finishes now on the PEGTG Tour, with also a handful of handicap tournament wins. So for a guy that sports a 29-30 handicap, is not easy to do at all.
He is a very straightforward. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's one guy that consistency is awesome.
A consistent player, a player that is built for the grind of Golden Tee, for a guy that can sit in front of a machine and play 30 to 40 games of Golden Tee every single day. Comes from the world of poker. This is what he did before he came to the world of Golden Tee.
You got to have patience there. It transfers over to Golden Tee, no doubt about it.
So, excellent chusher. Hey, one of the best chushers in the game today. Uses those stouts to his advantage. And
he'll tell you he's not the best chipper, but he's a really good chusher.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's how he described it.
And we watching some of his highlights here. Still, can make shots. And like I said, when you get him in the chush distance, it's almost automatic.
Yep. Fantastic, man. I think Kevin's going to jump back in here in a little bit. So if he comes back over here, I'll probably hang her up. I'll let you guys finish it. I don't know. Kevin wants to
take it home.
Kevin wants to jump in. I mean, I'd be fine with it, but I might go try to take down some of these money games floating around here.
I hear you. We're going to have a look at the Lady Manfredi match here in just a minute, but we're going to get you guys set up here for the finals of the 2020 Florida Open. We will have another first-time winner on the National Golden Tee Tour.
That's awesome.
Presented by Power Events.
All right, man. I'm going to jet out of here. Kevin, we'll get you in here.
Adam Fitzgerald, appreciate you joining us.
Hey, it's fun as always, Gino.
Yeah.
Man, maybe we'll do this again.
Absolutely.
Probably not today, but we'll do it again in the near future, buddy.
For sure, man. Enjoyed it, Adam.
You take care, bud.
All right, so as we bring Kevin Lindsay over to the booth here as my longtime friend and colleague. So as we bring in to the booth, I'm bringing in one of my favorite people in the whole entire world. He will, along with Adam Kramer, help anchor live streaming coverage of the Golden Tee World Championship June 12th through the 14th. Good friend, Kevin Lindsay. Welcome
Mr.
back,
Longino,
buddy.
thank you, my friend. It's actually been a pleasure listening to you talk over the last hour or so in these matches. Another Coral Ridge.
Yeah, a lot of Coral Ridge today.
This is actually, I'm excited. I love Coral Ridge.
Yeah.
This was one of the first courses I remember playing as a kid back in the day. And to see what the team's done and how challenged these players, even these top players, have been, it kind of gets me more excited than it should.
By far the most daunting first hole in the history of Golden Tee.
Yes.
And the goal here right now, get yourself a putt. Get yourself a putt. You want eagle right now.
Now, I was hearing you saying with Fitz as he was getting ready to sign off, another new winner.
Second tournament in a row.
That's exciting. Both these guys are great. Brewer's been the top 4 in Richmond previous years, and you knew one of these guys with the way they were playing over the last couple hours, they were going to make it to the top here.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about Adam Harris right now, playing with a confidence that I have not seen from him, and knowing him for as many years as I have. He has a second-place finish at the Florida Open here previously. Also was the second-place finisher at the Carolina Clash.
When was his second-place finish in Florida?
2013.
Wow, okay. I would say it's been a long time.
Yeah, 2013, and that was a funny year because he had brought that was the first time that all the guys from Marietta, Georgia, came down for this tournament. An old player, Dutch Williams, who had been around for a long time, came down, and they all had T-shirts. They were wearing the same T-shirts. And I could be wrong with the 13,
beautiful.
but beautiful
99-foot putt. That's a great way to kick things off, especially on a course where Coral Ridge is either going to be, 23 or 26 par, in between there. And was a tough setup in the qualifier yesterday, and we've seen a lot of top players fall to this course throughout the weekend in all the brackets. There's I know you guys have talked a lot about it, a stacked purple bracket. Chris Knight is the king of the hill there, and world championship spot on the line. I know that's your boy.
All those South Carolina guys, they got that. We've got a great thing down there, and we're happy to see these guys doing well. Oh, very close.
Now these guys. Harris is a home edition owner. I know you guys have touched upon all that a lot. Brewer has been playing tons of games per month. World Championship qualifying obviously starts tomorrow on the commercial side, but these are two guys, regardless of outcome here, you're going to see these guys in the World Championship come June, because these are two solid players, been around a while. Obviously, Harris been around a lot longer, as you were saying, than Brewer, but Brewer is one of those guys over the last year or two that I've got to really know, and has just stepped up his game immensely, and it's excited to see I don't want to say fresh blood, but newer people. We had Lance Harris win the Player of the Year, well deserved at the end of 2019, and the same thing with whoever wins here today for the Florida Open.
Yeah. So, to give you an update, Paul Lady won his match against Eric Manfredi. Eric Manfredi finishes 4th place in the purple bracket, and now Gavin Herron will play Paul Lady for a shot to go play the King of the Hill. So now, approaching the shot from the rough, Adam Harris.
I love there's not too many people that I could say they have some solid thumb games, and I don't know if maybe it's just his presentation, but he's so, I don't know.
You're not wrong. Adam, his life has changed because of the stouts, and when you're a great thumb player, the stouts are the best thing for you. Basically taking the wind down to where you can actually point at feel the trackball, and with your thumbs directionally put it in a spot where it's always going to have a chance to hole out.
I've heard a lot about the stouts. I've been playing games with Russ Green and a few of those other guys all weekend long and hearing all about the stouts. And it's definitely an interesting ball choice. But what you just said right there, smart, when it comes to the thumb shots. I never really thought about that until now. And be interesting to see on some of these par 3s of Coral. Okay.
My apologies. I said a 2nd place finish because my fact checker Sean Gervais is at home watching our event, and he finished 3rd place in the Florida Open of 2014, where Sean Gervais won one of his 2 championships, and still nothing to take away from him. He does have a 2nd place finish at the Carolina Clash. He finished runner-up in Mark Stenmark. So.
Still, whether you're talking 7 years or 6 years, it's still crazy for him to get back to this spot, because obviously times change, and the number of games somebody plays changes over the course of years, and family gets, obviously families grow and all that kind of stuff. But excited to see these guys, no matter what. Now,
for sure.
Obviously, you have you're very close with.
I'm close with both of them.
With both of them, but
I've stayed in Adam's house. I mean, it's really Adam and Vicky who are great people, and he is. Like I said, he's the best player in Marietta, Georgia, and now he's taken his game up another level with the stouts, and he is continuing to show great play, great confidence. And Graham was mentioning it to me earlier. Graham plays with him more than anybody. He hasn't seen Adam like this before, so this is an interesting look. And for Chris Brewer, who just keeps plugging away, and destined for a national Golden Tee tournament win. And we're super excited for him in South Carolina. Almost with a hole out.
Wow. Now you're going to see, I feel like you'll see a lot of this going back and forth between these two guys. But on Coral, if somebody, I think the hole out might be what wins the game for one of these guys. With how straightforward Coral Ridge can be, especially on the back 18, or excuse me, on the back 9, it's not as, there's not as many challenging holes as the new 2020 courses. Because when this course came out in 97, or actually 96, there was no backspin button. There was no roll, no custom tees or clubs or balls or golden tees. So you're going to see, and you've seen it all day today, but this is a very simple course. And you add the mixture of all these ingredients between the custom club sets and all that, and you're going to see some good scores, but you're not going to see like a 29 or 30 like you would on Dodge or Lake Powell.
For sure.
And, even with like the Seth match earlier, where he barely scooted by a couple games on Coral Ridge for him, actually. But these guys, no matter how many games you play on a course like Coral Ridge, there's always going to be some variety with the setups.
And so we're getting here on the 6th hole here at Coral Vista. And, this is pretty straightforward. Now, we saw Andy Fox knock it out there really close earlier to give himself a big chip. And Andy Fox made the chip. And now with Chris Brewer with his 2nd shot, And this is Chush area for him if he wants it, but he's going to play it safe because he doesn't want to go off the back. So we're giving right now we're getting started with the winner of this match in the purple bracket will get Chris Knight, as they are now tied. They're still tied going into the 7th hole. A little update because we have a little bit of stakes we're playing for in the pink bracket. Ralph Hammock, right? Give it to us, Kevin. We got Ralph.
So Ralph Hammock actually beat Ryan Lawson. So he is waiting for the winner of the losers bracket, and it looks like
Ryan Larson and Chris Storter.
Chris Storter. So the winner, like you're saying, gets a free entry into the Carolina Clash in October.
Well, first weekend, West Columbia. A great tournament built on the bedrock of our hospitality, something we're super proud of down there, and I'm hoping everybody can make plans to attend. We're hyping this thing big this year.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, I've met the Muse brothers a few times. They own the bar down there, and not only are they coming to these tournaments and supporting the group and the community, but they're playing in it. They're not just, coming by and hanging out. They're actually playing in these tournaments and getting to know people, and, I was very disappointed that I wasn't able to make it last year, but I'm looking very forward to being able to get down there in a few months in October.
For sure, and we'll be excited to have everybody. And I got a lot of great things coming for you guys for this tournament. As I continue to be a right-hand man for the tournament, the all-time great hype man that I am. Being for the Carolina Clash, I got a lot of great things in store for you guys. You guys get to come to my part of South Carolina, or part of my. I live an hour and a half away from Columbia, but you're coming to my state of South Carolina, a place where we're going to make you guys feel really at home, and we're going to have a great tournament for you guys. As we're also talk about a little bit about what's on deck here as we get 4 weeks. We're going to Wisconsin. You're going to Wisconsin, Kevin, aren't you?
Yeah, it's crazy to think it's actually exactly a month away right now. So it's March. And if you go to PEGTtour.com, not only can you see the brackets for this tournament, but you can also plan out your calendar for the next few months. So March 5th through the 8th, we will be up north in Sussex, Wisconsin for the Wisconsin Open at the Sussex Bowl. $10,000 added to the prize pool. Stefan, the host there, is a wonderful guy. He's been with us for a lot of years. But after that, late part of April, 23rd to the 26th, it's the Missouri Open in St. Louis. Brand new location there at Seiberg's Dorset in Maryland Heights. Mm-hmm. And then right after that, you got a little bit of a break, and then the World Championship in June. Now, we talk about the purple bracket winner of this tournament getting a World Championship qualifying spot, but also, wow, that was
fortunate.
Yes, that was a generous bounce. But not only will the winner of the purple bracket in tonight's contest win an entry into the World Championship qualifier, but also Missouri Open and the Wisconsin Open, the winner of those purple brackets will also qualify for the Golden Tee World Championship as part of the new National Golden Tee Tour. Mm-hmm. Now, thank you for all of you guys, whether you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or Mixer. Appreciate all of your comments and questions. Obviously, a lot of familiar names that we have known for many years, and some new people as well. So if you're just tuning in, you are watching Golden Tee Golf. This is the arcade game staple, been around for 30-plus years. You might also be a fan of the mobile game that just came out in October, Golden Tee Golf for Apple and Android devices. Mm-hmm. And so whether you play the mobile game or you play the arcade game or you're just being exposed to this for the first time, not only is this a game of passion, but this is a community, Mouth and I talked about over the weekend. We've all made lifelong friends and family because of this game.
You're absolutely right. This is a community unlike any other, where you can go into other worlds of sport, competition, other worlds of, things that, competition. And it's a lot more, I would say the word would be cutthroat. A lot more competitive, where this is about the togetherness, that we're all like-minded people. We're a family, and so we do have our spats, we do have our issues, but we are also one of the best. I mean, this is the best thing. Once you're a part of this fraternity, you're here for life.
I've said this a lot of times, and I will continue to say it no matter what. I've been fortunate to attend these tournaments as a player, as a part of Power Events, and now as a part of Incredible Technologies, but I would say I've probably met nearly 70 to 100 new people in the last year and a half. And I don't get an opportunity to see everybody, at these tournaments as they get bigger and bigger and talk to everybody. But we had, 27 new players. We've had people chiming in all weekend long asking about how they could get to the next tournament and, the skill levels. And that's why there's 3 different brackets. Obviously, you're always going to have the gold bracket with the best of the best, the purple bracket, that 64-man bracket typically, and then the pink bracket for, the newer players. But there's always going to be competitive golden tee for you when you get to a tournament.
So we're going to look at this 9th hole here, which can be a complicated hole for some people. We've seen low, we've seen high tees, but it's really tough to get it close, and that gets off and goes back into the water. Now Adam has to play a chip. Chris Brewer securely, I believe, on the green. Wants to keep this close. It could use a make right now.
Now, you'll see this a lot with these guys when they pull back for like a chip, especially a chip as important as this, and they'll take a few seconds and they'll reset, and then they'll pull themselves back because they know, this is a big opportunity for Harris right here.
To take a definite 2-stroke lead on a journey to his first tournament win. Important putt. Nailed it.
Oof, that was a good putt.
And the one thing you'll notice about Chris Brewer, he will not play a shot until he feels like he's comfortable playing it. You'll see him feel the trackball. When he's ready to putt, he'll putt it.
Yeah, especially when it's these top talents and these guys, know there's a lot of money on the line, and to secure a tournament when especially a first ever for either of these guys, you take as much time as you want. You've definitely earned the opportunity there.
So both this shot right here, the goal is just to get yourself the best opening that you can have for this shot. This will be for especially a stout player. This shot gets a lot easier with a headwind like that. You can get a little aggressive. You can play a little bite on it, or you can play a big roll shot like he's about to play right now.
It's a solid approach, and
that was just to be safe.
That
wasn't a shot to attack the hole.
Right. You can't. Coral is not the course. He's got that 2-stroke lead, but he doesn't want to, take it lightly because there's a few holes where he could still drop a stroke back if he's not too careful about it.
Mm-hmm. So now, Adam trying to get down towards the hole.
Oh, that's rough.
So now, with a putt to keep his 2-stroke lead.
Yeah, you look at that 28-foot putt, and most people that are watching thinking, okay, it's a left 6. I'll make this 8 out of 10 times. Well, no matter what, playing at your local bar versus being at a tournament with nearly 140 players competing at a high level, very, very different.
Yeah. So now, Adam Harris has to start thinking about what holes can I find to get it close, because once you get to 14, it's hard. It's hard to really hard for a leader to lose strokes. So right now,
that looks like a good shot there.
Yeah, got to check hard.
Yeah.
Chris Brewer. With another putt, right 5. Putts it in. Keeps a 2-stroke advantage. Going to the 12th hole. 7 holes away from Golden Tee immortality right now.
Melissa, we're actually still they're still going through the purple bracket right now. So you're watching the finals of gold, and after we determine the 2020 Florida Open champion, we will take a few-minute break and then switch over to the purple bracket.
Yeah, Gavin Herron is playing with Paul Lady right now. So once again, a big shout out to everybody watching us at home. Thank you for making us a part of your Sunday here as we kick off our Golden Tee year, our Golden Tee tournament year. Our Golden Tee year actually starts in September when we get the courses, but our Golden Tee tournament year starts here every year in Florida. And we're just talking about it earlier a little bit with the announcement of changing a little bit of the dates for next year for the Florida Open as we come in here for Pro Bowl weekend here in Orlando, by the way.
Yeah, so I think for the first time ever, it won't be in February. It's technically the end of January
the weekend,
for 2021.
The weekend before the Super Bowl. So
But let's just talk about that really quick as these guys move on to hole 13. Like the fact that they've already announced the tournament dates for next year. I mean, Chris, the owner of Sidelines, he has been with Steve Sobel and the Power Events team for 11 years now. He knows how great this community is, and he loves to be a part of it. So, I mean, it really goes to show you when you're a tournament location and you're a host, it really you're making friends for life. And that's why, I mean, it's such a successful weekend on all fronts that Chris is like, you know what, let's set the dates now before you guys are even done today on Sunday.
For sure. And now, that's a great way of planning a tournament, and that's the reason why we're going to be lifelong partners with him. As long as he wants to have us, we're going to keep coming. And so Chris runs a great tournament here, but next year, like I said, it's funny how much stuff is going on where, this could be a family attraction tournament next year. If you want to bring your family down, come see the Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl will be that weekend, or go see the events going on with that. We're gonna pay Chris to show the Royal Rumble here that Sunday night, or we're gonna have an issue.
Well, I'm in.
So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Now, unfortunately for Harris, he missed his eagle putt off the fringe there. So now it's a 3-stroke lead for Chris Brewer.
3 strokes, 5 holes to play for his first ever tournament win, and he's got to be feeling a little good. Nothing complicated now. Everything is just greens and putts. From 14 and on, he needs to focus on nothing but making sure he has a green and he has a putt. No water, nothing. Stay away from it all.
Yeah, and you're going to see Harris get
almost
he's going to get
aggressive.
He's running out of, especially like you're saying earlier, he's running out of holes. They're using the stout golf ball, so the wind's not affecting it as much. So he has a chance to run at it with some of these, but it's tough, especially on Coral Ridge. We knew that from the get-go that, if one of these guys pulled away, it was going to be a struggle to get back.
It's a difficult thing with these with this new course. The only complaint that everybody's going to have is the final hole stretch.
Come on.
Close with another hole.
Almost made it a 4-stroke lead. That is tough. That's got to be like, what, 12-inch? Not even 5-inch putt?
We're looking at 9. 7 inches.
Hey, right in the middle.
Okay.
Close enough.
So 4 holes remaining. Once again, everything has got to be simple right now for him. He's not thinking about anything but a green and a putt. Chris Brewer, no stranger to the top 4 scene, looking for his first ever tournament win.
Yeah, and you see it with the bite, and could have easily hit backspin and still been safe, but he's like, you know what? I want to take my putt. No reason to get cute. Just play it. Keep it simple, keep it safe.
Now for Adam, a whole lot is the only thing on your mind. .123 yards. He's going to play a hard shot and this is a bold shot, but he wants to be able to check it down into the hole. It's got to stop. Fortunately, it does. If he misses that, the matches would be effectively over. So 3 strokes remain. Still, Chris Brewer still 3 strokes ahead. 3 holes remaining.
No, I actually really like this setup. That pin's tucked a little bit left, with that wind blowing 10 miles an hour out to the 233 and that left 7, especially for these stout balls. Either of these guys, I think, could get pretty close here, especially for Harris, where it's that do or die time. He's got to make something happen here.
Getting himself a shot at anything. Got to come back.
Oh, man, that's tough.
Beautiful look at it. If he hits that just a hair bit softer, that's really close. So if you look at Chris Brewer, who's not going to miss a tournament from now until the World Championship, I mean, he's got to be one of the guys that have to be in the conversation. You've won a tournament. You're part of an immortality that a lot of people don't ever get to experience. And he's got to be in the conversation for a guy that possibly could win it. I know a lot of big Andy Haas, Mark Stenmark's not here. Take that away from him all you want to, but Chris Brewer can beat him at any tournament. Can. Not all the time, but he can.
No, and that's the thing when it comes to these live tournaments, and whether it's nationals or the World Championship, it really is anyone's game at this point. And because these guys, you know, we see it all weekend long in all the matches. Everyone is riding shots right around the cup, and you see it here with these two guys being in first and second spots right here. It truly is anybody's game. And at this point, you know, there's nothing really that's going to stop, you know, Chris Brewer from becoming the 2020 Florida Open champion. You know, and kudos to both these guys for taking down a lot of top players. You know, Adam Harris having to fight his way back through the losers bracket a little bit, not too much, but you know, it's not a guarantee that you lose that King of the Hill match, you know, and that you're going to be in the finals. But tough for him, but still exciting.
Yeah. A lot of South Carolina guys looking on right now as Chris Brewer is going to the last hole. As they're cutting some jokes, they're thinking this is about to come to the end.
And we've seen that all weekend long, and that's the fun thing is that 96% of the people that you ever meet at a Golden Tee tournament, like, you know what? Hey, you know what? I was not the better man today, and that's the kind of person that Adam Harris is. And, you know, he really is one of my favorite people that I've ever met at a Golden Tee tournament because he has fun. With win, lose, or draw, he's enjoying himself, and he knows second place is not where he wanted to be, but it's much better.
No, Adam's been on a run of missing some cuts here lately, and it's part of the reason for him going to the Stouts is giving himself a better opportunity at this. So I don't know what's happening on machine 2 right now, but
they're getting ready for this to finish up, and then they're going to switch over. So Chris Brewer, the 2020 Florida Open champion, his first ever National Golden Tee Tournament win. Congratulations to Adam Harris as well, second place. Like Chris was saying, he's had a rough run of tournaments, but exciting for both of these guys. Chris Brewer out of South Carolina. He's had a few top four finishes. But this is his first major victory, and that's definitely going to set him straightforward as he gets ready for the World Championship in June. Chris Longino, talk to me about that win. Chris Brewer, his first ever tournament win. Both these guys close friends of yours, but I want to let you have this moment.
You know, we're nothing but proud of Chris for somebody that just plugs and plugs and plugs away at this game. One of the ultimate grinders of the game, and a guy that was built for the grind of Golden Tee. When something well happens to a player in South Carolina, we take it as a whole of us win. And
it's a state victory.
Yeah, it's something for us. You know, we support each other because we play this game for each other, and then we move on and we do the best we can. Chris, you know, in his own part of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, he, you know, like I said, he's built for the grind of Golden Tee, and he's made a wonderful transition into this life where he's playing 600 and 700 games a month and putting the time, and no doubt he needs to be in the conversation of one of the top players in the country.
Now, not to take anything away from Chris's victory, because we'll definitely talk to him, and I will give you that honor in a little bit, but we are going to switch to the Purple Bracket Championship. It is Chris Knight. He is the King of the Hill, taking on Gavin Herron. The winner of this not only gets a really nice cash prize, but also wins a qualifying spot into the 2020 Golden Tee World Championship.
The stakes have never been higher for Purple Brackets right now. I've said all day today, what's your avenue to the World Championship? How are you getting there? If you want to be in the World Championship, you got to find out what your avenue going to be. We get to decide one right now. How are you getting there? Chris Knight could take a home. He's a home edition owner.
Yep.
We have 10 spots. That means one more goes up for grabs if Chris Knight wins this. Gavin Herron, who's going to be a part of the World Championship most likely anyway, plays out of Mississippi. A really, really good player. So now everybody's on focus, ready to go. As you can see in the background, Brittany Steele, longtime fiance of Chris Knight, and then you have Gavin Herron.
Danny boy. All right, now this is.
I'm not paying attention to him.
No, it's okay. All right, Grand Teton, I actually really love this. Hole one, very drivable setup. These guys are going to easily walk away with an eagle. Might even see a hole out here. Chris Knight, you know, he's another one of those players that I have really gotten to know over the last couple of years, him and Brittany. wonderful people. You all bring out the Southern charm in this Golden Tee community. But I just want to point out right now, Chris might be in the finals of Purple Bracket, but a few years ago I beat him in gold. And look at that, Gavin almost acing it. But I say that
coming out firing.
I say that out of love to Chris because we like to give each other a hard time here because he'll beat me every once in a while and I'll beat him every once in a while.
And let one tail on him, so he'll lose a stroke on the first hole.
Now, if there's ever a course to not really fret about missing a stroke on a hole one, it's Grand Teton. There's a lot of swing holes here, and Chris is the king of the hill, which means he can lose this match and still win in game 2. Obviously not the outcome you want, but again, it's only hole 1, and with both holes 1 and 2 being drivable, it's really anyone's game when it comes to this tee shot here.
Absolutely. And this is very make. Well, if you're a streaks player, you definitely have a shot at this. Chris, the biggest downfall of his game doesn't come packing a big power game. So, he has to find different ways to be able to get to the hole. He's a lot like Chris Brewer. Chris Brewer has to navigate a little bit differently, but this is not incredibly long.
No, and you saw Gavin there. He crushed it a little bit too hard, so he's going to have a putt out of the fringe, but again, he's still putting out of the fringe. He's got that one-stroke advantage overnight because he was able to get on the green. He almost aced hole 1, which would be a very, very amazing start to a contest. But this is a good setup for Chris, too.
As he gets up, got to get there. 131, that's about as much as he's going to get on that trackball. A little jitter starting the first match here. Needs to get himself something close of being in the hole just to keep himself close in the match. Do not want to be 1 under after 2 on this course while your opponent being 4 under after 2.
Yeah, that would be a tough stop, tough spot here for Chris. Oh, just
very close.
That's rough. But, appreciate all of you guys watching live all weekend long. Appreciate Mixer for getting us on that front page all afternoon long here.
We got a lot of love for you guys at Mixer. Okay, you guys are continue to put us on your front page, and you continue to help promote our great game. Mixer, shout out to you. We love you, man, and all of our streaming platforms as well.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and of course Mixer. I also love the fact that I tell my friends, hey, you guys take a break from playing Call of Duty or something on Xbox and just open the Mixer app and watch Golden Tee, and you get to hear me. But all kidding aside, though, I mean, it's great to see over the years how we've expanded the platforms that Golden Tee has reached. So, thank you to all of you fans, all the players, even the new people that are just joining us. If you guys, that was a beautiful shot by Chris, but the great shot points are not going to help him out here. He needs to drop a couple of shots in the cup to catch up to Gavin. But the thing is, whether you're new to Golden Tee, whether you play the mobile game, or you just happen to stumble upon us thanks to Mixer support, this is an arcade game that's been around for 30 years. You're talking about nearly 23 years of competitive Golden Tee tournaments, and 140 people in beautiful sunny Florida. The first weekend, I guess technically the first full weekend of February, the weekend after the Super Bowl. Wonderful host here, Chris, Sideline Sports Grill. He's been around for 11 years, not necessarily at this location, but a partner of this event, and helps make these great events happen.
He continues to try to get close. Yeah, big shout out to this Sidelines place that has been a part of our life now here for a few years. That can accommodate everything that we try to do here. It's a great location, great staff who know how to handle us. A lot of these people who have been here for a good number of years. Similar to the Bean, I know Megan, who's been here for 4 or 5 years. We had a lot of the same people.
Well, and we talk about it a lot, but it's like I walked in here early Friday afternoon, and all the staff, hey, Kevin, great to see you. It's been a long time. Like the fact that the staff, for good or bad reasons, remembers everybody, but, all kidding aside, like the staff is great, and this tournament, this community, this brand makes such a mark on places with the fun that we have and the excitement that we bring, that there's a reason why they remember us. And that's the great thing about all these locations is that we're at a point now where with all of Steve and Paige and Russ's hard work from Power Events and everybody, it's really a community growth. And I'm excited to see what the next 12 months brings because, you think Golden Tee is doing well now. There's a lot of coming soon announcements, can't talk about, but will really change the conversations that we might have over the next few months. And I just need to break out that Gary Colabano coming soon picture and just post that up on social media. But again, while you guys are following us on social media, make sure, as you're joining in the conversations, click that share button, whether you're sharing the Facebook Live, the YouTube, Twitch Mixer, etc. Make sure you're sharing it. Use the hashtag GoldenT or GT2020. We love to see you guys sharing it. The fun thing about doing these streams is we have a lot of our home edition owners and a lot of bar locations that'll actually throw the stream up on their TVs and then send us pictures. And we love seeing that stuff, so never stop doing that.
For sure. So we're heading into the 6th hole. We got a little soft spot in the match coming up right now. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take it just a step away for just 1 minute and go. Oh, no, we did not know that.
No, I did not know that. So
31.
Yeah, so
under.
Gavin is here because he had a 31 under against Paul Lady, which is crazy. I know Paul has been playing very well today.
So as I'm going to step off here for just a second, I'll be right back to help bring home the coverage of the purple bracket here at the 2024 Open.
Thank you, Mr. Longino. But yeah, it's a tough loss for Paul Lady. But when you lose to a 31 under, it's hard to really complain about that. When somebody holds out once or twice or gets those couple of stroke advantages over you, you really can't fault it. Now, Chris has got, again, has a few strokes to make up, but he is the king of the hill, which means he needs to be beaten twice in order for Gavin to become the 2020 Florida Open Purple Bracket champion.
This one needs enhancement. Now up, it's golfer one.
So, Jonathan, the new courses, we'll probably start teasing those in the spring. We usually bring a real big preview to the World Championships in June. But honestly, our art team is working on so many great things that I'm going to have to convince our art director, Mike Sanchez, to let me start sharing some of the stuff that they're building because, I'm biased, obviously. I work for IT, but I really love this game after almost 25 years of playing it and literally growing with this game. It's amazing to see what the team does on the back end and obviously what everybody brings to the table for these live events, whether it's the streaming, whether it's, our team at IT with Andy Kuhlman and PJ, Tiffany, or if it's, Richard King and Golden TV, who I keep seeing flashes around here. He's shooting photos of the top players from the gold bracket, so thank you to him for stepping up and helping us out. And, all of you, I don't know, probably 175 to 200 people that have walked through Sideline Sports Grill this weekend. John Totora, who I have to give a shout-out to, bar manager in Bolingbrook, Illinois, where I happen to go every once in a while. Hasn't been to a tournament since 2014. I may have accidentally convinced his boss to let him come this weekend. He qualified in the gold bracket, so it's good to see a lot of returning faces and also a lot of new players. With 27 new players. And
I guess she decided to lay up. Golfer two with a shot at eagle.
27 new players, and that's like, we had that in Richmond, we had that in Austin, we had it in Evansville. It's like these tournaments are growing, and it's exciting to see where we're headed.
So a question just got posed to me from John Panstotora. He had gotten a text and wanted me to answer a question from somebody at home. And the question was, what happens when another player misses another player's putt?
Well, after we chop their fingers off and put them in a blender.
Yeah, in a qualifier that is hugely frowned upon. Do not feel obligated to make somebody else's putt.
Yeah, it's really an honor system thing. A lot of these players are so close
now.
And
when it comes to match play, if you miss another person's putt, that stroke is automatically counted for him no matter what the distance of the putt is.
Yeah, so it's typically like 10, 15, 10-foot, 5-foot putts. They'll just push it in when they know they're comfortable with it. It's really just a respect thing and help keep things moving, honestly.
Sure. But as far as during the qualifier, we frown upon it, but yeah, we do adjust in case it does happen. We do adjust scores, but we ask that you do not feel obligated to miss somebody else's putt. You make sure that if you do that, you have the wrath of our tournament director, Steve Sobel, to deal with.
Yes.
And it's a pretty harsh wrath.
Yes, we'll leave it at that. So Raymond asked, are we going to have tournaments for the Android and iOS version? And I will pull a line from my love of wrestling, which says never say never. But stay tuned. Definitely have a lot of major plans for the mobile version. Head-to-head competition comes out this Wednesday. So if you haven't downloaded Golden Tee Golf for Apple and Android devices yet, do it now. A lot of fun and exciting stuff. And if you like what you see here, you never know what might happen for the mobile game as we grow together with this brand.
A lot of teasing of this mobile game going on this weekend from some people that know more stuff than I do. So
I like to tease.
I agree. So we have a lot of the things. If you guys, like I said, do your Android and iPhone devices, if you don't have the Golden Tee app yet, the Golden Tee game, go ahead and get that too. If you're an avid bar player or an avid home edition owner, Golden Tee Caddy is a must, Kevin, right?
Yeah, the companion app for the arcade game lets you help set these custom clubs up. You've got really fun golf ball designs and the different types of golf balls that you can create. And, you can dress your golfer. You see all kinds of crazy golfers and player nicknames, and that's definitely GT Caddy app. They have a really, really sweet logo for that Caddy app. I think I know a guy who designed it. But
oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know a guy. But all, all hype aside, it's – oh, wow.
Back to the talented golfer.
So as we were talking about the caddy, so Chris just went wet on that. He went long on that tee shot, which was tough.
Chris is going to – he needs to survive the rest of this match. He probably in his mind feels like it's a little bit over right now in the first one, but he has another one to give. So he needs to refocus and get himself back in the mode.
Now you get the opportunity to play with Chris probably a little bit more than I do. What do you think what is he listening to right now in those big blue headphones?
I would say some version of some 80s rock. I would say maybe a White Snake, Dire Straits kind of thing going on right now. We have, he could probably have a little bit of 80s music. He'll throw on some country, but he's mostly a rock and roll guy for the most part. And then Gavin Herron over here smiling at me. I got to start keeping it down because I think he can hear me. So
that's all right. Now, I do, if you guys have not seen it yet, the prize pool, so first place in the purple bracket, paying out $400. But the important thing is the World Championship qualifying pass, and then of course the Calcutta. So you just saw, so Chris
went ahead and forfeited the match. Went ahead and ended it. He wants to go ahead and end that. So So now,
also a quick shout out though, because shout out to our team for posting all kinds of stuff on social media. My marketing guy Travis, Andy, and PJ, the esports team, Richard King, but also Ryan Wyatt, who I hope is chiming in right now. Happens to be the global head of gaming for YouTube, and he's following us on social with some of the stuff we've been doing. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the coverage. But let's talk about so Chris Knight, King of the Hill, which means he had to lose twice in order for Gavin to win the Purple Bracket Championship and the World Championship Pass. He had a lot of bad breaks. It started off with holes 1 and 2, and it gets to a point where why am I going to potentially waste some good hole outs when I could just reset, and it resets both the guys and you start over.
Yeah, eventually he's putting himself out of his misery right now. He doesn't want to see the rest of that match. It's just nothing he needs to. He feels like it was over, so he's going to go ahead and play another one, and I know he's hoping he doesn't draw Teton again. So he's going to hit it twice, and the course they come with, Coral Vista.
Coral Ridge?
Coral Ridge. Lake Powell. We have not had a Lake Powell thing for at least as long as I've been on this.
No, it's been a while. Lake Powell is a fun course. It's honestly, I think, one of the best-looking courses we have in 2020, except when I hit the water. Then I hate the course, but
of course.
It looks damn good when it drops in the water. At least there's that.
So Gavin Herron getting ready to sign in as the number 1 and number 2 respective seeds in the purple bracket will now take their shots. One shot to get themselves a pass to the Golden Tee World Championship in 2020 at the beautiful Orleans Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Back there once again.
You know what? There's a lot of fun and exciting things we have planned. Andy Kuhlman, who is our director of esports, I keep shouting him out because he deserves it. He started the day before the World Championship started last year in Vegas, and he's definitely learned a lot. He's brought, our esports game to a different level here for Golden Tee and for Incredible Technologies. And some of his ideas combined with, some of the stuff we've talked to players about over the years and operators, I think you're going to see the same old Gold 2 World Championship that's been so successful with a new added flavor, and there's a lot of exciting stuff planned.
For sure.
Hashtag coming soon.
So now, approaching the first hole, as it comes on back once again to a Stouts player and a Titans player. This is what we have right now. All right, man. So some people, as we wind down every Golden Tee tournament the way we normally do, we're a family and we got to say goodbye to each other as some guys are heading home, and Chris Brewer is now doing his victory shot right now, which I wish he would have waited until after the end of this match. But Chris Brewer is starting to pass around victory shots, making his victory lap for his first ever tournament win.
That's the tradition. When you win a tournament, you buy a round of shots, which
for the entire bar.
Yeah. It's probably Fireball, let's be honest.
Yes, it's whatever. I don't know. I remember the year Paul Taylor won the NIV, and he went around with trays of hot bourbon.
Oh man! Please stop
warm
talking
bourbon.
about this.
It was it was shots of warm bourbon. Essentially, the cheapest thing he could buy. That's what it was. And he was walking around. He was walking around with trays, and as he remember the victory speech he had. Kevin Lindsay keeps improving. I remember he said that in his victory speech. Hey, you be good. I'll see you in October.
Be careful, man.
And like I said, a lot of guys are exiting, getting ready to head home, start their work weeks tomorrow, as we get ready to get our next pass into the World Championship. Also, Ralph Hammock getting ready to try to win their entry into the Carolina Clash in West Columbia, Callaway Sports Bar and Grill, October 1st to the 4th.
There's high stakes in all these brackets, and what's fun is the more new players that we get to join. Well, let's be honest, Chris, you and I have both done this over the years. You come to a Golden Tee tournament, you say, you know what, I think I'll check it out. Well, guess what? Sorry, you're sucked in. You're part of the family. There's no chance you're not coming back.
No, we all want you back.
You know what? It really is like a huge family, and it's I love getting to travel these tournaments every other month, and so a little bit of commotion in the background as they do a victory shot for Chris Brewer's first ever championship here at the 2020 Florida Open. Oh, that's a nice shot by Kevin.
Very close.
So these guys, Chris Brewer wins the gold bracket, that top prize of $2,500.
I didn't know that.
His very first national Golden Tee tournament victory. Now, these guys are in that second-tier bracket, and the stakes are almost higher for these guys because of that World Championship qualifying spat.
For sure, and it's a lot to go along with this.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the comments. VCU Heel says 100 cement mixers on me if I ever win.
Oh, Lord, I don't want any part of that.
I just,
Oh, my goodness.
Now, this hole 4
you
here.
You guys take alcoholism to a whole nother level.
Hole 4 here is a tough setup. Yesterday was actually what was it, 390 in the qualifier. People were having to crush that real hard, but these guys able to take those custom clubs they built and just get on the green for eagle here. Now again, Chris quit out the first game. He had a tough go after a few holes, a few bad holes, and so now this is a clean slate. Both these guys tied going to hole 5.
And basically, like I said, just right now, keeping it simple, just not doing anything crazy.
Golfer 2 on tee.
And trying to make sure you don't lose a stroke right now. So as they get both approach shots, a very long, can be a play really long par 5, and both of them will have long clubs in. Schematically, if I'm correct, this is one of the longer courses that Jimmy Z has put out there.
Yes, and honestly, he's created every single course in Golden Tee history over 31 years, which I did the math, and every time I try to do math, it doesn't go well, so we'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Oh, and that's a bad
a
bad break by Chris.
Now up, it's golfer 2.
He needs to stay collected right now. He has an excellent drop, something he can make.
Wow. Oh, no. Wow.
Not a shot that he meant to do. He's fortunate he stayed dry, though.
Overshot that one, Jim. Golfer 2 on the dance floor.
Honestly, Arnie, it's a really good question. So Arnie FN says, so one player has the option of DNF if he is king of the hill. I mean, honestly, any player has the option of DNF. That you're just gonna, but it doesn't happen often. Honestly, for most players, when your opponent has kind of had such a bad game, you almost want them to. You're okay with it. It's not. You know, you don't take it personally. You say, you know what, he needs to reset, and you take the victory. Oh, this beautiful chip by Chris. He definitely recovered there. That was tough. You see Brittany, his fiance in the background in the pink, always here at these tournaments supporting him. She's a wonderful face and always so happy to be here as a part of these tournaments.
For sure.
So Chris saving it there with that chip. And but he's got a tough look here at hole 6, the par 3.
Keeping it even in scoring, very important. It's a very tied match. And Chris is not going to play a lot of really close shots for something tucked away like that. He just wants to have himself a putt. Gavin, a little bit more seasoned than Chris, might get a little bit more aggressive. But basically the same shot. Just keep yourself out of trouble, right?
Yeah, keep it simple, especially with Lake Powell where you know there's definitely more holes on the back 9 that could really get you.
So. Just a quick note as we're going through the match, congrats to our top 4. Our podium this year with, of course, Chris Brewer winning the 2020 Florida Open for the first time in his very short career. Be ready to hear that name a lot more.
I was just going to say that's not – there's very few times where somebody wins an event and doesn't make a stand over the next couple of years.
Well, I don't know of a person that's played as many tournaments as he has over just a short period of time. And now, oh, what a fortunate shot for Chris Knight. He hits the front and just gets onto the green.
You see the look in his eyes, and you're like,
we call that whatever he needs. So, and then our second place finisher, which is Adam Harris. Adam Harris back playing the really good Golden Tee. We have a third place finisher in Andrew Fox. And fourth place. And in fourth place was Seth Sandifer with another top 4 finish in his career as well. So congrats to all the guys. And so now Chris Knight, Gavin Herron for a shot at getting himself a pass.
It's a solid shot there.
Yeah, very solid shot. Love to see a money hole out from one of these guys. So now, like I said, thinking about it a little bit, don't want to hit it too hard. And just hits a smooth 6-iron onto the green.
Golfer 2 with a putt for birdie. Golfer 1, this left for birdie.
It was, it's a 6-hour, I think it was a 6-hour limit. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
So. Gavin trying to mimic the shot. No break in scoring, still a tied match.
Yeah, this
here at the 9th hole.
You see where that tee box is. Anywhere in that sand with these dynamic tee boxes, these guys can get placed. So you're going to see, this is 606, I think, from the tee. You can see 550, you can see 650. These guys kind of got a break in the middle where they have nice, smooth approach shots here for the, for that eagle putt opportunity.
Pretty simple. Don't want to get crazy. Just get it something close. This is actually something you can get really, really, really aggressive with Chris 1 and 2 right now. So now, to piggyback on the earlier question about DNF in the game, Chris has a match to give. All right, he could afford to lose a match because he's still not eliminated. He hasn't lost a match yet. Gavin can't DNF. If Gavin DNFs, his tournament's over.
Yeah, and going back to some of these, so Arnie says, I play someone that quits a lot when he's not playing good round. He doesn't consider them losses. Well, technically, they are. When Joel Ocampo, he says he was going to DNF at a local bar. Honestly, I would not DNF. I've never been a fan of DNFing competitive games or just games by yourself unless it's a daily contest. If you watch my Golden Tee live streams from the Golden Tee Lounge for the daily contest is the same setup for 24 hours. So I know I'm going to get back in that same contest and hopefully hit a better score. If you're having a bad game and you're playing, 20-man contest, off
goodness.
the stick. Wow,
some good fortune there.
Yes, that was crazy. That could have gone multiple ways. He could have aced it, and he could have went right in the water. So that stick helped him out there for sure.
Oh, Gavin wanted to have another look.
If you're
wanted to make sure he had another look.
If you're having a bad game and you're playing out at your local bar or restaurant with a buddy, I highly recommend that you don't quit out and you instead use it as a learning opportunity. If you're having a bad game, start trying shots that you never would try to hit before. Watch these live streams and see the way some of these guys, pull back the trackball and hit their shots. You've already paid for the game. There's no reason to quit out, even if you're on hole 15 or 16. Use that as to your advantage and try to just create new opportunities for you to get better at the game.
Oh, absolutely. So now, going to this hole, and this is when I say Chris Knight doesn't pack a lot of power. This is one of those instances where it can hurt him. But he's going to pay a big swoop. He's got a 9.5. No obstacles will be in the way, and let it carry. 132. Can he get up to the green?
Oh, but he's going to leave himself a good opportunity for the chip, though.
Yeah, that's in the world of Chush land for a lot of players.
Yeah, so why don't you've been around a long time, why don't you explain the Chush real quick in case Chris tries to use it?
Well, we did that with Adam earlier, and basically the Chush is just a small rotation of the trackball where you're essentially have a stationary trackball. You can either use your thumbs or use your palm, and you're basically just gradually just going forward with no spin whatsoever. Just move this trackball forward. Just basically like a quarter rotation. Just push into it. We call it a Chush. It's a chip and a push. So it's a Chush. And so basically just like the shot meter should reach somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 to 40 miles an hour, depending on what kind of Chush you're trying to do. Some people have a little bit more powerful Chushes than others.
Now he's going with the 6-iron. It looks like he's going to thumb this straight.
Get there.
Oh,
just
too
a little short.
With the putter, trying for eagle.
Just a bit outside. Had to do it. Thank you. All right.
So Gavin up 1. Was not tight. Gavin's up 1.
Now this is actually a really good look for hole 12. This is one of those holes that can set up pretty nasty for a par 3, over 300 yards.
Close.
Solid shot by Gavin, but this is a good opportunity for Chris. He's got that 10.5-degree driver, and he has a good thumb shot if he wants it, but he's going to pull back. He has an opportunity here to get that stroke back. That's a solid shot.
Oh, my goodness.
Looked like it was coming in too hot, but he got a nice kick with his backspin when he hit the green. And that's so tough because you're so happy to see a shot like that, but when you're Chris, you're like, how did that not just go a little bit farther to the left and drop in the cup?
Now, here's an important thing about this hole, Kevin. You don't want to win facing the water, going anywhere towards the water. Yeah. So when you're playing this approach shot, you want to get yourself to a point to where you have yourself a win that you can be satisfied with to get yourself to the hole. Hopefully it's not pointing towards the water. So if you get a little inspired and start hitting it way far up there along the fairway and maybe the wind is not helping as much.
No excuses from this one.
But this is a great shot. This could be very attackable for him.
I was going to say that pin's in a really good spot because that 7-mile-an-hour wind. It's I've had 13 and 14-mile-an-hour winds here that have been
that's
really
not
rough.
what he wanted. I promise you that.
But he just got the love of the fringe.
Jesus, good-looking shot.
I don't know how he didn't get shot points there. That could have been awful, but he caught the fringe. He's literally talking to Paul Lady in the background going, how did I manage to pull it off?
So now, with a fringe putt for Gavin Herron, 6 right 4. Don't want to be too lackadaisical with those.
No, but he makes it look really easy. He's very comfortable, and he's in his element. Excuse me. He's already got a victory over Chris when Chris DNF'd and quit out that first game, and now this is for all the marbles. And Gavin's going to qualify for the World Championship no matter what, and Chris could too. But to be able to do that in a special event like this is the first time that we've given out a World Championship pass for a national tournament event that was not the Player of the Year finals that typically happens in December. So now with the partnership with Power Events and Golden Tee, this is a big deal. Now we're giving out.
Got to get into it. It's got to go. It's got to go.
It's good. It's good. Oh, both solid shots from these guys.
It takes a lot for him because he doesn't pack a lot of power. Only registered 126 on the meter.
VCU Heel asks how many spots in the World Championship. So we have 88 qualifiers in the World Championship. So 60 of those are going to come from Golden Tee commercial events mode that starts tomorrow. You can go to goldentee.com for more information on that. We have 10 home edition qualifying spots that through events mode on home editions. That starts in March. And then we have a lot more spots that are open up for grabs. We're going to absolutely have the ability to qualify in Las Vegas June 12th, that Friday night, and closest to the pin. We've got a few other fun activities planned potentially for Friday and more qualifying spots being open. But make sure you're following us at Golden Tee on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Mixer, YouTube, Twitch.
Wherever you get your streaming service.
I'm missing something. I feel like I should make a song out of it. But no matter what social media you're on, we're going to be there. Make sure you're following us to get all the latest updates on the World Championship and exciting, world and national events like this.
And also remember the Podmore Get Better podcast on it. Wherever you get your podcast, Spotify.
Oh, look at this
Apple,
shot.
iTunes. Did it! 2 shots to get it. Almost nails it.
Wow. You see a look on Chris's face. He's just
he wants
nothing. How did that not ultra shot dunk right in the cup, and then how did it not roll in right after that?
Yeah. Now Gavin has to make sure he tunes all this out.
Yeah, he is not wearing headphones. He's got that one-stroke lead still.
July Llama, there is not a Georgia Open Championship that we know of yet. But, however, we do have the Carolina Clash now, and off the hill. Thank God it stayed dry. Now,
yes.
Chris with an opportunity.
This tiered green, it's not one of the most difficult ones in Golden Tee 2020, but it's not the most fun one to play either.
Not forgiving sometimes either. So now Chris trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Interesting that he automatically, it was natural for him to take his Golden Tee and move it all the way back.
Yeah, and now he's going to keep looking at it, but he has the angle he thinks he wants it. He's just waiting to be comfortable enough to hit the shot. Playing release. Ball won't move a whole lot. It's got to go. He left it short.
Yeah, he just hit that way too soft.
Yeah. So now he needs to refocus right now. He has the lob wedge in his bag.
Yeah,
and then he hit it a little too hard. Try to get a little cute, I think.
What's your impression?
He knows the shot because you know how the cliff works. The cliff is basically a fairway. And
yeah, it's a tough drop spot when you hit the water like he did. And, like you said, he tried to get cute with it, and it's tough. Now what he's got to do is make sure he doesn't give up because 17-18, it's not looking good for him, but he still has a chance.
Yeah. Going to let it, and it's going to come back down.
Over to golfer one.
For double bogey. Gavin Herron has to feel a little bit more comfortable right now. Gets it up the hill, and he'll have himself a putt. Chris really unhappy right now. With a chip. And a beautiful
Oh,
chip.
wow. Just straight in. That was a heck of a chip. Tough break for Chris there.
And now Gavin up 6. 2 holes remaining. A little bit of spillage behind, but
now this look on hole 17 much more favorable than the qualifying look from yesterday.
No, the qualifying look yesterday had some people's lunch. 17 of this course was just a brutal setup. So now Chris just playing out the rest of the match. Gavin makes his putt. It's mathematically over. I would say that it's not quite mathematically over, but you guys get the gist. So,
well, like Heath Slater winning the WWE Championship, the chances aren't likely.
What's a Heath Slater?
I had to do it. I'm sorry. I feel so bad for Chris. It's
this is
a couple
tough
of
to
bad
swallow,
breaks
especially
in both games.
And I know he's wanting to perform at a level, especially with all of us here. It was a big thing for us to round up as many South Carolinians as we could get and get them to come here. And he's a little disappointed. He's going to probably drink away some sorrows tonight, but he is going to learn from this. When you're part of a pressure-packed situation and all you can do is take it, learn from it, make sure you try not to make the same mistake again. He's a good player. He'll be back.
Absolutely. He's been a solid player for many years, and we all have bad games in us. We have bad tournament runs. It happens a lot, and it's so tough to see, but it happens. And Gavin Herron, purple bracket champion at the 2020 Florida Open.
Earns his place in the Golden Tee World Championship, June 12th through the 14th.
You see the love, and that's the thing, tough matches for Chris and a few mistakes that he's going to regret, and he's going to, think about it for a long time. And here's the thing, he's like you're saying, he just has to step back and think about what went wrong, and when he comes to his next tournament, see what he can do better. To make sure that it doesn't happen again. It's a tough loss. There's no easy way to say it. But congratulations to Gavin Herron. He is going to the Golden Tee World Championship. He joins Mark Stenmark, who won the 2019 Tournament of Champions by Club Lucky to win his entry, and then Orlando Ayala, who won the 2019 Power Events Little Gun Player of the Year tournament in December. So as we get ready to roll into World Championship events mode qualifying tomorrow, we've got 3 out of our 88 qualifiers already set. So it's getting now it's getting the World Championship season. It's getting intense. 138 players, though, here for the Florida Open.
What a banner year for the 2020 Florida Open. Our 11th year playing under Chris and his great staff. Biggest thing that I think we'll take away from this, Chris Brewer, and first of what's going to be probably a few tournament wins over his career, as we're seeing more tournament winners come out, and it's been a big weekend for him. And the next thing we take away is Gavin Herron. Gavin Herron earning a big spot. If you're a player that you want to come to a tournament and make a cut, if you can, that's great. If not, we have something for you to play for, and that is a shot at being a part of the Golden Tee World Championship.
Well, and that's the big thing too. All weekend long, we've talked to players of all skill levels, and whether you're new to this game, you just started playing, or you've been playing for a long time, there's always a place for you in Golden Tee National events. You're going to learn a lot of new skills and new shots. You're going to make a lot of new friends, and you're pretty much going to become part of this family like we talked about.
So we're going to keep the action up. Kevin.
Chris, always a pleasure, my friend. I really appreciate you.
We won't see each other till June. So this is it for me for the first start of the Golden Tee year, and then however way I get to the World Championship, I will be there.
I know we will definitely see you there.
Yeah.
But again, before we sign off here, we're going to stick around for a little while. What you're watching now is a handful of players just playing their fun games. It's Sunday night. It's time to relax and kick back.
And Cleet, just to answer your question, Ralph Hammock right now is playing in the finals of the pink bracket with a shot to get us entry into the Carolina Clash, former pink bracket champion in and of himself.
Yeah, and if you guys go to challenge.com, CHALLONGE.com, and you look up Golden Tee National Tour, you can see that Florida Open pink bracket for all the updates and to see where the wins and losses come from in the purple and gold brackets. You can go to PEGTtour.com. But as we get ready to wrap up here, again, thank you to Chris and all of his staff at Sideline Sports Grill. Wonderful host for 11 years. This staff here at this establishment for 5 years have been wonderful. And shout out to Richard King and Golden Tee TV, PJ Tiffany, and Andy Kuhlman handling our production. Of course, everybody at Incredible Technologies for their support, whether they're here this weekend or back home working hard. Chris Longino, Brian Bernhardt, Adam Fitzgerald, Todd Boyer, Mouth. There's so many guys that jumped on the live stream this weekend, and I truly appreciate it. You guys bring so much insight, and we all work so well together. For all 138 players and probably the 175 total people that were here this weekend, thank you guys for joining us. After the live stream wraps up, you can always check out the highlights and all the matches and video from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Of course, we will be back live in the Golden Tee Lounge, hopefully sometime this week with Event Smoke kicking off our World Championship commercial qualifying. And make sure you're following us on social media. Get to a local tournament. We love the fact that you guys are joining us live on Facebook, YouTube, Mixer, and Twitch. Again, thank you to Mixer for bringing us to the front page this afternoon. But as much as we love you guys watching live, you don't know what you're missing until you actually get here and participate in one of these events.
4 weeks to Wisconsin also. We're getting ready to turn
we're
around.
Exactly
we'll be
about
right
a month.
There.
And then we head to St. Louis for the final national tournament before the World Championship. But a lot can and will happen before then. So for Chris Longino, I am Kevin Lindsay. Thank you guys for joining us from the 2020 Florida Open, part of the National Golden Tee Tour.
$4 for the game, so the winner of the game will I got this. See, now Fitz is probably going to go outside and shit. The way that pin position is, I like to cut it around those trees. I'm just giving you shit. You call that? I was going up there. I heard you tell me I was going up there. Oh, I said, yeah, I called that. I'm going to hit this in the hole. All right. People are watching? Hundreds. Hundreds, really? Hundreds of people. Hundreds of people watching. Seriously. So this is a tricky setup with the 11 mile an hour fit. Yeah, that's not. So I'm gonna low tee it and try to bite it, and maybe the bite will hold. I'm hoping. I'd take that. You wanna go ahead and hit me? I would, but I don't think you play the same ball. Yeah, you play the same ball still. I'm not gonna hit your shot. You're gonna have to deal with it. All the cool tricks play tight. I'm gonna try something else. Same line. Same line, but different style. Let's see how it's in the hole. Oh, that might be. He put it inside me. Ladies and gentlemen, he had put it inside me. Nice and dirty. Thanks to announce that. Dude, we both played so well. Yeah, I did. We didn't go together. I did watch that. Gino. I didn't get the championship. Kevin said that's right. Like an hour. It was fun. Yeah, we didn't get to do it together. We did a little bit. We did a little bit today. Just a little bit. Today? Yeah. So, push that way. Let's thumb it out that way. See what happens. Make it run, Adam.
Golfer 2 is ready to tee off.
I like orange. Oh, can he do it? Oh, not even points. That's some bullshit. Can't even put it up. That is terrible. Oh, no, we might be. I don't know. How's that happen? All right, so I'm up one on Fitz here. Yes, I know. No, I like to do this. Come on. Thank you. Get you some of that. Really more. I go with the more acceptable method of putting in the fairway and hitting a shotty.
Does the wind matter here, Peter? You'll have to aim just a quick left to turn it in.
That's gotta go.
Short.
Sharp. Look at that backswing a little bit too much. Probably between upside tee guys. Got to leave the stream right up. I hope so. This might be the last match on that. Might be. But we're here. Alright, let's roll this thing, see what happens. Lights away, so we don't fit anymore.
Well, now, just a little. Golfer 2 with a birdie putt. Raining back on the side. Golfer 1 with a possible birdie.
I'll jump in with that one. Game without it. I'll jump in with that one. Too off. Yeah, it was good. I mean, Bullshit. Oh, shooter. Awesome. Hey, good game. Sorry, guys. Oh, did you? I'm sorry. Sorry. I will totally screw one of these up for you, I promise. It's coming. Push this up. He had to do a commentary match, right? He had to. Oh, this is fun. Alright, here we go. What do you want to Kids over there commenting right now. Fitch, you should know they win. Yeah. I never had to tree that. Go. So, bad news. This is the last match of the night for the stream, guys. We gotta finish it up. The guys want to pack it in. I completely understand. They've been doing this since. God. Did you hear the wind back home? Louis? Snowy. I saw some. Okay, so this is a tricky setup. Keep talking. I could. This isn't pretty. I don't know if I'm going. Anyway, last match of the day. Sorry it was this one. Yeah. You guys got some good matches today. Yeah. We got a new champ, man. Yeah, Chris Brewer, first legitimate tournament win. Harris, I think that might be his best show. You might be right. I think it is. He's made some runs before, but I don't think he's made that good. Congrats to both of them. That's tough. Try it. Hey. I think Andy Haas once said, if you don't know what to do, hit 2 clicks left for the fold. Good set up for it. I'll try it. Has Ken's given you any advice on how to hit this shot yet?
Golfer 1 prepared to putt.
Every cut shot today has been a little short. Chicken it out. That guy throws like a right or a left 11, I think. Yeah, but it's uphill, so it's going to die, and it's only 76 feet. This is high, hard to get on the high side. Yeah, and even angle.
Golfer 2, a birdie
This is
putt.
left of 100 here. So, Fitz taking the smart play here.
Golfer 2, leading this with par.
Pretty low hook there.
Golfer 1 will be putting.
Oh, we got one more hole. All right, so you water this twice. Oh, just saying. Not saying, but I'm saying. I do too, which is weird. Let me get out of your way. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free. You do that look. Yeah, that's water. I'm gonna do something else midstream.
Golfer 2 with the closing tee
Yeah, why
shot.
not? IC3 went over or IC4? We'll give them something to look at. I'm not gonna try to go deep here. That's why. I really wanted to hit a low tee there, but I don't know what's stopping me. I might even hit release here.
Now up with golfer 1.
Alright, so he bank this off the thing. Back in the water, all the comes out of the match. I would be aggressive. See, Adam likes to try to get in my head, and it doesn't work. Get in my head. You try. I wouldn't do that in a tournament, but I'd do it here. I would do it in a tournament. Why wouldn't you do it in a tournament? With you are. Okay. All right, good. That bacon was delicious. I just had a bite of bacon. It was smoky. Oh my God, it was amazing. Just inside there. So that just happened. Saving money. So that's the last match of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate you guys watching. For those who have been watching since the beginning, we really appreciate it. These guys from IT appreciate it. Good night. Have a good night. 2024 to open. Chris Brewer. Yeah, Chris Brewer. Gavin Herring, Purple Bracket winner. No idea who won the thing. We really don't. Good night, guys. Have a good night. I gotta pay this, man. You had 2 on me. I had 4.
Yeah.